na na na, na 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 na, na na na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah, we're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up.
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the dark wish you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the toes in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language.
since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it, while Dre let me ride, he kicked me out, I had to start running with the fall. lost side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take
said could things be harder, said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs,
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. my hand and know that I understand everything that you've been through. And I'm meant to tell you everything. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright, girl. It's gonna be alright.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could
party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free. What a precious moment. We will always be young. We'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up.
Welcome everybody to the LPL. My name is Butchballs. I'm joined by Orcs as we head to day number 4 of week number 7, which means we're about 3/4 the way through our split. It's exciting. We're getting towards playoffs. Orcs, how you doing, mate? Welcome to the stream.
I'm doing good. You know, I'm excited. I feel like every time we get closer and closer to the playoffs, there's like more weight on the matches. It gets like really important. You start to look at them like, you know, what does this team have to do to lock in playoffs? Like which matches are kind of unreasonable to win, which are like, you have to win this. And Yeah, I just feel like the tensions rise, but it's great as a viewer, as a caster.
Yeah, definitely. It's all going to get quite exciting. And let's start off by looking at what happened yesterday, as we always do. Check out our results. We'll look at our standings. We'll look at what's coming up today. And then we'll have a very special announcement for you all. Yesterday, though, Top Esports 2-0 versus RRA. Clean and simple for them. That is 10 wins in a row now for Top Esports. And then the second series, RNG versus BLG. But BLG showing up a little more than that 0-2 really shows.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the second one was a big one just because we saw the swap between Breathe and Bin after MSI, and we got to see them go up against each other. But ultimately, RNG looking in really solid form, and BLG still struggling, but managing to at least make it a challenge. And you mentioned the 10 win streak for Top Esports. They lost that first series against JDG, but haven't lost since. And with V5 now having their undefeated streak broken, they now have that longest win streak currently in the LPL, and looking fantastic form.
They certainly do. Let's look at that win streak and at the rest of the standings as well, because right up at the top of the table, we do still have somewhat of a tie. Tie in terms of the win-loss, not in terms of the game difference. So Top Esports in sole possession of first place now with that 10-win streak that we talked about. V5, technically still in the running there, right? Still only one loss. They've just played one less game than both JDG and Top Esports. But, you know, the 2020 Kings topping the table, it feels very reminiscent to my first split casting. But down in the middle of the table, it's absolute chaos right now. Plenty to talk about there, and we will dig more into that across the course today. Speaking of today, let's look at our games, because in 11th and 5th, those will be our first two teams, AL and FPX, and it's going to be a crucial matchup for both teams. They need those wins on the board for playoffs. AL is singing the game away just about, whereas the second series, EDG, in a similar position to both FPX and AL in terms of the standings. But for LGD, this is kind of the last-ditch effort now. This is where they need to pull their socks up.
Yeah, LGD, there's no other way to spin it. They just need to start securing wins. Unfortunately, you know, against EDG, that's a hard matchup. But when you have a scoreline like 1-7, you don't get to like decide, oh, we'll lose to this team or win to this team. It's like you just have to win everything. There's no other way to bat it if you want to keep your hopes alive.
Yeah, it's now or never for LGD. Now, we have a special announcement before we jump into our first series of the day. Today, we're jumping into patch 12.13. Now, I know that might be surprising to a lot of you at home. Don't worry, it's surprising to us too. We literally found out about this last night. So, a surprise jump to the new patch. And it's a massive patch, Orcs. We're going to do a little bit of a rundown of some of the bigger changes. And there have been a lot of big changes on this patch. So, let's start off with one of my favorite AD carries of all time. Sivir is back, and she means business.
Yeah, so it's kind of been almost as far as a rework with Sivir. The thing I want to draw your attention to is how a W has changed. It's now, instead of being 3 attacks and it's over, it's a 4-second duration. So when you have higher attack speed, you can really just get a ton of ricochets off. They can bounce back to targets who've already been hit once by it. So, you know, if you have a clumped up team fight, you can do so much AoE damage. And that's kind of her new identity, is a bit more of a late game hyper carry, but with some weaknesses in the fact that she has that short range.
Really excited to see those late game team fights on the new Sivir. The crit as well, not really going to work with lethality anymore. It scales with crit, so you get a lot of value out of building crit on Sivir. And also, the ultimate can last longer than it could before because it sort of resets when you're getting kills in team fights. So, very excited to see, but also her Q and her W, the cooldowns will reduce when you auto-attack while your ult is active. So, kind of Navori Quick Blades vibe going on there with the new Sivir. We'll see if we get that today. I really, really hope so. But the next one we need to talk about as well, Gwen. Having another rework, having another sort of change up. This one's quite a sizable one with a lot of different aspects changing about her kit.
Yes, you actually got hotfixed because when this initially hit, she gave her too much power. But essentially, they've trimmed, you know, the W duration is down by a second. The refund on her E, so normally she E's and then she auto something, she gets a lot of the cooldown back, is very low now early. So her laning has taken a pretty big hit as a result. She also does less true damage with the Q than before, but to compensate, she's now even more of a late game monster. You know, she got more range on her E, more damage on her E and her R. Her R you can now recast after 1 second rather than having to deal damage to a champion. So in team fights, sometimes you can't always, you know, R and then hit someone and then repeat. And so you just guaranteed to get all 3 uses of your ultimate. So the new kind of position for her is laning will be more vulnerable. You can't just blind her as easily and hope to get away with it. But if you get her to the late game, if she has an easier matchup, she's even more of a monster, which kind of sounds crazy to say in all honesty.
Yeah, Yeah, she is going to be terrifying in team fights, but perhaps slightly more punishable during the laning phase. Let's take a look at some of the other changes, though. We've got 3 more champions that we want to quickly talk about. There was a massive list of champion changes, but these are the 3 outside of the mini reworks that we feel are most important.
Yeah, Talia is a crazy one for me because this champion's still been super high prio in the LPL. Rookie and Knight had fantastic games. She's had her Q buffed, more damage, mana cost down, and her Boulder can stun jungle monsters, so maybe see her a bit in the jungle as well, but definitely expect her. And Vex, her Q cooldown went down 1 second at each rank, and the AP ratio is up 10%. That doesn't sound big on paper, but in solo queue, her win rate went up 4%. She's actually so much stronger thanks to this change, and she's a good matchup into Ari and a good matchup into Silas, so we may see her come out for that reason.
And thankfully, look at that third one. Corki, his ultimate got straight up nerfed there. AP ratio and base damage down. So you won't necessarily see Doomby just doing nothing for most of the game and a 1R to win the game on Corki anymore. Whether or not that will completely remove Corki, we'll have to wait and see. Another change. This is our 4th graphic and our last graphic. I promise then we'll start talking about the games today. Burn items. Leandris and Demonic Embrace now can be stacked on a target. If you have 2 Leandris on the same team, they can both burn the same target. I think a lot of people didn't realize you couldn't do that before, but the more you know, like Baron, if you had 2 Leandris on your team, only one of it would apply. So this is a really huge quality of life buff for Leandris users.
Yeah, there might be some scenarios we see multiple champions now building on the same team where we wouldn't before, so we'll be on the lookout for that. Divine Sundra, less percentage HP damage on its proc, but more flat damage and more healing. So we actually saw champions who are really good with this, like Camille, Jax. They got a little bit better in solo queue, but they won't be as punishing into tanks. You know, if someone's picking a Scion and they get answered with things like a Camille, it's not a fun matchup regardless, but it won't be as devastating. And then finally, objective bounties have been tweaked quite heavily. One of the major things is that once you claim a bounty, it will cancel all the bounties. It's like you're cashing in. It's like when you kill a champion with a 700 gold bounty, their bounty now reduces, right? So you can't just chain a bunch of objectives together when objective bounties are available.
Yeah, so you get a cash in, and then that's your bounties done with. You got to try and win the game as normal from that point. Let's talk about our first series, though, Orcs. As we've taken a while there to talk about the patch, so we're going to have to really blast through our segment. Now, first thing on the chopping block, AL against FPX here. AL are on the cusp of playoffs. Now, while the only 2 teams that have guaranteed playoffs right now are on 10 wins, that amount of wins will reduce across the course of the next 2 weeks. Usually comes down to 8. That's usually your magic number coming into playoffs. And AL currently on 7 wins. So they're hoping to get their 8th win today. They're hoping to get a win against FPX and just about clinch their spot in playoffs, which, you know, for AL is history breaking. This is a team that haven't succeeded in a very long time.
Yeah, and would be massive for them. And I think what adds emphasis to this is if you look at the week 9 and 10 schedule, it's RNG, then they're playing up against JDG, then it's EDG, then Top Esports. So they have 2 matches. It's today's match, and then it's OMG, that I think that they can come in and win and secure the spot in playoffs. But that last 2 weeks, that is a gauntlet. That is going to be a difficult task. And if they go into week 9 and 10 without achieving 8 wins, it could be very, very precarious.
Yeah, and when you think about Rogue Warriors, like, they haven't been successful basically since 2018. This would be the first year where they changed to Anyone's Legend to make playoffs, to do a deep playoffs run as well. That would be a crazy change of pace. Let's talk playstyle, though, coming into FPX versus AL, because we kind of have a dichotomy of the league here to some extent, where on the side of FPX, they're very much early birds. They want to be aggressive. They want to make things happen. For Anyone's Legend, they're very much the night owls of the league, where they want to wait for later on into things. You can see here with the stats, right? Fastest average game time in the entire league for FPX. Really high kills of 15 and first blood percentage. Whereas for AL, much more about the Barons, much more about the Dragons fighting over those neutral objectives.
Yeah, and we've seen, you know, FPX be a team who are very proactive, trying to get things done in the early game and hoping that sets them up for success. But AL, I feel like just this is why they've been such an exciting team to watch, is that you never can rule them out in the team fights. And the fact that, you know, they don't have the strongest early game, it's definitely improved since spring, but it's still their weakest point. But if they make it to the late stage of the game without much of a deficit, you know, I mean, even I say that we've had games where they're 6,000, 8,000, 10,000 goal behind, and they're able to take fights and deliver in them. It's kind of crazy, honestly.
Yeah, we take a look at at some of these moments as well, where, especially from AL, their series against WE, they were actually pretty significantly behind. 6,000 got behind at the start of this play, but the mechanics of play from Betty and from the rest of his team, really beautiful to see.
Yeah, the coordination in this fight is so good. The fact we see all these members dipping in and out, they get the big AoE CC, and then Betty at the end clutches it out with the AoE damage on the Aphelios. And yes, it's a close fight. Yes, it's really, if something messed up, could have gone in a different direction. But the fact they're fighting their way back from a 6k gold deficit to manage to take the game is just astonishing. And then moments like this, where they have a gold lead going into the fights, it's just an absolute sweep.
Yeah, absolute destruction. Like that clip, it looks like Xiao Hao is caught out. He just goes in, finds 3, and then the TP's in from Forge's EDC. Then on the other side, FPX, these early skirmishes, this kind of chaos is really where they thrive.
Yeah, often, you know, trying to find themselves numbers advantages, or even just taking 3v3s here, being willing to commit and try and find the fight. And as you saw, shortest average game time, often able to find those advantages and close it out when the game goes in their favor. So another fight here over the Dragon there, up against OMG, where, you know, it looks split, it looks scattered, but they have a pretty clear idea of what they're looking to get out of this fight.
Yeah, one of the players that's kind of a highlight in both of those clips from FPX is Care on the Akali. And I want to talk a little bit more about Care, because he's up against Forge today. And I feel like these are two players that, coming into the split, expectations were relatively low, right? Care was a clear upgrade versus Gory, but didn't necessarily have massive expectations on his shoulders. And Forge has been, you know, not having the greatest couple of years for himself. But now this split, both players really leveling up, and it feels like they're somewhat centerpieces for their teams.
100%, and they have different play styles. You can look at the stats in front of you. Kills and assists at 15, kill participation at 15. That's why Care thrives. Similar to how Xiaohu was playing in spring, and even now, he's that super active roaming mid laner who's trying to be there for the plays. We talked about how they love the early skirmishes. A big reason why they're working is because of Care, and we have clips like this where, you know, a fight breaks out in the top lane and Care makes sure I am going to be there first. I am going to be able to join the fight, and it allows them to clean up.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, you know, I always feel bad for Yagao watching this clip, because he's there, he's a little too late to the party, and he ends up in a 1v4. But Care, able to be there first, able to be there for his team. And plays like this where it gets really, really messy, but FPX show that when they're working together, when they're working as a 3-man unit here, it just pays dividends every time.
Yeah, and Care, you know, as you said, got a little bit messy in this one, but they'll fish for the fights and they're willing to take the skirmishes, willing to try and outplay their opponents. And bear in mind, this is when JDG were on the undefeated streak, and they're able to just edge them out in these fights, which led to them getting their win against them and getting that big upset. And now, this one, I just really want to highlight Forge here on this Swain. A big signature pick for him, but the aggression, the fact he flashes over the wall to chase down the enemy team and starts diving the tower, and it just feels like his health bar doesn't move at all. He just seems immortal, but still outputting so much damage.
Yeah, it's absolutely mental watching him just waltz under a tower like that, but yeah, Forge, I think one of the best Swains in the league, while Swain may not be the most mechanically challenging champion available to our players. Still a prolific pick for it. His Silas amazing as well. And that Akali, a pick for both of our mid lanes. We're already into the draft though. We're already blasting on through. The Silas that we mentioned has been banned away. Lucian as a first pick. It's answered by his wife.
Yeah, immediately answered. And interesting, we're seeing the Lucian first pick because we really have not seen that much Lucian priority in recent weeks. It kind of felt like it fell off. People learned how to deal with it. It's still going to be that Lucian Nami as we kind of expect when we see it. And Summit has secured that now very fast. Bans coming out, and AL, you know, will lock in the center Tom. So rapid fire here. Haven't seen really anything new, anything that's kind of changed on the new patch. But we are going in the second round of bans, and you know, AL have a position to really pinch the jungle pool against Clid if they want to. Whereas for FPX, you know, if there's any top laners that feel like could be in a good matchup to Gnar, also any mid laners, maybe the Swain, the Talia, could come up as bans to sort of thin what AL can offer.
Yeah, we'll see. The Ahri taken off the board now. So when we're looking at Care's champion pool, you know, we mentioned the Silas, we mentioned the Ahri, Akali still available, maybe the Galio still available as well. The Galio, realistically, while Care likes the pick, not necessarily in the best spot in the meta right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think the big thing that hurt him was the Predator changes that made it so it's less movement speed early, because that's kind of how Galio played. You took Predator, you just made sure you were there, whatever the skirmish was, whatever the wave state, you're just always there in the fight and really strong. So definitely did trim some power from him. Now, AL do ban away the Lee Sin. There is still that Viego open and available. And FPX, you know, banning away the Swain and the Jax, very much signature picks, I feel like, for AL solo laners.
Yeah, we'll see where AL are going to go with this one. The newly buffed Talia, why not, right? When it's just had an increase in its power, when you've already played this a reasonable amount across the course of the split. As well, a couple of games already locked in on that Talia for Forge, and it certainly fits that style of roaming into the skirmishes that we talked about for Forge earlier.
Yeah, and honestly, it makes it very difficult for the Lucian, because if you ever, you know, try to dash forward, if the Unraveled Earth comes out, you're just going to get stunned up. Hard to be in range, do effective damage against what AL has. So, and this is one of the reasons we've seen the Lucian Nami struggle. I don't think this is an easy comp to play into. Now, FPX considering their options for jungle and mid here. They opt to go for the Trundles, is something that really will do well in the skirmishes early against the Wukong. Obviously, the Tahm Kench is a fantastic target to ult. And now looking at a mid lane here, I do feel like the FPX composition is quite short ranged. And, you know, going off that point I made about the Lucian, I think that might be a bit of a hindrance later on. So I wonder if they want to take a bit more range in the mid lane. Looks like they're going for the Victor. So he is not the longest range champion, but kind of able to, you know, really function reasonably well regardless. And now AL have to kind of pick up the response here to solidify their comp.
Kind of interesting to see that Victor as well. Not something that FPX have played so far this split. But up towards the top side here, the Gnar, kind of the safest blind pick that we've seen in LPL so far this split. But Camille, one of these picks that has been historically picked up, and it's a pick that is extremely comfortable for ZDZ. We've seen ZDZ lean on the Camille pick. He's got 6 Camille games this split, which, when you think about it, Camille not really pinned that meta, but then anyone's Legend have not really shown that they care that much about what everyone else is playing.
Yeah, I feel like AL just lean into what works for them. And ZDZ had some fantastic games in spring, you know, even when this team wasn't performing the best, at finding these great engage angles in team fights. And when you have a Camille, you look at the fact the enemy team has Victor and Lucian, this pick is going to be very effective at locking them down, allowing the follow-up. And honestly, I feel like FPX, you know, the Gnar is definitely a strong lane, but I'm not really convinced by the composition as a whole. I feel like they need to find momentum in this one with the Lucian Nami. They're going to struggle in team fights a bit into what the enemy team has, to what AL has. And also, you know, we talked about Care being this super active roaming mid laner, likes agency, likes to be there. He's playing Victor into Talia, so I don't see that really being the case. So, you know, FPX, the expectation is they come into the start of the game quite aggressive. That's normally how they play it out. They really need to here, but I'm not sure they've set themselves up with the best tools.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I've just had a little look at Care's stats, by the way, on this Victor. I had a look at his historic stats. Now, he's played Victor competitively 3 times ever and has almost a 10 KDA on the pick. He's got 3 wins on the champion. Now, granted, these were last year in spring and they were in the LDL. So I don't want to oversell this thing, but certainly a competent Victor here for Care, despite the fact we've not seen it in the LPL so far. But an aggressive bot lane, as always here from FPX, and you can anticipate that they will be wanting to put their best foot forward. But like you say, Victor mid, not really their usual style.
Yeah, and, you know, Lucian Nami fell out of favor, it feels like. Durability changes hurt it, but then since then, there was also the nerf solutions Q, and it just feels like, you know, if you don't win lane with this combo, you really will start to struggle. It can dominate if you take over the game and get ahead, but again, I still think it might not be the easy game to do so. So for me, focal point will be this bot lane. That's where I'm looking. That's where I want to see things happen, and where FPX should be looking to try and get a lead for themselves. You know, if Chocho oversteps in the lane, Trundle shows up, that pillar can be a great tool to shut him down.
So I want to get your take here, Orcs, before the game properly kicks off, because I feel like a lot of people are starting to say that AL may be on the cusp of a losing streak. Their schedule going to become very difficult for the rest of the split. Where are you sitting on them versus FPX, a team that had a very difficult schedule to start things off? I feel like for both teams, this is somewhat of a middle ground.
Yeah, I feel like I rate AL higher than FPX, but I don't think there's much in it, being honest. I feel like FPX have looked better. You know, actually, I feel like AL are better to a degree, but I still think the thing is like AL are 5th in the league right now. Do I think they're the 5th best team? I don't know. It's hard to call at the moment. I feel like that's the thing is like the end of the split, we have that big test. I know I'm being really wishy-washy with this.
Do I think they're the best team? Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I think we will get a lot of information based on today. I think up against FPX and OMG, 2 teams sort of right at the edge of playoffs, we'll get a big read, right? If they can stomp these teams, then I think we can sort of give some more merit to the standing. But those last 2 weeks, those 4 powerhouses they have to face, that will be the big test, the big challenge.
Honestly, that is going to be either a nightmare for AL doing those 4 games, or it will be like the awakening where we discover what AL are really made of. Nice little ward here from Forge onto the Raptors. They'll be able to spot Kled out as he paths towards the bottom side. See Xiaohao also going down towards the bottom side, missing his Krugs though, so he's already there on his Grok.
Yeah, and it does look like Kled should be able to get first move on the Skull if he wants it here. He has the bot priority in this situation, so if Hung and LWX wanted to move up, they could. But it looks like he actually just clear out that ward, so some good sort of understanding just because they tracked Forge's move over there. Make sure he's not spotted on his Raptor timer, because often if you have vision of the Raptors, you get the exact timer. It really sets you up easily to be able to invade when it respawns.
Yeah, it certainly does, but nicely done, as you say, by Kled to kind of just hold off on that one, go to the red buff. Now look towards the Scuttle Crab that's about to spawn. Xiaohao just finishing his blue buff off as well. Will be ever so slightly late to the party, though, and it means that Kled is able to just grab that one for himself. Decides he wants to move in, drops a pillar onto Xiaohao, but Xiaohao not interested in this one. Now the race towards top side, but then maybe Kled will just go towards his chickens.
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to pick up your Raptors, get them on the respawn timer. You have Prio top, and I believe the wave is bouncing back mid, so I think you're not super concerned. This is one of the things, though. Wukong did have his clear nerfed, and he's still been very prevalent in the meta. But you can kind of see the effect sometimes. He is not the fastest clearer. Now, I mean, he wasn't the fastest before, but it's definitely a pretty solid hit. And you see moments like this where, you know, you can get an edge on him, get to the Scuttle first, put him a bit behind. And if Wukong's still fantastic in skirmishes, so if he finds those fights, he will be able to snowball. But you can't really just rely on clearing through the jungle to get ahead.
Yeah, it does need to be a little more proactive. And speaking of proactivity, EDG trying to go aggressive on Summit, but doesn't quite find the stun, doesn't quite find the true damage either. Xiaohao in the wings here, but look at that. Blue pings on towards the monkey. It feels like FPX have just read Xiaohao like a book this game.
Yeah, doing a good job so far. And if they can shut down Xiaohao and allow Kled to play more aggressively, if he can be the one setting the pace, that's going to go really well. And especially in this bot lane, you know, we've seen LWX and Hung basically be in this position for the entire laning phase, up at the tower of AL, harassing and hopefully trying to get some plates as we go forwards. The worst thing that could happen in this situation is you get ganked, especially moments like that where LWX is dashing into trade. So having a good read of where Xiaohao is allows you to play the matchup like this.
Yeah, and it's so crucial as well as ZDZ once again trying to get aggressive up on the top side. Some good trades there onto Summit. It's really once you hit the level 6 on that Camille, you wait for the mini Nath to come out, look for the all-in. We'll be keeping our eyes on ZDZ when that occurs. I do want to talk a little more about this bottom lane though, Orcs, because for LWX and Hung, you know, when this duo first started earlier on in the year, people knew Hung as like this Leona player, right, that would just flash on cooldown. It feels good to see that. I feel like this duo have really evolved over the course of this split, over the course of this year in general. Like, we see so much more from Hung than just hard engaged champions now. Like, Renata is his most played champion of the split. Feels like he's really evolved as a player.
I completely agree, and I feel like that sort of ability to lean on other champions is so huge, because we expected the meta to shift a bit with the durability changes, you know, enchanters to become more frequent, but that's kind of been a sore point for LPL supports for a long time, where, you know, some of them just seem so uncomfortable on enchanters, and Hung showing he is proficient in both styles. He can really do it all. And particularly, I remember like the Callisto Renata games that they played earlier in the split, where there would be tower diving at level 2 before the enemy team had even hit level 1. Just such aggression that can come out from them, even when he is playing, you know, things like Renata, things like Nami, still looking to punish in laning phase and give the opponents no chance to breathe.
Yeah, showing that he doesn't need to be that tanky to pretend that he's on Leona, and just going to be helping out here in the jungle with Kled, just making sure that Kled can clear through without being spotted out the entire game. Has been a slow one to start off, but this was kind of expected, right? With a victor in the mid lane from the side of FPX against AL, a team that we know much prefer to focus later on into the game. But that's kind of my next question, Orcs, is at what point do things really start to happen for AL? Because, you know, Wukong level 6, Talia level 6, these feel like big spikes to me.
Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right. Those spikes can really allow you to start making more proactive plays. You know, you have Betty with the global ultimate as well to facilitate. So I think at that point, you can start leading to skirmishes a bit more and look to contest. And particularly around these neutral objectives. Herald's going to be up in a minute. I expect that to be a point of contention because right now we look at the bot lane and there hasn't really been too much of a lead. No plates taken for FPX's bot lane as much as they're pushing up the tower. And the fact that you have a melee with
Oh, big damage onto Betty. Ignite burned as well. And honestly, FPX are going to be happy with that one. They burnt their heal for an Ignite. I think they'll take that trade happily, especially with Drake on the map on that bottom side if they wanted to lean to that. But Clid wanted to make things happen simultaneously in the top side. EDG, though, he suspects something's up. He knows that he can't step up.
And he knows he doesn't need to. Look at the way he's going to push into him. So as long as he's not scared of a dive, which when Forge has level 6, you really should be okay. And you're full HP as well. You know you're just going to be able to catch his wave. So Clid does offer that assistance and is now looking towards the Herald to go for the neutrals. And look at the bot lane. We can see LGD and Hung start to make the move up, but they are being matched. So we may well get a skirmish come out over this, but Herald's already getting pretty low and Xiaohao's not there yet.
Yeah, and remember, FPX, they're the early birds in this matchup. They're the ones that are used to fighting over Herald. Here we go. Xiaohao gets the steal, and now they look for a kill onto Clid as well. Low HP, but Xiaohao low himself, and it's answered by Forge. Now Forge getting chased down. Big damage from the laser. LWX flashes out to safety. Betty trying to peel for Chocho, but he's just not tanky enough, and there's a Nah from Summit to finish the kill.
So more kills for FPX, but AL, the fact they stole the Herald is an absolute win there. Xiao able to pick it up before he dies, and I don't think FPX really get anything more out of this, so a big win for AL. They will absolutely take that one, but it does come down to how effectively they manage to use that Herald. If they're taking a full tower with it, then for sure they traded up in that, and we'll be able to get a replay here. So just the fact that, Xiaohao makes this initial move, gets the smite, focus onto Clid, and they just delete him from the game. And sure, they lose one in return, and then we have this extended trade that does go in favor of FPX, but I just love the target selection from AL. Take out one target immediately, guarantee at least get one kill in the trade and the Herald, and then you're in a good position.
Yeah, it just felt like Forge had little to no influence on that one. He managed to get his flick onto Care through the entire Unraveled Earth and did about 100 damage. It was... not the most impactful ability I've ever seen. Oh, no, cannon goes down. ZDZ. Absolutely good on that one. Nice stun by Summit to deny a little CS. And speaking of, let's kind of recap where we're at in the game in terms of numbers right now, because it's a minor lead for FPX, but that should be limited, if not taken over, by anyone's legend. They're the ones that are going for the Drake right now. And when you look at them statistically, one of the highest Drake percentages in the entire league. That's including the very top teams. So AL kind of living up to that reputation. And we'll see where they're going to go with that Herald to bolster one of these lanes.
And it really puts FPX in an uncomfortable spot, because if they end up getting caught out, which Clid might
Clid's
be.
in trouble. That's a root. That's a lot of damage coming out from the center. Dawning Shadow flashed away by Clid, but now he's stuck in the right. Wait a second! Clid just jumps on down on a bit of monkey leg. Gets himself a nice little snack as Forge now trying to chase onto Care. He's stuck under the tower, but he can't actually get away. Nice little flank from Jojo, and a great fight from AL.
Yeah, but the thing I will say is they take down Xiaohao, which means he's the one with Herald in pocket. Imagine that play if Xiaohao survives. You can guarantee Herald being thrown out mid, a bunch of plates taken. So Clid trading that actually very important. And in the bot lane, we see a big wave pushed in. We see LWX and Hung take a plate. Definitely still favored for AL, don't get me wrong, but it could have been a lot worse for FPX if they weren't able to take down the Wukong.
Yes, feels like every single fight so far this game has been neck and neck, right? Where we're trading 2 for 1 each time. LWX and Hung didn't get involved in that previous play, so they were able to get a plate for themselves down in the bottom lane. And now with the Gale Force there as well, up against Betty, who has that Umbral Glaive. It feels like this is going to be a tense next couple of minutes with the Wukong Ultimate available, with Talia's Weaver's Wall available. It could all come down to this bottom lane.
And I feel like for the Lucian Nami as well, Hung hasn't quite hit the Imperial Mandate spike. That's the big one when both have their one item. Often we talk about an 80 carries item spikes, but the Lucian syncs so well with the Nami. So the Lucian Nami syncs so well together. The Nami spikes are actually really important as well. And we do eventually get the Herald going mid. Often we see this, you know, just get a couple of plates mid, set the tower up to be punished later. And this should just get the charge. Okay. Yeah. So a little bit too healthy.
So I saw Clip coming in, and I was like, oh my god, it was still on like 2k HP with no eye available, so it wasn't gonna happen. But you know, you can't blame me for getting a little excited. Xiaohao will get that gold as Summit. Takes a bit of damage from ZDZ, and again, this matchup ain't getting any easier for Summit at this point.
Yeah, Divine Sundra hit for ZDZ, and we did talk about this a little bit earlier. How it just have a bit more healing, a bit more base damage, but the percent HP nerfed. So maybe with Gnar, who ends up being very bulky and Mega Gnar, maybe a little bit weak, it's hard to scope out. But ultimately, that's the main thing with the Camille. She is going to scale up to be a monster, you know. And overall, the state of the game, I think AL are pretty happy with. You know, they're even in gold. They have this Centaur that's going to scale exceptionally. The Lucian Nami hasn't taken over. As much as they've had pressure in the lane, it hasn't really manifested into anything yet.
No, not just yet. And we'll see if it will. And FPX, I'm getting a little bit nervous for them because when we see them play, like we said before, fastest average game time in the entire league. We'll see if they can pull off this kind of team fight style that they've drafted towards with Care having that Victor. Look at this, though. Cleared, waiting in the wings of the bottom lane. Chocho playing it safe so far. He really wants to go for that CS, but he's not going to do it. Won't commit. Still has Deep Water Dive available as well, so he'll be okay. Yeah,
I mean, it's so scary because if you get pillared by the Trundle, if you try to Deep Water Dive to get past it, which is, you know, what you'd obviously want to do, you just going to get bubbled instantly. So
yeah,
avoids that pressure. And this just kind of feels like a repeated thing, you know, not too much pressure being able to be achieved in this bot lane. Kind of stagnating in that regard. And I just think the fact that they weren't able to get that first Herald really slowed down FPX. Now we do have the second Herald coming up in 30 seconds. And ZDZ is looking.
Our ultimate comes out from Summit here as the rest of the team comes in. Weaver's wall down. Summit low on HP, Dawning Shadow. But Forge didn't go along his Weaver's wall.
Yeah, I think he saw the TP and he just didn't think it was worth going for.
ZDZ doesn't commit. Care goes straight over the wall, 2v1, and forces a flash out. Care turns out pretty scary on his Victor, and AL definitely scared of him.
And I think this should give enough pressure for FPX just to pick up this Herald. You know, you chunked out AL, you managed to be in that flash on top of that. It does mean if you look at the bot lane, AL are leaving their duo there, and they're going to try and take some plates. So, I mean, sorry, plates are gone. They're going to try and take some damage onto this tower. Definitely a trade-off in that regard, but FPX showing up in force to secure that second Herald.
We certainly have. It's dead even in gold, though, right now, Hawks. This has been a very close, very quiet early game as Summit getting TP'd on here. Xiaohao in the wings as well. But it looks like CDZ won't commit to actually going for the play. Just trying to stop the wave and try to get that CS. So still dead even in the game. It's been a quiet one. 5 seconds until the Drake comes up. AL the first ones to get a Drake this game.
Yeah, and FPX really want the second one because if they want Soul to be a win condition or they want AL to be far away from it, you really don't want to give them 2 early dragons. They have the Herald if they want to use that for pressure in the lane to make it happen. But honestly, if we look at the reset timings coming in, Betty and Chocho have just leaving base now. Forge just reset on top of that. They're in no position to contest this, and this should just be second dragon picked up by FPX, which is, you know, we saw first Herald, first dragon for AL, second dragon, second Herald for FPX. And as you said, the goal's been a very even, so feels neck and neck so far in this game.
Yeah, it certainly does. I will say that the gold at the top doesn't feel that representative of the gold on the actual scoreboard so far this game. Because when you look at the lanes, I'm just going to hold that thought for a second as the tower will go down. Looks like there will be no fight. And when you look at the lanes like ZDZ having that kill up over Summit, and he's got the 2 assists. Forge having a small advantage over Care in the mid lane as well. Betty scaling up on this center. And, you know, the Lucian Nami not really able to have that much of an effect yet. And granted, they ain't going to fall off anytime soon. That Lucian still will be devastating later on. But I feel like we need to see a little bit more out from FPX in the short term if they want to find an advantage.
I think this is the point, right? I was talking about the one-item spikes between the bot lane duo of the Lucian Nami. this is a moment where Lucian has enough burst to just nuke anyone he gets onto. You have the extra dash, so you can like Gale Force culling someone, and you can kind of use that to play around, like look for picks, look for early kills in the skirmish to find an advantage. We're at a point where it's 3.5 minutes, no, 4 minutes honestly, until the next dragon. It's going to be about taking those structures, and I really want to see FPX open up the map with the Herald being used. Right now, they're looking to get this top tower without using it, which I think is a great call, because if they didn't get this tower, they trade it off for the one in the bot lane, and you look to use that second Herald in the mid lane tower. If you take that one, you can expand your vision a bit deeper, and anyone who tries to walk up to contest mid prio, that's where the Lucian can dash in and just look to burst them out and find a pick.
And that'll be the big moments that we're looking for in this game, is when you look at, obviously, the Lucian burst that you just talked about, but also Victor, when you can Chaos Storm on top of that, there's Summit literally Nars, then mini Krugs right there, just to get the 4 CS for himself. Fair play to you. The burst that is available from this FPX squad is terrifying. So, AL, it will be down to not mispositioning, not going too deep, because, going too deep is something that, Camille definitely has been known to do in the past. The Talia, if you use the Weaver's Wall wrong, definitely can overextend. So, AL will have to play it cautiously. But I feel like that's the area of expertise for AL, honestly. When you look at the way that they play as a unit, right? When they're in team fights together, when they're in skirmishes together, the coordination and the synergy, they just always seem so important.
Absolutely, and I think for both sides it needs to be this game. Anyone who missteps is so easily going to be punished in this one, but we do see FPX going for that mid lane tower, as I'd hoped they would, and there's a flank coming in.
Oh, everybody over the Weaver's Wall, though, will mean that the mid lane tower does survive. The eye popped there as Betty just grabs himself a few souls for his trouble, but AL want to keep this one going. Cleared the target, won't be knocked up for now, but will be knocked back there. Xiaohao now elects into the ultimate himself. Cleared low, Dawning Shadow to finish him off. Care now moving forward as LWX gets the burst onto Forge. Gale Force forward, Betty alone but flashes out to safety. Chocho saves the day on the Talia, and it's LWX that went too deep this time around. Hung caught in a Hex Tech ultimatum, but ZDZ doesn't have the damage. He's gone too deep as well. It's pure chaos in this fight as Chocho throws a lick towards Care. There's a root as well. Can they get the flank back? Doesn't look like it, because Summit is here to clean house. The boomerangs are flying, and it's an easy kill onto Chocho.
And AL, it felt like they had the fight in hand. They had the advantage. They even managed to take out LWX, but just massive oversteps at the end. ZDZ, not sure what he was going for there, and Forge as well, disrespecting the Gnar. Now, Summit doing what he can to try and look. Yeah, trying to find Xiaohao, but won't be able to. Overall, FPX managed to come out ahead, but like this fight feels so favored towards AL at first because they commit onto the Trundle and they basically managed to take him out without really suffering any casualties, although they do obviously burn a lot of cooldowns. But then LWX goes aggressive here and gets punished quite heavily, chunks Forge out, but we see Xiaohao returning and take him. And at this point, I feel like, okay, fight is pretty clearly in favor of AL. And then CDZ, I don't know. No reason for you to go over the wall there. Clearly disrespecting the fact that someone was there. He definitely had vision from walking past before, so just a big mistake. And then here, Forge trying to take out Care. Once again, it's like the Gnar is invisible. He's not a stealth champion. The AL just forget he exists.
I feel like this is a classic case of, it's mini Gnar, therefore we don't have to worry about it. But someone's like, look, I still got a boomerang. I've still got my hyper procs. I'm still going to take you down. Takes 2 kills for himself. Almost got the triple as well. But now, Drake spawning once again in 10 seconds, Orcs, and I feel like both teams really want this one.
Hung just got picked, I think. We were 6-5 at the end of that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're going to get
he's
picked in
currently
picture.
dead, right? So.
Yeah, looks like he just overstepped and got caught by the CC. Nice knockback as well. So, yeah, good pick to set up AL for this next objective, but we just seen Chocho get chunked out, so...
Yeah, Chocho's like, anything you can do, I can do better. Has to go back to base himself. So the advantage AL had may be gone at this point, as Betty just going to use his sustain. Chocho trying to return to the play here. Income's cleared from the side. Forge could be a target. Good chunk onto him, but manages to step out of the gravity well. Summit moving forward, about to turn Mega Gnar. This is an opportunity for a mid lane tower here for FPX, and AL health bar's low. I feel like maybe they just have to give the Drake.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to posture for it. Remember, they have the sustain from the center to try and help them out. And Mega's going to time out. That could be a window for them. Summit playing very aggressively here, trying to find an avenue. But yeah, Mega times out. And FPX have to be cautious now.
Could just be a steal situation. Xiaohao in the pit right now. Clid trying to find his way in, but on Trundle, not the easiest champion to muscle into the pit with. Drake taken, AL go in, Xiaohao. Big damage across the team with the Dawning Shadow, but just gets popped. In the meantime, Care will go down. ZDZ saved by Chocho. But Chocho can't even save himself. ZDZ over the wall with a hookshot wall dive. Forge flashes out to safety. It's 2 for 1 so far, but FPX wants some more. Weaver's wall out to safety. But Forge, what have you done? He's corralled his teammates into the fight. ZDZ will fall. LWX just reigning supreme as Clid burns down the enemy. And that was disastrous from Forge.
Forge, cancel the wall, please. Just left them in there. Jailed his own teammates. Like, take them, not me. And FPX managed to clean up so effectively in that fight. LWX basically untouched. And, you know, this fight is a necessary fail. They already got the dragon, yet they opt into it. And look at Care. Knocked up, knocked back, but still survives to get his combo out in return. And though he eventually goes down, so much was burned by AL. And look at LWX constantly in this fight, just moving forwards, avoiding the Unraveled Earth, but able to chase down all these targets. And here, you know, not only the wall, but the pillar as well. Painful for AL, honestly. Not the coordinated team play we typically expect of them.
No. You know, Betty's there, stuck against the wall. Like, it still won't help you outrun the lion. And Forge's like, I don't have to outrun the lion. I just have to outrun you. And then goes back in and dies as well. So, you know, the moral of the story, the fable here is that cancel your Weaver's wall.
Yep. Look at that damage, by the way, from Forge there. Did almost 5,000. I mean, buff Talia was already pretty strong, but in those extended fights, able to just do so much with the constant.
It's a really interesting strategy, actually, right? You pen your teammates in, so the enemy is distracted with killing your teammates, so you can bolster your damage numbers. It's a strong little strategy coming out from Forge. I'll stop hammering on the Mistle there. Baron is on the cards though now, Orcs, and I feel like both teams starting to lean towards that. FPX though with a sizable advantage now. Most of this game, it was very even. FPX now about 5,000 gold up. It feels like they're the ones in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of that gold is on LWX. If you look, 3 full completed items on that Lucian. That is pretty scary. With the Sorello's Grudge as well.
Items.
Yeah, you're culling. I mean, you already had the Nami empowerment to make that slow, but you're just going to shred anyone. So I think AL, in the position you're in now, you have that second dragon. It means that FPX are a long way away from Secure and Soul. You kind of just need to play slow and not let FPX take any fights right now, because they will demolish you if they manage to find a team fight right now. Yeah. So slow the game, pace of the game now. Just make sure they're not doing Baron. That's essentially the protocol for them.
Yeah, I like the Schroeder's Grudge as well. As you say, the slow going to be there, but also I like LWX realizing that Chocho is going to be in his face every single fight. CDC going to be trying to get on top of him. Needs to be able to get through that Death Dance. Needs to be able to get through the Frostfire Gauntlet. There on the Tom Kench as well. Ward's coming out. Clid a little too far forward. Dodges the knockup, but still takes half of his HP as damage. Hung, though, has a bit of sustain. By both teams, reasonable amount of sustain in this one as Care moves forward. Clid will smite the red buff. Will he survive it? Yes, he will, because AL are in full retreat. Not interested in fighting this one, and I can understand why. The tidal wave across Clid pulled back in. Dawning Shadow there, but there's just no damage coming out from AL.
Yeah, and you don't want to be fighting there. In that little choke point, that brush, it's so devastating if a pillar is there or the gravity field. They now want to check the Baron, but look, Chocho's just dead.
Oh, Chocho, not the way to go right there. Need to stay with his team. And, you know, they need to, as you say, need to know if the Baron is gone. But there's
look,
a blue
there's
trinket ward.
There's a ward, yeah. Well, I mean...
So, I take it back. They didn't need to check at all. Just a meaningless death there from Chocho. And now a potential opportunity for FPX. I don't think they realize Baron is warded because they're trying to bait it. Okay, there we go. Ward is gone now. Resets will come out across the board here. Drake up in 45 seconds. That is the sliver of hope here for AL at this stage.
I honestly feel like you just give this Drake. I feel like you're too far behind. The fights are too difficult. Senna is down 2 levels. We often see Senna fall behind. They are giving Senna farm now and trying to get us some XP, which is something some teams haven't done, which has been when we've seen Senna be like 4 levels behind. But she's still very far down in items. She's got a decent amount of souls, but you really want to lean into that. So just give up the dragon. I don't mind if they're just in the vicinity to like contest pressure, but I don't want you to fight it for AL. You're so far behind. Best case scenario is you get some vision in the Baron area and then it just stalls out FPX from doing that objective.
Yeah, just try and deny the double objectives here. But FPX are just saying, you know what? Screw the neutral objectives. If you're going to go and deal with that, we'll just send 3 people mid, push the wave, and take a free tier 2. And then we can retreat to the Drake, because we've got pressure in the bottom side as well. With Care pushing up on the Victor. He's having a great performance on this Victor pick as well. Does need to be a little cautious. With the Weaver's Wall and Chocho nearby as well. Doesn't want to overextend too much, but he will back away. Just head over to the Gromp instead. Just grab himself as much gold as he could possibly find. And that's a Drake taken. As you say, AL just going to back away and not contest for the time being. So we kind of reset to a quiet point, and AL, they need to kind of show us what they're made of right now, right? This is the team that we said coming into things. They're the team that's going to be wanting to play for the later team fights. They're the team that's going to want to coordinate as a 5-man unit and work later on. Well, we've got to that later stage now, and it's not looking like they really can contest anything.
Yeah, they just need more time. And if they get picked off, if someone oversteps, if someone makes a mistake, that could be the window for FPX to take Baron, and that's when the game may not be salvageable. So they need to do a difficult task. Stop FPX from ever doing the Baron while also not losing a team fight when they're this far ahead of you. And Forge, playing with fire, they're going.
In he goes, straight on towards Hung. Wants to kill the Nami, wants a bit of sushi. But in the meantime, his monkey friend has gone down. LWX chasing for Betty, gets him low, flashes forward. LWX, he wants blood and he'll find it. Summit taking down Forge. A clean ace for FPX.
And death timers are long. There should just be enough with 5 members up for FPX to take game 1. And honestly, the early game was pretty even, but as soon as it got to the mid game, FPX just took over, completely crushed this one. And AL, I'm not sure what the plan was with the engage there, but they never really looked like they got a look in after they fell behind.
Yep, beautiful stuff here from FPX. Kind of dominant, honestly. And we were concerned when we saw the draft, when we saw the Victor in the mid lane. That was not like the standard that we're used to from FPX, but it works out anyway. The wave clear, the denial of pressure from AL from that mid lane. And once it got to the coordinate team play, just felt like FPX totally on the same page the entire game.
And I don't understand the decision in going for that final fight. Like, we actually saw ZDZ ult the Nami, but was like basically next to tower when that happened. So not the best target, and also not the best position to go for it. It kind of just felt like they said, look, it's game 1. We still have a series. If we lose this, let's just try and all in on a fight. If it fails, it fails. But yeah, that didn't really seem like it had much chance of going in the right direction. And now AL have to bounce back into game 2. And yeah, I think FPX doing a fantastic job of not giving over any windows and performing the skirmishes. I said I thought the Lucian would struggle in these fights. You know, you're a short-range carry. There's a Talia on the other side. The Unraveled Earth is a pain for Lucian because you have to, like, navigate around it. If you dash through it, you're just going to get stunned and chunked. And it never really felt like there was an issue. LWX paladin the pick masterfully. Yeah. And I was saying how the priority has dropped. Lucian Nami is not being played nearly as much. You know, coming out in the start of summer, it was like 100% red side ban for Lucian or close to. And now it's kind of like, you know, barely seen, but LWX showing what you can do when piloted correctly, what you can do when you get, you know, enough of a lead in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, when they've managed to find these advantages, and Summit having a great game on that Gnar as well, like, we saw him get counterpicked, still able to survive the laning phase, still able to work towards the later stages, still able to find some good Gnar ultimates as well. I especially like the one on the mini Krugs. I think that was the highlight for me, managing to find himself, what is that, 52 gold? Not too shabby, not too shabby. But yeah, ultimately, fantastic game from FPX. LWX in the team fights as well. That Lucian during that final team fight, absolutely beautiful to watch.
I mean, look at the damage that came out. But Summit as well on the Gnar, really fantastic performance. It felt like there was a big fight in the mid game where it was sort of looking AL favor, and Summit just cleaned up, was disrespected when he was in mini Gnar. But yeah, you can see with the gold graph, not like an immediate upward rise. It took a while, but eventually FPX just grabbed hold of the game and never let it go again.
Yeah, I feel like ZDZ is going to have a call from his parents anytime now. For anyone that missed that, he posted on Weibo that apparently he had a whole bunch of missed calls from his mum trying to tell him how to play his Kennen the other day. So hopefully mum has some tips on the Camille as well after that game, because ZDZ maybe needs it.
Yeah, why are you open the Nami? That would be...
Don't flash over the wall.
Yeah. So, you know, not the best play we've seen from AL for sure, but FPX showing why the expectation was they'd bounce back from the difficult start of the season, right? Why, even though they faced some of the stronger teams and we're in that hole, I think 1-5, they've really managed to have a big resurgence.
Yep, they certainly have, and they're looking to keep that ball rolling. We'll see if they can in game number 2 right after the break. Let's see who takes it. I say it's 1v1. Carson is literally right there in the brush. Whoa. And Rookie, he's got, oh, the Shy! The positioning was beautiful. He's about to turn Mega. No flash available. I don't think he escapes this one. The Shy actually gets away with it again. Can you ever shut this man down?
He's going for it. He's going for it, man.
No way. No way! The Shy!
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice. Excel like POTUS.
Three people now fall. Soulflake comes through as TP as well. Ming in the middle of everyone. The Glacial Prison saves his life as he flashes over the wall. And Xiaohu coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cover. Nick of time as Panda only just dies. Under turret, LNG have just been hand stiff as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Penta again, baby!
We off this wave for all 19. I don't, got no words, don't say too much.
Misfits looking for it, trying to just burn it before they can get there. Misfits might be able to take this one before Razzle can get it, and he's looking for the smite. No! 34 HP, no, BTO now going to try and get off the backline. Mercer diving in as well, and Misfits might call the sound to retreat, but instead, they call the sound to dive! And the Misfits star shines brightly today. A triple kill for Neon. Only Humanoid survives. Misfits turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win.
Very scary Manta Ray. I should probably run away from that thing as getting to work was umpty, but there are 3 members of Nongshim here. He is actually so tanky, and he is going to survive as Morgan comes in, peels very nicely for him. As here comes Nongshim with Meganar. And will they be able to kill this Ornn? I don't know. I mean, that's a 3-man knockout coming in as it's got Morgan against 4. He takes down 2 and nearly gets a 3rd.
Finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life.
E agora o Dragão Ancião tem um a menos na equipe da Pen Game. Como é que vai ficar isso? Joga pra longe, agora o Croc tem que esperar ele voltar. Mas eles vão dando bastante dano. O Tinoz vai separar de novo a equipe da Pen. Por enquanto, sem definição, carinho. O Croc tá longe. Influence, sobrou um Brace, abates Pen Game, a nota que é do Kaká! O Kaká entra no covil, pega o Dragão Ancião e a Pen puxa a rota no meio pro GG.
All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do.
It's gonna be all about Johnson.
They just gotta go, I think. If they try and fight early, that's their best chance.
And they're gonna look for too quick, getting slowed up, gonna package around, a lot of spots being taken, and Soul dropped. One so far, Alpha gonna burn the zone, he's packaged it pretty well right now. Disengaged though, and a death onto the support, but he yoinked back, well done. That is the 80 carry gun, as he flies in, Zonia's popped, and here we go. It's time for Instinct to go for broke.
No way.
Number 4, give it to him, you better not steal this! The kill comes through in his second ever LCS game. What is it with TSM 80 carry stand-ins and first week pentakill?
When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
ever since returning, nothing stops my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird.
下场面对 AL 战队嘛，他们双人组就是也是经验比较丰富，然后就是比较强的下路嘛，对上他们的话，就尽量让自己的对线保持一点优势吧。我觉得我们要想赢下来的话，可能需要在前面的资源控制上面再做好一些更好的准备。
I'll head towards game number 2 now between AL and FPX. Unbunchables joined by Orcs as well, as FPX started things off pretty strong. And I will say, that mini Gnar team fighting was summit else, that's for sure.
Okay, whatever, Joe. But yeah, solid performance from Summit. You know, we've seen Gnar be such a high prio, such a powerful pick at the moment. And as much as EDG held on okay in the laning phase, didn't have the same impact in team fights. I think it's the fact that, you know, there's extra bulky stats for Gnar from the durability changes. You can just walk up on people in mini Gnar form. The percentage HP is such a problem. You can often just beat them up and soul them out in mini Gnar. But then if you hit Mega, I mean, we all know how strong Mega is. But like here, walks up on ZDZ, just absolutely shreds through him, and then continues to be a big threat in this fight.
Yeah, just everyone's so low. And like you said during the replay when we were watching it live, just felt like everyone forgot he existed and then just chases Betty and Chocho down. Betty managing to escape, but Chocho not so lucky. And then as the game went on, it felt like the situations just got worse.
Yeah, I mean, AL definitely knew they were in a hole, and instead of playing it patient, trying to wait it out, they just went, look, let's throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. The answer was nothing, unfortunately, but we are a best of 3 regions, so AL should be able to bounce back for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. There's another opportunity right here. So we'll see what AL are going to be able to find up their sleeves here, because they're moving over to the blue side as well. So the draft should change. I'm curious if AL will try and blind the Gnar now to try and take that away from Summit, whether or not they allow that through. Maybe just ban it altogether. We'll have to see what AL's take is going to be on this second draft. But certainly, I think mid lane priority might change quite a lot. Maybe getting mid laners in the first rotation before all the bans can come through.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I feel like if you want to get your hands on something like the Swain, that's fair enough. But I feel like the biggest thing is just the ban. I feel like bans, the fact that AL, you know, being on red side, you have to ban the Zeri. Poppy's super high priority at the moment. Renata as well. I feel like you have less scope to specifically target things that you kind of want to deny away. Whereas on blue side, you know, you said the Gnar ban. I think AL can just ban Gnar on blue if they really want to. Gives them a lot more freedom to shut down what Summit can do. Because I think, you know, that Gnar performance was fantastic, but he is just like the strongest top laner at the moment. It definitely feels.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Gnar, very, very blindable and has had a lot of success in the LPL, especially in the hands of Summit. That's 4 games on Gnar. Summit has played this split. 100% win rate. His KDA, like 33. And that's before including that most recent game. So he's doing okay for himself. He's doing okay for himself on the Gnar. I'm not sure that's something that you should allow through, because also Summit, hilariously, 32% of FPX's damage currently. Like, that is a mind-blowing percentage for a top laner. Let's take a look at this draft, though, as we head towards game number 2 and see what AL can pull out here. Poppy ban, Renata ban, answered by GP and Swain.
Yeah, so we expect FPX's final ban will be the Zeri. This is what AL banned on red side last game, except obviously I don't expect them to ban the Zeri here, so they have a bit more freedom. If they want to target the Gnar, they can here. Otherwise, they can first pick themselves if they really want. Silas and Kalista were banned away last time by FPX, and they are still open and available. So AL will ban away the Silas. That kind of leaves Kalista as that last standout pick that was banned last game. As I expect, FPX are going to ban the Zeri. I don't think you mess around with Zeri, let's be real.
No, you definitely do not.
Well, I
maybe
mean,
you do mess around with Zeri.
I guess maybe the concern was that AL would take Kalista first pick and then go Kalista Amumu. Like, Chocho is a scary Amumu. Or maybe they're wagering, look, we would rather face you on Zeri than face Betty, Chocho, Kalista Amumu, which is a lot of respect towards it. But yeah, this is absolutely what you expect. And know, we'll see what FPX. I feel like anytime you leave Zeri open, you have to have a plan in place for how you're going to counter it. But to no one's real surprise, it looks like they may just opt to prioritize that Gnar once again.
And that is a dangerous Gnar to go up against. We just talked about the stats. Over 30 KDA, 100% win rate over 4 games right now for Summit. Destroying them in the last game. Happy to pick this one up blind if he wants it. Summit going with comfort, going with something that he has been dominating the league in and wants to continue that run. But now to the rest of FPX, as they could start to look towards bottom lane, the Lucian army still available if they wanted to go for something aggressive again.
Yeah, and the only issue here is that, you know, you potentially leave your jungle out to dry. So we could see them prioritize the jungle here, which would mean that bot lane isn't as good as sort of responding. But actually, not even going to go in that direction. You're going to prioritize Talia. So something we saw picked up by L in the second rotation. FPX won it now, and this kind of suits Care to a T, right? We talked about him in the pre-show. Roaming mid, likes to be active on the map. You have a mid laner who can find that prio and be around. And also, you know, Zeri isn't the longest range AD carry. Definitely can be threatened by the Talia. And now AL can either bring in a plan if they want to prioritize the jungle here, maybe the mid laner, and respond to what FPX has. But they're just going to lock in this Akali already.
Yeah, so AL definitely a bit of a sideways approach to this draft, getting the Zeri, getting the Akali now. But getting comfort is a key thing here for Forge. Like, Akali is a pick that Forge has been playing his entire career. Definitely very comfortable. You know, hilariously, the Kassadin, also a pick that Forge played his entire career, but is Akali's second most played, a 4 KDA and over a 60% win rate with that pick. So just prioritizing that mid lane matchup. We'll see how FPX are going. It's possible that it's a Talia jungle, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how they did buffer in the jungle a bit, you know, stuns monsters with a boulder. That's why I feel like as much as Forge is proficient on the Akali, it was weird to bring out. And also, you know, Talia has your Unraveled Earth. It tends to be pretty good against champions with dashes. And I feel like AL have picked 3 champions with dashes. So we'll see how that one pans out. Either way, FPX locking the Kalista. A lot of the typical pairings we see with the Kalista out the window. Renata gone and Mumu gone. And AL have a chance to target those even more if they want to thin away things like the Nautilus. But FPX will target top lane picks once again. With that Jax being taken away, they could just ban the Camille as well. And makes you start a question, right? This Gnar, super strong, super high prio. If ZDZ's pool is thinned and you're facing the best top lane on the patch, it's not going to be a fun time.
Certainly not. The Lee Sin being banned away as well. Like you say, the Jax gone. You could ban the Camille, or, I mean, honestly, the Camille, not that effective for ZDZ in game number 1 of the series. You could just allow that through if Summit's confident to go up against the Camille as well. But, you know, removing comfort is always going to be a good way forward, so maybe just banning the Camille as well could be a good option and could leave Summit in a very comfortable position up in that top side. Yuumi banned away, denying the Zeri-Yuumi combo in the bottom side.
Yeah, you know, we've seen Zeri Yuumi, Zeri Renata, some strong lanes that if you don't check them early, cause a lot of issue. And also, because I expect AL to ban Nort here. Nort, one of the best answers to Yuumi, because, you know, you can't really use that movement speed to outplay his ultimate. Nautilus will be banned as expected. Now, FPX, I think you just take your jungler here. I don't think you get too much from keeping the flex open, and getting that support counter pick can be really important.
Yeah, definitely can. So cleared. Going to be looking for a jungler, and I feel like FPX were kind of hovering the Kassadin, trying to bait AL into saying, look, we're taking the Talia jungle, locking their AD carry, but it is going to be the Talia in that mid lane at the end. Viego going to the jungle. Now anyone's legend need to lock in a support, need to lock in a top laner. They know their matchup for that top lane, not for support though.
Yeah, I imagine the Camille again. I feel like Camille does very well into Kalista, into the Viego as well, for picking those targets out. ZDZ's laning phase was fine on top of that, so I think it makes sense. And it's on theme, right? You have this dive composition already. My question is, what is AL going to pick in the support lane? One thing to note is the reason they were kind of hovering Braum before. With Kalista, Renata is kind of the exception in that she is like a ranged enchanter you play with Kalista. Most of the time, you want to play a melee champion with Kalista to get the most advantage out of the ultimate, throwing them in, and also to play aggressive in lane. So I think AL going into this one expecting FPX to pick some sort of engaged support, maybe something like the Rel, along those lines. So they pick the Alistair, feeling confident that they're not just going to get harassed at a lane.
Yeah, and gives them kind of a follow-up engage, right? Look how deep this AL team wants to go, right? With a Wukong and a Kali and Alistair and Camille, and then Zeri to laser across the top and then fly into the fray herself. Feels like anyone's legend are gonna go deep on this one. And FPX answering that with a Rakan, certainly a great engage tool, can be a great counter-engage tool as well.
And I think it's quite clear AL have this heavy dive composition, whereas FPX have some strong kiting tools. You know, the Talia, the Kalista are decent at keeping melee champions at bay and kiting backwards, and it's really going to come down to the execution and how they can find the angles. AL, if you run at FPX in a straight line, you're going to get charmed, you're going to get stunned, you get knocked up. But if you can find flank angles, they'll perform much better in the team fights. But, you know, even before that, looking at the laning phase, I think bot lane, AL are happy. Mid lane, you know, you're not going to have too much pressure from the Kali, and that's really where I think FPX can shine, is the fact that they have the Nara on the top, who's going to have control. They have the Talia, who's going to be able to move around and make things happen, and that's where we've seen the best play from Care, when he's active on the map. So FPX likely to hit the ground running in this one.
And I think, like, it's crucial that FPX coming into game number 2 here, really solid draft for themselves, a clear game plan available for them, plenty of aggression available as well. This is a team that have struggled across the course of the split. They had a very difficult schedule to start themselves off, but just as the schedule gets easier, Summit comes in as well. He's been playing amazingly. It feels like the team is really coming into their own. Game number 1 looking pretty clean for them against AL. Now a great draft into game number 2. If they could take a clean win here, they're going to start to look like one of the teams that you should expect to be climbing that ladder towards maybe even a higher seed for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, there's potential. They're on the cusp of getting towards that 10th place in the league spot and being able to say, okay, at least we're in the top 10 for now. But yeah, they can really start to make some headway, especially as AL, I feel like, are one of the harder teams that they had left in their schedule. So if they manage to win this, would be not just a massive boost to confidence, but also a big move in the standings. Now 1-0 in the series, obviously, and looking to find a lead in this game. And I think that's a big thing, is that I want them to find an advantage. You have a Kalista in the bot lane. You know, you have this roaming mid laner. Try and get an advantage. Because remember, they have left Zeri open. And that tends to be a bit of a pain point once she gets the 3 items.
Interestingly, LWX going with a cult in the bottom side on Kalista as well. Orcs, I mean, I know you're a bit of an expert on the bottom lane. This screams to me that you don't want to fight when you're a Rakan and Kalista lane. I feel like surely the whole strategy here is to fight.
I feel like they kind of picked the Rakan for the team fighting, and the Kalista's still going to be strong in skirmishes, but the lane, it's like, even if you manage to hit your W on Betty, which is unlikely, like it's very hard for Rakan to hit a W when Betty will just dash away, then Chocho will just like headbutt Kalista away. There's really very limited amount of things you can do in this lane to find pressure, unless either side makes a big mistake. So I honestly feel like it's going to be a bit of a passive lane. And then when LWX joins the skirmishes, that's where you'll see the value of the Kalista pick. You know, playing around those neutrals, playing around that Ren damage, but the 2v2 might be a bit quieter. Although it's LWX and Hung, I say that they may buy cull as well. I could also see them just going balls to the wall, because that is how they play the game.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me at all. Betty gets knocked up by Hung here. A couple of stacks onto Chocho as well, but it'll just be a little bit of trading just to buy priority in this bottom side for LWX and Hung. And Betty and Chocho will need to be cautious at that level 2 mark. I mean, Kalista, Rakan certainly have plenty of all-in available to them. Just 1 or 2 more minions, and they'll hit that level 2 mark. Betty needs to be careful here. We'll finally back away from this one as the level 2 is hit. Just a bit of healing coming out from Hung, and good respect coming out from AL in the end. A little bit of damage from LWX. Fair play to him, but ultimately not going to lead to too much. Heavy trading up at the top side as well. And this is sort of the nature of the matchup, but Summit doing such a good job to trade back onto ZDZ and space away from ZDZ's autos.
Yeah, it's very, like, finding those windows. Like, you don't want to overstay in the traders to Camille. You want to take it short and use your shield. But now, Xiao actually looking bot. Chocho has the combo. But you can see FPX playing precautious. They're looking.
Cautious enough, though. LWX going to be in big trouble here. The knock up too early from Hung. Tried to predict it. LWX goes down. First blood. And now cleared next on the chopping block. Ignited, but will sneak away.
And you can see LWX was trying to find the angle to flash the combo. That is basically what won that engage, is the fact that Chocho connects and LWX doesn't flash. Very slick combo comes out from him. And as soon as they collect onto Calista, it's just game over, essentially. No way they can continue that skirmish. So a strong start from AL. Xiaohao finding a good gank that'll slow down LWX's ability to lean into his mid game.
Yeah, we'll see if he can find an advantage in that mid game. Let's take another look, though, because it felt like Hung was trying to predict the engage from Chocho. As when you look at this knockup from Hung, it's just a little too early.
Yeah, I think maybe trying to find Xiaohao as well. But either way, when the knockup comes in from the Alistar, LWX tries to flash, tries to make a wake. It's a 3v3, right? I can understand that. But realistically, you're just dead as soon as that connected. And then FPX only lose one in that situation. And speaking of losing one, AL might lose more. No flashes, and Care has made the roam down, but they have seen him.
Yeah, Care on a ward right now. Clit is here as well. I don't know if this is diveable for FPX, but...
There's double TP for AL.
Yeah, I don't know if they mind right now. TP's immediately channeled in FPX. They respect that. They back away. They acknowledge that Forge is here, and so they leave.
And that's honestly fantastic for AL. Yes, you invest the TP to cover, but it's just the TP from your mid laner. You don't have to burn both. Care had already moved down, so it's not like Forge is really missing it. Okay, that's a little bit cheeky.
That's extremely cheeky, but that is exactly what we want and what we expect from Hug. Just denies the recall, and hey, FPX actually get an advantage off of this, so the wave will crash in the mid lane. Care gets the reset off first, basically for free here, and Forge had to use his TP. All things considered, it's actually worked out quite nicely for FPX.
I will say is this is the jungle matchup. While this was all going on, Xiaohao, no concern. He's like, you guys have got this. I trust you. He's now got like a 3-camp lead over Clid. Remember, Clid also spent time going for that gank bot, only for that to backfire, and he got chunked out and had to reset. So sure, like mid lane matchup, you managed to get that wave crash, but even then, Forge is still up in farm because Care walked down so early. I still feel like it favors AL overall, but the stop of the reset from Hung was nice to mitigate.
Yeah, it certainly was. Certainly was. 1-0 on the scoreboard still in favor of AL. A minor gold lead as well, but FPX so far have been posturing very aggressively all game. It feels like they want to fight. It feels like they want to make things happen in this one. Drake is onto the map as well. There's Clid pathing towards that bottom side. Infinite priority in the bottom lane. You've got Care moving over as well. This feels like FPX should have the Drake on a silver platter.
And this feels like the FPX we know, leaning towards the bot lane, which is...
Oh, Summit slams him against the wall. ZDZ, no mana to speak of. I thought this was a favored matchup for Camille. I thought ZDZ's meant to win this one.
I will say, Summit has just reset and TP back in and has Ninja Tabby over ZDZ. So as long as ZDZ doesn't die there, it's not actually that big of a deal that he gets chunked out, because he should be able to reset and TP back in, although he does have to catch this wave. Xiaohao, though... Oh, you need to chill. That is not your area of the map to contest. And as I was saying, this is like the game, the side of play that FPX know best. You know, bot lane, lead being lent towards by the team, Care roaming constantly, trying to find these windows to make things happen. Looks like ZDZ will be able to pick up some of the farm here and then just reset. And then he's going to be able to buy. That will equalize things a bit more. Yes, it looks scary. Yes, someone did nearly solo kill him, but he dodged it and didn't burn anything more than the ult. But he will miss a bit of farm. Actually, won't miss any here, but did miss a bit before, or is a little bit down in the matchup so far.
He missed ACS, though, so you're still correct. Ever so slightly. FPX do manage to...
which is the best type of correct.
Exactly. The FPX do grab themselves that Drake that we talked about before, though, but they are still ever so slightly down on gold. And I'm looking towards that Herald, right? Up in 45 seconds time, and it feels like FPX, they could move their bottom lane up if they really want to force the issue on that one, start to snowball the gold.
And I think that's what really FPX want to start doing. The first dragon is a good start, but you want to be picking up the Herald, chaining these neutral objectives to find an advantage, because there is, you know, a bit of a timer in the game. The fact that you are up against the Zeri is going to be problematic as the game goes on. You can see just an instance of what happened to the bot lane. Hung tries to go in for the W, dashed away. Very little threat in the laning phase, as we've seen. And other than that kill, which is actually in favor of AL, feels like FPX, despite having the pressure bot, hasn't really manifested into anything. Kind of similar to what we saw in game 1 with Lucian Nami. And once again, looking towards those mid-game skirmishes, I mean, even early mid-game skirmishes, to try and find a lead.
Yeah, certainly want to find that lead for themselves, as you're saying, and try and turn that into something more as well. But a little flick back onto Betty in the mid lane won't lead to too much, as Betty's just desperately trying to clear that wave. Look at this, though. LPX, he's not moving.
Xiaohao's like, yeah, I can just do the Herald here. I'm not... Well, actually, LWX being late there might give him the window. I feel like FPX want to contest this, though.
Yeah, FPX, they're saying, look, we don't have an AD carry. It's 4v5 right now, but we still want to fight you anyway. Herald down to 900, taken by Xiaohao. Now AL look for an all-in on Summit. There's a flash out from ZDZ. That's more like it, ZDZ. Much better than game number 1. And a nice pickup for AL.
I feel like that's such a scam, though. Like, Summit is like 2 whole screens away, and he gets the whole Avengers flying onto him. Like, I would have thought I was safe too, but now they're looking for Forge in the middle, and he will Shroud early. That was actually a really heads-up play to not allow them to make the jump on him there. And yes, they lose a plate, but at the end of the day, AL got the Herald, which is something I said FPX really wanted to secure. The fact they move up Betty early makes all the difference. Now LWX just slow to rotate.
Certainly are, and you can see FPX now trying to move back down towards that bottom side, clear away the waves, try and regain some control of the map. Luckily for LWX, it is pushing towards him, which could be tough for Betty, honestly, because I feel like FPX could just freeze this one out for a little while. But they might just clear it and try and build pressure once again. Cleared into the mid lane here. Forge in trouble, but will dodge the knockup. There's a more to find a stun. Do they have the damage? It's a flash out from Forge to keep himself safe.
Yeah, end up being the flash in the end, but the seismic shove didn't quite connect. But now Betty...
Oh, quickness knockup onto Betty. The flash on the headbutt from LWX. Straight out played AL's bottom lane. Here comes Xiaohao to try and turn it around, but those Ren stacks are massive. Aftershock gone and a double kill for LWX. And now Xiaohao pulled back in, turned it into a triple. LWX survives and FPX put on a clinic.
Huge play coming out from FPX there. They're going to get some plates as a reward as well, but you could see FPX's bot lane were fully committed to the play to make it work. LWX ready to flash the combo, and Hong doing the Ultra Khan trick of channeling your ult early in the brush. So he pops it here, and because it's early, it means he doesn't get the lockout when he's out of vision. Waits a second, he can instantly combo, and then LWX, this flash just so well done. Chocho obviously trying to knock him away, but can't do much. And then the continuation of the play. The wall comes in, and Xiaohao, this is so sad for him because he's trying to help. And then the Unraveled Earth comes out. So if he W's over the wall, he gets stunned, but he doesn't even get a chance because of the seismic shove. Just everyone who was involved in that play from FPX executing absolutely flawlessly.
And in the meantime, CDC desperately trying to sweep these CS up while he's harassed in the top side by Summit. FPX really starting to turn into a team that you have to fear in the standings for LPL. We talked earlier about where they are in the standings right now. They're currently negative. They're 4-6. Their most recent series was a loss against OMG. And it started to bring up some questions for a lot of people on, is this team the real deal? But against AL, a team in 5th place, a team 7-3 right now, FPX are proving themselves as a team that can contend with some of the top squads in the LPL.
For sure. And it gives, you know, I think especially it's not just the fact that, you know, we talked about they had a hard schedule at first, then they got easier. They've looked better. They have looked significantly better. And I know it's easy to look better against weaker teams, but AL aren't that weak of a team, and they're looking solid so far today. So hopefully they can continue that form. But for now, it's AL looking to make the practice play topside. If ZDZ connects the ultimatum, I think Summit just dies.
Yeah, but Summit playing very cautiously on this one. Just need to maintain that caution. A Xiaohao now just going to keep this play up. He's not interested in farming anymore. He's interested in making this play. But look at this. FPX, they just move into the bottom side. They know Drake is up. Summit predicts the hookshot wall dive. Could be in trouble himself, though. Flash can't be used inside the ultimatum. It looked like he knew what was going on. It looked like he was playing it so well. But unfortunately, that one misstep will be punished massively. In the meantime, Betty trying to get this red buff before it can be taken by Cleared, but that's not going to happen. Now Herald in the top side with a Wukong and a Camille. That tower is done so.
Yep, so tower secured. A lot of gold for these pivotal divers on the side of AL. There's a trade, though. FPX pick up the second dragon of the game. They're going to steal away some camps and try and pressure this bot lane tower. That's the big question for me. Are AL going to be able to defend this bot lane tower? Because no, ZDZ is resetting now, but already 3 members of AL in position to try and move up. I think they should be able to defend this. It's a lot of plays for LWX, don't get me wrong, but he doesn't secure the tower.
No, he certainly doesn't. It's 3-3 on the scoreboard. FPX are still ahead in gold, ultimately. And like you mentioned earlier, all of that is in the pocket of LWX. Has the shield bow for himself as well as his boots. He's already finished his cull at this point in the game. And they managed to get the Drake, so at least it's 2 Drakes. There are still big positives here for FPX, but AL finally getting themselves an advantage, right? And it's in the pockets of ZDZ, a player that I feel like after game number 1 somewhat needs to redeem himself, really, on this Camille. And it looks like Summit is his target, but about to turn Meganar, that's not the fight that he wants to take.
Yeah, doesn't have the information as well for the rest of the team. Got to remember, Care has that Weaver's Wall to make it there quickly. But I feel like, you know, ZDZ has the Divine Sundra completed. That's kind of the point where you're like, okay, I'm vibing, I'm ready to take trades, but still has to be somewhat respectful. And now AL, you know, talked about the Zeri, how much of a threat she can be in the late stages of the game, but it's 3 minutes and a bit until that next dragon. Herald's going to come up sooner, but the fact that FPX has 2 already, you know, you can sacrifice the second Herald and be okay. I don't think you can sacrifice a 3rd dragon. And the fact that your AD carry is so far behind is going to cause issue as we go further into this game.
Yeah, I mean, we're 14 minutes in. Let's see this recall from Betty. Will it finish a mythic item? I'm certainly hoping so for him, because I feel like if Betty can't... Well, he didn't even finish the recall at this point. FPX... Oh, they want to go for a dive. They want to go for a play. They want to go for a pick. Xiaohao could be the target here. Spots cleared, though. That makes things a little more difficult, but it doesn't seem to matter. Xiaohao still knocked up, goes in with the triple knock-up himself. FPX now CC'd. Can they finish any kills, though? In with the Mega Nah, and there's just no damage on the side of AL. Jojo knocked away and will be taken down as well. Summit will fall. ZDZ has to sweep up here. The reset's about to come through for Clint, but no, denied. Jojo survives, and Hung now left alone. Care finds a knock-up, but he goes down, and AL find their footing. Forge now trying to chase Hung down, but it's ZDZ who's taking over these fights.
And Xiaohao is just massive there. As much as he goes down before anyone else dies, it's about the impact in the fight, the damage he does to all the members of FPX there. It's like FPX, their focus was taking down the Wukong, but AL were looking at the bigger picture, and they're rewarded with the fight. We'll get the replay, and it's like, so much is done by Xiaohao. Not only does he get that initial knock-up here, instantly ready to turn this play around, but he flashes to hit all 3 members, and then he repeats it again. And look at ZDZ chunk out Summit. So like, everyone's really low, and sure, they get the Wukong, but this is cleanup central for an Akali and a Camille.
And you can see ZDZ just walking around at the back of the fight, completely untouched until the knockup comes on through there, but able to just comfortably sweep people down, finishes off the final kill there. And Hung will walk away with his life, but finally, a window into this one from AL. It's 1,000 gold difference. It's still in favor of FPX, but at least they have a win condition in ZDZ, right? Now looking for a Herald as well. There's no rotation from FPX, so this should just go the way of AL.
And one of the things as well is if your FPX and your Fed champion is a Camille, I mean, sorry, is a Calista, and the enemy team's Fed champion is a Camille's very good into Calista. Like, that's the whole thing, is like, Elderex wants to hop around, and Camille just doesn't let you do that. So a great response to who FPX is focused on. But the downside is, as much as they get the second Herald, it will be pretty costly. They should just be able to pick up this tier 2, get a big influx of gold from that. And yeah, so I think overall, AL probably aren't going to get as much out of their Herald. But I think their focus will be that mid-tier 1. And then use that pressure to try and transition it into the Dragon. Third Dragon in 30 seconds. AL need this. They need this if they want to give themselves time and give Betty a chance to get back in the game.
So how do AL approach this Drake, right? This is going to be a key moment in their game. How do they find control? How do they make their way into this river? But then how do they actually win this fight?
So first off, Herald mid is going to pull FPX over to the tower to defend, and that allows you to get into the river. AL want vision, and they want a vision advantage, so they can look for flanks. If FPX don't know who's flanking them, who's where Camille and Akali are, that's where it becomes really difficult, because you want them to be in front of you, so they have to go over the unraveled earth so you can get the knockups. And you can see Forge already looking for the flank angle here.
Quickness used by Hung. He can't catch up, though. A bit of a disastrous quickness there from Hung. Doesn't find the engage. That's a massive cooldown. FPX, I don't think they can even fight this at this point. I feel like they just got to back away now. AL, complete control of the river. Summit pushing the mid lane, does take that Herald down. And I feel like FPX are just committing to the fact they're going to trade a mid-tier 1 here. If the health is low enough, Summit is in mini-nar, so I think he should be able to finish that one and hop himself out to safety. There we go. So a trade of objectives. An attempt there from FPX on a pick, but just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, FPX still trade up. You know, the fact they deny the Herald charge and they managed to get that tier 1 mid that's a lot more immediate value than the Dragon. The Dragon for AL, it doesn't do too much other than slowing down the soul for FPX. Right now, just one Dragon is going to do that much. But now, Forge, I think he can probably kill Summit if he finds the damage.
Summit's about to turn Mega. He's about to slam Forge into the wall, but Forge dodges the wallop. I don't know if Forge has the damage. He reckons he does, but the Shuriken goes wide, and here comes Clid. Forge, no flash available. The Maw does not land. The stun isn't there, and Forge will escape with his life.
Yeah, I mean, didn't really respect the Mega there from Forge, but that last Shuriken hit, maybe that could have been enough to take the Nard down. Now, Forge, Clid is looking for him.
He's going to deny the recall, but yeah, Shroud gets him out to safety. Okay, now look at FPX grouping up on this top side. They want to try and take a tier 1 as a response to the play.
Yeah, and I feel like FPX has done a great job of like pushing the pace of the game, moving around, trying to contest towers, trying to make things happen. And AL are kind of just playing catch up. You know, they got the Dragon for AL, which was big, you know, denying that. But otherwise, it feels like they've kind of just been run around the map so far for the time being. And there is still that 2,000 gold lead for the side of FPX. ZDZ trying to pick up these towers on the side. Won't find anything there before Summit comes to defend.
Summit just turning Meganar as well. We saw last time that's not the point where you want to fight Summit. That is the point where you run away. I've never seen a Gnar that's 0-3-0 and yet so scared and respected by the other team. It feels like Summit, despite the scoreline, still having an impact on this game, but not quite as much as that of ZDZ. I'm keeping my eyes on him, especially in these team fights, as Forge goes for another opportunity in the top side. Care with the knock-up, and he's got some reinforcements, but in goes Forge anyway! I don't think he realized the situation. Ignite burning down on him. There's a laser out from Betty, but that just ain't enough. And now Hung finds a double knockup for himself, retreats to the rest of the team as Clid moving forward on the Akali, but the Shuriken flip wide again. Will we see a Shuriken flip land this game? Only time will tell.
Well, he got that first one, Forge did at least, and clearly thought he could take out Care there, but just a bit disrespectful of the fact there were so many members. I mean, I knew he had the information, he just thought he could do it anyway, and ultimately the Ignite cost him his life. It's just a shame he burned the Flash as well when he was still destined to go down the Summoner, but regardless, FPX make another good play, another advantage found on the map, and yeah, we'll see the replay. So, gets the ult into the Shuriken here, and then thinks, yeah, I can burst him out, and the thing is, unfortunately, it's a great knock-up from Hung that catches him out. But then ults and flashes when he's already dead is kind of the sad aspect of that one.
Yeah, and then Hung just making sure that the play has follow-up there. Cleared able to move forward, but just ever so slightly shy on the Shuriken flip. Feel that was a little mean to... Actually, did that hit? Was he following the Shuriken flip there and then ulted out of it? I think so.
Yeah, Forge did. Or
Wait, no, Clid.
Clid. I honestly don't know.
I think he did. So I take it back, Clid. I was wrong. I apologize. You hit the Shuriken flip. Let's go. Big moment for Clid in his career right there. Let's take a look at the state of the map, though, Orcs, because it's a 3,000 gold lead right now for FPX. The 2 Drakes up as well, pushing all 3 lanes right now. And it feels like AL, this team that we keep on touting as a team that when it comes to the mid and late game team fights, that's where they come into their own. I don't know if they're ever going to get a mid or late game team fight because the Baron is just being taken right now. And AL, no vision of the situation, just about starting to move into the jungle, but those Rens are stacking up right now, and Care denies entry. Xiao Hao over the wall, turns invisible. Hung uses the quickness to try and buy space. Baron is down. FPX Baron has turned into a positive meme now as they manage to grab it, but Care goes down. There's one for Forge and looking for more as well. ZDZ with 1. 3 survive from FPX as Hung accepts his fate on the play. It's 2 Baron buffs. I don't know if that's worth it for FPX.
Yeah, I don't think it is. And this is the problem, is they go for the rush and Care uses the wall to try and block them. But the problem is, as soon as you do that, you're just signaling, okay, they are definitely doing Baron. That's when you know for sure that they're not trying to trap you. And look at AL's composition. Everyone can pretty much dash over the wall, so it didn't even hinder them for that long. And when you're trapped in the pit against the dive of AL, it's never going to go well. And not only do they lose those 3 kills, remember that big shutdown from LWX as well, 800 gold I think it was, but they're also going to lose Dragon here and allow AL to equalize in terms of those.
Yeah, feels like a tough moment right there for FPX. And now, like you say, equalizing the Drakes. Unless Clid has something to say about it. Waiting just off in the wings right here. 3K on the Dragon. Can he find his way into the pit? The answer's no. Now Chocho trying to escape. Feels like FPX want it, but just can't find their way in.
Yeah, not really too much of an angle. Now, something to note is they lost, obviously, 3 of the Barons, but AL don't have the best composition for dealing with Baron minions. You know, they have a melee mid lane, a melee top laner. They don't have much wave clear to speak of. So if they can get cleared to move in the lane, it can apply some pressure. But it looks like they're just kind of going to let things progress pretty tamely, pretty passively. They are going to try and contest some jungle camps on the bot side, but nothing really more to come from it. Also to note, Summit has a Baron buff as well. Just kind of the split you want is having the Gnar and having someone else having it.
Yeah, absolutely. Wanting to be able to at least use the Baron for something, because right now, the Baron power play currently on minus 500 and something gold. Not ideal from a Baron play. Really not ideal. Let's take another look at the initial play. It felt like they were doing such a good job to deny entry, but it just doesn't last long enough.
And that's the problem, is that Xiaohao, as soon as he sees the wall, he's like, okay, they're blocking me. He just dives straight over it, and then they can all make it out of the fight. And there's no way you're escaping here. And then the CDZ who picks up the 800 gold as well. So this Camille was already monster fed. And it's kind of at a ridiculous level now. Betty, fortunately, getting a kill on top of that. But yeah, it is kind of a pain point for FPX. Yes, they get the Baron, but they lose a lot for it. And now trying to finally use that buff to make things happen here in the top lane.
CDZ on the wrong side of the map right now, but has TP available. No wards behind the play that he could TP to as Chocho finds a knock up onto Clid, but it will be the tower. Just brute force down. Can ZDZ answer is the question. Reset coming out from Summit as he tries to answer. He will be too late to defend the tier 2, I think, but should be able to defend the inhibitor tower at least.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure ZDZ had Divine Sundra, Ravenous Hydra going into last fight. So I'm actually kind of worried after taking that 800 gold bounty from LWX, after taking that tier 2 tower as well. I feel like he's probably going to have close to a full item when he bases. Like, this Camille is hitting critical mass at this point. And as I said, LWX just, you know, he's now even in levels to Betty. He's still ahead in items, but he is becoming less. Yeah, look, ZDZ just bought a whole GA. He had a stopwatch before, sure. But that's a scary position to be in if you're a Callista.
And it's scary as well because, you know, one of the things we talked about in game number 1 for this Camille was going too deep in the fight. Well, with a GA, you can go pretty much as deep as you want so long as your team is on board. And from what we've seen, Xiaohao and Forge are completely on board with that kind of play today. We're getting close to 3 items for Betty as well. So that gap between the AD carries has minimized very dramatically. It's still almost a 2,000 gold lead, but 2,000 gold at 30 minutes ain't even close to 2,000 gold at 15.
Yeah, a lot less significant at this point of the game. And sure, FPX still have a lead. It's mostly like mid is kind of discrepancy because top is offset by bot, but mid, there is an advantage for Care. But the thing with the Akali is this part of the game, you can be such a massive threat if you can get into the fights at the right angles. And that is mainly the concern. Dragon in a minute 45, and that's going to be a big moment. Something I want to mention as well, something AL do very well is they often play these compositions where they have like dive threats mid and top. You know, we've talked about Forge's champion pool alluding to that. Is both the solo lanes will buy control wards. Like ZDZ actually had 2 in his inventory when he reset to set up those flank positions, and now they're looking.
Oh, speaking of TPs, it's going to be an engage onto FPX. In goes Forge onto the backline, uses his Shroud to keep himself safe. Summit doesn't find much with his Gnar ulti, and Forge takes down LWX. That's the damage gone as Hung gets annihilated. Care chased off on the other side of the fight as Betty stacking up and chasing them down. ZDZ to cut Care in half with his legs. And now AL can take anything they please.
And that's the ideal fight for AL. You find a flank angle, and FPX falls apart. The Unraveled Earth, so little value there at stopping the Camille. And as soon as ZDZ gets on an LWX, I feel like it's just game over.
Certainly felt that way. 1,000 gold lead now for AL. They finally have the gold lead for, I think, the first time this game. 27.5 minutes as the resets come on through. Baron up in 30 seconds. Dragon up in 35. And it feels like, Orcs, we're getting a bit of a banger to continue with our first series here today, here in game number 2, here when AL needed to redeem themselves.
And just the fact it's so in sync. The TP starts coming in, but the engage is instantly there to stop them from backing away. LWX just gets deleted, like just gone immediately. And as well, Betty started to do so much damage at this point. Hung nearly going down there. And in this situation, it's just like ZDZ walks up, taps you, you're down. Level 16 on the Camille now. And so Dragon in a few seconds. Betty is finished Infinity Edge. This is a big spike coming through.
Oh my God, Forge just wants a 1v1 with Clid. He won't find it though as Clid escapes, but
goodbye.
Care abandoned by his jungler. It's a disaster. And now Summit walks up. Look at his health. It's just gone. CDZ hits him for a third of his HP with 1 Q. That is a Drake for AL if ever I saw one.
I feel like Camille just hasn't like been firmly in the meta enough for us to really remember what an absolute horror this champion can be. And this is a stark reminder of what a fed Camille will do. The fact that even Summit just gets chunked so heavily, and now with Care down, they feel confident to stop the Baron. CDZ is the one stolen the Dragon, so perhaps they want to slow play this one a little bit and wait for the Camille to get there. Wait for the Camille to fight. Oh, what is that damage?
God, this is the reason that you don't let Zeri through. AL have the Zeri blasting Hung to pieces. They got ZDZ that can one-shot anyone. Feels like they have so many tools, but on the other side, if they do make a mistake, the Rakan is always going to be there to punish you. They have to play this so carefully, and they will just go for a reset. They don't want to overplay their hand.
I do want to mention one thing, though. We often focus more on the soul instead of the individual dragons because, you know, since souls were introduced, individual dragons just aren't as impactful. Like Infernal gives half as much stats as it used to. But Mountain, when you have 3 Mountain dragons, that's 16% armor and MR. That is a lot, by the way, for, you know, the fact you have a Zhonya's on Forge, you have the GA, the Merc Treads, that Chain Vest on ZDZ. That's like a lot of extra resistances coming in across the board. Even just if you're working on base stats like Betty is, it makes a sizable difference. So a big power boost for AL, who honestly don't really need one at this point. But if they get that soul, I just give FPX no hope in this one. And you can see AL, they feel so confident now, starting to push up and contest his vision. ZDZ's teleport is coming up soon, so they're going to send him into a side lane to apply some pressure there.
They certainly are, as Forge tries to clear the vision, but there is a ward in the back of the pit from FPX, so they have no reason to just face check in. But now they realize that they have the tempo, they have the opportunity to get some vision of their own here, and LWX will be there to clear away some of these wards. And FPX finally find themselves some semblance of control on this map, at least for a brief period of time. They're grouping up. It looks like FPX actually want to fight this one. Laser across the team. Xiao Hao. It's going to be his clone here, taking a lot of damage. In goes Hung for the engage. Quickness onto everyone. Is there follow-up? Knockups across the team here. Forge in the middle of everyone. LWX trying to survive, trying to kite back, but he's in an ultimatum, and he's taken into GA. The goal difference, or the stat difference, is just too much, and AL mince FPX alive. They turn them into delicious pasta food. Pasta food? What am I saying? Clid's going to be the last one alive as he walks away limping to his base. It will be AL in complete control.
You know, I don't know where you're going with it, Joe, but I kind of like it, so let's just roll with it.
Channeling hysterics right now.
Yeah, the pasta food, there's a little bit of dough running away still. Clid not being formed into nice, tasty ravioli.
Just not a fridge today. He's just not a fridge.
He's just not a fridge. And now AL looking towards this Baron, and I feel like, you know, I talked about how the Fed Cliston, the Fed Camille is a bit painful. I didn't expect it to be so prevalent, though, where ZDZ is like a heat-seeking missile. LWX just isn't allowed to exist in a fight because Camille will hunt him down, and we kind of saw that on repeat. But this last fight, it's like ZDZ even got blocked from hookshotting over to him and just went, screw it, I'm flash ulting him. I don't care. He is dying. And just in the final bit of the fight as well, I mean, we'll probably get to see the replay, but I just find it so hilarious. It's like we have this initial engage from FPX, which feels a bit forced. I think because they forced the W from Xiao Hao, they're like, we can go for this. But then you watch CDZ come from the flank, right? He clearly wants to get over the wall here, but he gets blocked by Clid quite nicely. And then he just goes, whatever, flash ult, you're dead, LWX. And then the thing that solidifies how much the Zeri is outscaled is when Betty dashes over the wall and it's like, yeah, I'll just kill the Clister. No worries, guys, I've got this. And sure, he was full HP, he has ZDZ to help, but yeah, Zeri fully online, Camille more than online, and FPX, it's a minute 15 until that soul for AL. If they secure it, they need to try and find a solution.
Summit wants to try and find a fight. Hung alongside him. ZDZ's just going to ult Hung straight off the bat. Hung in big trouble right here, but Summit ults ZDZ and keeps his teammate safe. In comes the monkey, though. Care trying to escape with his life, but taken down by Forge. LWX dancing around. No GA available. Ooh. And sliced into. AL just annihilate FPX. We're going to 3.
They just obliterated them. I think that might have been a lot of the damage from Forge and Betty, but just they got clumped and they got just cleaved through. FPX, I actually respect the decision. If you wait till the dragon, you give the potential for AL to secure the soul, get that big boost, and then fight them. They try and find an angle early, but it doesn't work. And game one, FPX won pretty convincingly from the mid game. It took a bit longer for AL, I feel like, to get to grips in this one, but a pretty convincing win regardless on the back of ZDZ's Camille.
Beautiful stuff here from AL, managing to take themselves that win over FPX, and a much needed one after how game number 1 went, after how things were looking in this series. You know, AL felt like they might have been found out, but they find an answer to this Gnar from Summit. ZDZ having an amazing game for himself, and very much a redemption game. Like we said, game number 1, Summit won this matchup on the Gnar, had a great impact on the rest of the fight, on the rest of the game. Now ZDZ answering back and showing that there is an answer to this Gnar. It's not something that can be blind picked with impunity.
And I just love the fact that he's confident to run it back. He's like, no, it's not a problem in the matchup. It's not a problem that I can't handle Summit. Game just didn't go as we wanted it. And also the fact they invested resources into him, which made so much of a difference. Often we see bot being this big focal point, especially for FPX. But the fact that they're like, no, if we put in resources into this Camille, it will be so relevant. And it was. The Callista couldn't function into it. Just felt like every time, as I said, like a heat-seeking missile. But a good bounce back from the side of AL, kind of showing why, you know, I expected the series to be close. I feel like both these teams should be similar in level, despite the difference in scoreline. And now we're going to a game 3, which I hope is going to be a banger to follow off. You know, we've had 2 good games so far, but often the third one really sells the series.
Yes, it does. And I feel like we had a very slow start to this one as well. And it's just been picking up pace as we've gone. Each game getting progressively faster. I'm hoping game number 3, we just have a banger from start to end. But I'm curious how the draft is going to change. I'm curious how the teams are going to approach this game 3. Because I feel like we've seen learnings from both teams across the course of this one. Forge on this Akali, though, it has to be said, a phenomenal performance. I feel like he was kind of outshone by ZDZ in a lot of the early game, but the team fighting, Forge was doing huge portions of damage.
I feel like he was such a quiet carry. And, you know, like that final burst of damage that AoE'd them all, big part of it was Forge. But it's like, if you have an Akali who doesn't get checked in the early game, is able to free scale, and then is in a composition like this, like you have allies to dive with you and hold them in place so you can connect, you can just do monstrous things. And, it, you know, as we hit on earlier, Forge is very efficient on this champion. So really solid performance coming out across the board for AL. And this is kind of like why we've hyped them up, why they've looked like such a good team, because as a 5-man unit in those team fights, they can just deliver excellence.
They really can. I think Forge might even snag the MVP away. Looking at the stats there, it's very possible that ZDZ ends up losing his MVP to Forge on this one. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see after the break. But certainly a tough one for FPX, and I feel like this Callista pick did not work out for them. They need to be more cautious about when they lock in these aggressive bottom lanes. We'll find out if they will be more cautious right after the break.
Oh yeah.
EDG have denied Uzi once again.
Where were you when history was made? Because here comes Uzi.
RNG's hopes at a world title fall. EDG.
The LPL are kings again.
Now, I know what you're thinking. They're not really about to do an episode on EDG and RNG, especially not when top esports, JDG and Victory 5 exist. Definitely not, right?
There's the drag back there with the handshake as Mako flashes away, does get caught out there by the Void Rush, and they're trying to turn this one around. Dawning Shadow, bailout is only going to delay you, and that is a great turnaround. The power of this bot lane is just too much.
And you know what, Twitch chat? I get it. Those teams are pretty cool. But you know what's even cooler? LPL titles, MSI titles, and this little thing called a World Championship.
Small is trying to stop any kind of retreat. There's a good ultimate there from the Renata, but look at them, they're like fish in a barrel, just throwing rocks at their faces. It's brutal, but it's just so damn effective. Scout flashes forward, doesn't land any more CC down, but a double kill coming in here for Viper.
There are very few guarantees in life. There's death and taxes, and EDG vs RNG being an absolute banger.
in the middle of everyone. The closer prison saves his life as he flushes over the wall, and Xiaohu coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the nick of time as Panda only just dies. Under turret, LNG have just been hand-dipped as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Spencer again, baby! That's RNG style on their opponent. This MSI champion is looking hot.
I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey. I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do when you got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. Alright. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There's nothing I can do, baby. My hands are tied. Oh, yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't try to fight it. Why would you try?
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. Oh, we'll dance together. Oh, stay up all night.
下一场比赛对战方 Plus，我对战科里德的话，他的经验很丰富，我需要做好自己的就好了。下一赛的赛程过半了，我们现在队伍表现还可以，状态挺好的。然后我们的目标应该就是进季后赛了。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Lunchables. I'm joined by Orcs as we head towards the third game in this series. And this series has been delivering. I was really worried at the end of game number 1 that AL were just not going to show up, but ZDZ runs back the same matchup as game number 1 and this time dominates it, grabbing himself an MVP.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the way he approached the team fights. Obviously, like, the investment came from the team. We saw Xiaohao put some attention up towards top lane. They got that Herald. That gave him a bunch of plates, but what he did in the team fights was all on ZDZ, and it just meant, you know, LGD didn't get to play the game. Now, this fed Kalista, and don't get me wrong, this Kalista was mega fed, didn't really get to function when this Camille was just bearing down on him every single time.
Yeah, it was terrifying to watch. I mean, some of the scariest moments weren't even in the fights, but that flash really great, kind of making up for the failed flash onto Hung when on his Nami in game number 1. But then, you know, Summit overextending here. And this was Xiaohao really finding that lead for ZDZ. They then dropped the Herald and got ZDZ this huge amount of gold.
And as soon as he got to the point where, you know, he had Divine Sundra coming into these fights. I mean, look at this damage on a Summit, by the way. About to go Mega, loses like a third of his health. And then ZDZ just able to clean up in this one. But yeah, I think fantastic performance. Obviously, was a bit underwhelming in that game 1. It helps that he was fed, but it just felt like, you know, game 1 was a warm-up. This one, he was much more convincing in every manner.
Yeah, really well played. And you can see across the course of the team fights, just chunking people out, just finishing people off. And him alongside Forge, like you said, like these dive buddies, essentially, of him and Forge just going in. LWX couldn't play. He couldn't do anything in these fights. It was impossible for him on the Kalista. Really nice draft coming out. From the side of AL. We'll see if they can replicate that for game number 3. I'm really curious if FPX are going to go for this Gnar again. Because that I feel like is the biggest question. Like, does the Gnar happen? Does the Camille happen? Are we going to see just these top laners going with the same matchup once again, trying it a third time?
Well, something you got to bear in mind is FPX could have banned the Camille. They had the end window to. I was talking about, I thought they would ban the Camille, and they opted to leave it open because obviously game 1 went as it is. They're like, yeah, it's not a problem. I think particularly like just the fact it's so effective in the Kalista. You know, it's a good matchup in an R, but it shut down their main focal point in the team fights. And I feel like it just meant that, you know, it's like you come into the fights with your pivotal carry, and one of them works so well and the other, it's not going to go well. So I think the Gnar is fine. I think even if they pick the Camille Gnar, that's okay. But when you're relying on this Kalista to function, it just doesn't work as well. And also, you know, some of AL's best team fights in spring were on the back of ZDZ being on Camille, Forge being on a dive threat. That's when we saw some of those big comebacks, even earlier than this split where they've been having a fantastic run. But now, FPX are back on blue side. Both teams have won so far on blue side. And now AL have to try and navigate and fight back. Because something I want to mention is that prior to today, blue side had like a 63.6% win rate in the LPL. It is very heavily favored across the entire region.
Yeah, it certainly is. The side has actually been taken off the board as well. So kind of rinse and repeat from FPX from what we saw in game number 1. Zeri now being respected. Anyone's legend. They got the win from Betty on the Zeri. Interestingly, Betty in the support position on the overlay for our third game. Curious what that's about. Chocho used to be an AD carry player. I'd be surprised if they're actually swapping though. Gnar still open, and FPX just saying, you know what? We don't care about that last game. We're still going to play the Gnar. We're still going to lock this in as our blind pick.
Oh, and AL bringing out the secret weapon this time. The patented Swain comes out for Forge. Something to mention is that the Poppy has been left open and available. AL opt not to go for it, but something I will say is that like Poppy, it can be very effective against Swain if you land the ultimate, but otherwise, you know, if Swain gets up in your face, you're not going to have the best of time. Clid considering, does he want to pick up that pick that was banned away this entire series, or does he want to go in a different direction? They actually lock in the RE for Care, so I would honestly say that these two mid lane picks are kind of like well, they are the most played for these two, I feel, but also like they're kind of the signature so far this split.
Man, it's so sad when people hover things like the Rammus and things like the ASOL, because we just never see these picks. They're just never going to be locked in. It's a Lee Sin in the end for Khalid. This is very much a signature for the man in the jungle on the side of FPX. Feels like 3 very strong picks for them, but it also feels like strong picks for anyone's legend. Like they could go for the Camille in the top lane if they wanted to here, round out with a matched top side. In fact, changing the matchup here. Forge going for a Jax. ZDZ going for a Jax instead.
So I honestly would have thought the Camille would be good to pick up there. You know, into the Ahri, into the Lee Sin, very effective as they can't use their mobility. But the Jax was something that does get banned away very often second rotation against ZDZ, and he can be an absolute monster. I mean, we saw, if anyone who caught the series of the day, V5 is Weibo, Shy showing the upper limit of what the champ can do. ZDZ definitely another aficionado. But now we go in the second rotation, and it's interestingly enough, this is a rarity where no AD carry or supports are being picked in the first 3, and we start to see the extra bans come out. Bear in mind, we already had 3 AD carry bans and a support ban in the first rotation, and now the pool is getting whittled down more and more. And you know what I'm thinking, Munch? Maybe if we get enough bans on AD carries, Sivir might show up. That's my hope.
We'll have to see. It's certainly an old school pick, and we have 2 old school AD carries in the server, right? Betty and LWX both played plenty of that over their careers. Well, I don't know if they've played plenty of Sivir specifically, but they've played long enough that they could have, is what I'm trying to say. Rakan going to be banned away here, denying that hard engage from Hung that we saw earlier on in the series. The Senna taken off the board. Maybe we get a ban on something like the Jinx, or the Lucian perhaps. Oh, the Lucian's already gone. Yeah, we just need a Jinx ban. We're getting into that kind of territory.
Yeah, a lot of AD carries already taken off the cards. See, maybe Nautilus I could see as a ban. Yep, comes in just as I say it. Obviously, really high priority pick on the patch. And now for AL, potentially toying with the idea of this Ezreal, which we saw a bit of early in the split into Senna, but haven't really seen much since. But this is kind of what's going to happen when you ban this many picks in the bot lane. You're going to start moving a bit more to the fringes. We'll see if they opt to lock this in. You know, there's a lot of room you can go with this Ezreal. You can go towards like a Yuumi to pair with it. You can go definitely more that style. You could go Karma, like a strong lane, or you could just pick something like a Leona and just play kind of standard.
Kai'Sa is available for LWX. The man literally has... well, no, he didn't go for the skin on L.
Please,
do it.
Please,
do it, LWX. Do it.
Don't
He's just
toy with
hovering.
me,
He's just
LWX.
baiting us. He's going to go Kai'Sa, right? It's a great pick into the Ezreal. It's something that LWX is one of the most proficient players in the entire planet on. But it's the Sivir. He actually locks it in. We get the brand new Sivir, day 1 of 12-13, and we get to witness what this new crit champ is all about.
And all it took was 5 AD carry bans and then Chocho picking Ezreal for LWX to say, okay, I guess I'll take Sivir. And honestly, it kind of makes sense because she has pretty... Oh, this would be dirty as well. They're gonna... This is the thing. You're picking Ezreal. It's not the most aggressive lane. Now, I wonder if AL here are going to go like a more aggressive pick to try and punish this. Karma Ezreal would be quite a threat in the laning phase. Alistair does well in the Sivir. Remember, she's short range. She's always going to be in range. If you pulverize... And then obviously, you know, you can't really spell shield both. If he does like headbutt and you spell shield early, he'll just eat it up and he can go for the Q afterwards. So you see Chocho trying to decide what he's going to go for. The names are the wrong way around. It's kind of confusing, but yeah. So do look at the Alistair, but ultimately FPX have a super scaling lane. We talked about this at the start of the day. Sivir is now like a hyper carry in the later stages. So much AoE damage, so much shred. And if you look at AL's comp, they have like 4 really short range champions. So if they're all clumped up together, they will just bounce and do an insane amount of damage, especially with the Yuumi as well. Going to be very difficult to actually pin down LWX. So AL, you know, we call them team fighting powerhouses. They will have their work cut out for them if they let this go late.
Yeah, they certainly will. This Sivir is going to be a nightmare to deal with. But look at the pick potential as well. With Sivir ult, with an Ahri and a Lee Sin, like... It's going to be very difficult to escape this composition from FPX if you ever step too far up. So really, really curious how this one's going to go. I'm excited to see the brand new Sivir in the hands of such a seasoned veteran like LWX himself. I feel like this is going to be an exciting one with that Yuumi as well to pair with the Ahri and the Lee Sin. And Summit just going with literally the comfort pick that he's had all split long in that Gnar. He did finally get his first loss on that Gnar though last game. That was his... 5th game of Gnar this split, and it was a loss. So only an 80% win rate. Bit tragic.
Man, what is he doing? Obviously, still spectacular. And I feel like it's kind of, as I said before, a lot of these series in the LPL, we get like you know, not stompy, like super stompy, but kind of one-sided game one, kind of one-sided game two, and then game three is like the peak banger, back and forth craziness. I'm really hoping on this one. I'm excited because like the thing is, you know, we prepared. If anyone didn't catch the start of the show, we had like a bunch of like graphics to show the new changes on the new patch we've obviously hit today. We are on 12.13, which is why we're seeing Sivir. We did a full screen for Sivir. And I was like hoping that we see it. I was thinking, you know, there's a lot of AD carries I could see playing this because, you know, there's challenges, you are short ranged, but the output you have can be spectacular. But to have it in our first series, especially a player like LWX, oh, I feel like this is such a treat.
Yeah, it certainly will be to see this brand new version of Sivir. For anyone that doesn't know, for anyone that missed our opening segment earlier on today, Sivir has had some big changes coming into patch 12.13. This is on the live server, so if LWX smurfs it, you could go try it for yourself. But crucially, the Ricochet now can bounce to the same target more than once. Your E no longer gives you mana. It gives you health now, but that's the spell shield, the E. But it also... You have more mana regen in general now, but the Q scales with crit, so don't expect lethality here. Expect a crit build. And crucially, when your ult is active, your auto attacks will reduce your abilities' cooldowns. So it means that in these team fights, LWX is just going to be firing everything in all directions. It's just going to be boomerangs everywhere, especially with an R in the top lane.
Oh, for sure. And one of the really nice changes is like before, when you popped your W, it was like you got 3 autos. That was it. But now it's like you get the buff for 4 seconds. So especially when you get higher levels of attack speed, late stage of the game, Yumi giving you attack speed, lethal tempo, you know, once you've built it as well, you can get a lot of autos off in that time and really shred. And this is why the Civ is picked into the Ezreal, because you're going to have Pima push. You know, you can just keep spamming those Ws, and you can see as well, the ricochets bounce from the minions to Betty and then back again. Very hard to contest this. And I know a lot of you might be thinking, if you haven't played the new Sivir, oh, well, she no longer gets mana on a spell shield. And it's because they lowered her mana cost, so now she doesn't need the mana from a spell shield and could just pretty much spam abilities in lane.
Summer's not having a fun time up on the top side. I will say, you know, they removed Darkwind from Fiddlesticks because it was toxic to play against. There was no avoiding it. It would just bounce between you and the minions and just kill you. Yeah, like they've just re-added it, but it's Civis W now. So it goes through the entire wave and then bounces between you and the minions. Definitely going to be frustrating for Betty to have to deal with during this laning phase. We'll have to position correctly, make sure he's not too close to the minion wave, or he'll get those bounces. ZDZ trying to find the all-in angles on Summit.
Yeah, and doing as Jax does, you know, ZDZ very proficient as champion, but this is kind of how you play the matchup. Just Pirma looking for trades, jumping in, using the minions to buff the damage and the counter-strike. Xiaohao will find Clid, but if you look, he has prio top, and he knows, I'm not sure if he 100% had information that the smite was used, but he knows where Clid is. He's able to pick up that scuttle and still go back through and clear his raptors, so in a pretty comfortable spot.
Yeah, Clid, crucially, not being spotted in the river there, so looking for an opportunity onto Forge. Potentially can find it here. The flash charm comes on through. Forge is gone. Clid answers that scuttle crab with first blood in mid lane.
And, you know, Forge is like, my jungler is over the wall. Like, why would he be playing defensive in that situation? There's no reason for Forge to expect anything. But as you said, didn't spot Clid in the river, finds that angle to come in. And not only does he manage to pick up that nice first blood, but also going to be able to get that bot side scuttle with the pressure afforded here. Chocho now level 3. Once you get level 3 on Alistair, you know, you can look for all-in windows. But I still feel like it's so hard because the state of the lane is always going to be FPX have more minions than you do. Because you can see LWX just obliterates the wave. And like, how is an Ezreal going to function when there's always a bigger minion wave on the enemy side? You're not going to be able to land your Qs. Even if you do land a Q, you know, there's like spell shield. If you jump in to try and land autos, there's exhaust from Hung. Like, you can cleanse it, sure, but I just think this is such a hard lane. And really, it's going to come down to Xiaohao finding angles to gank and to sort of alleviate pressure in the bot lane if they want to make something happen.
Feels like a hard lane on the top side, though, for Summit. So kind of opposite sides of the map advantages for opposite teams here as Care. Perhaps looking for an opportunity to roam here, but we'll just be clearing away vision in the end. Spots the control ward. We'll be able to get rid of that one. So Xiaohao will be gutted that his control ward is cleared in the end.
He's got another one. I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, I assume it was Xiaohao that placed that one as Care. Just going to drop a ward onto the Raptors. Just getting some vision. Cleared away the wave and using that time effectively. You love to see.
Yeah, and you know, something we have praised him for quite heavily is making those moves from the mid lane, set up a vision, set up control, set up the team. And mid lane is going to be approaching level 6 soon. And Forge, although he still has his flash, because he ended up dying, if he's a bit down in XP compared to Care, and the Ahri gets 6 first, that could be very threatening. Could see an angle potentially come out where Charm connects and Forge just ends up going down once again. Now, Xiaohao trying to contest his vision here. Yeah, I don't think he wants to mess with that Lee Sin. At least not right now.
Few hits. Okay. So he's going to be DPSing the clone down. Just using his passive effectively there. ZDZ in a little bit of trouble on the top side. Big damage coming out from Summit. He's fighting into a wave, but I don't think he cares. He's just hit 6, but ZDZ finds the flash. Close one there for ZDZ. He was behind at XP and almost loses his life for it.
Yeah, plays it a little bit too close for comfort, but is able to flash the ultimate. Doesn't end up going down, and it just ends up being a trade evenly. In fact, actually, because ZDZ is going to hit 6 in a second and have his ult, it's actually a trade up for ZDZ, surprisingly enough. But definitely seen a lot of back and forth between these top laners in the series, and both of them, you give them a window, and they will look to punish.
Certainly will. LPX gets the Essence Flux onto him, but it doesn't look like Betty. Oh, actually, Betty found a Q onto him, so fair play to him. Does get a bit of harass. Big damage in the mid lane as well as Care. Just trying to shove this wave in. Clint, just not even looking at mid lane. He's making a beeline right now up towards that top side where Xiaohao clears some vision, tries to move in on towards Summit. Ward dropped into the tri-brush though. ZDZ low on HP again as he tries to survive in this lane, tries to stay in this lane, but Summit definitely getting the best of him recently.
Yeah, Xiaohao coming to try and help him out with a reset, but you see, since Summit took the first back, picked up the ninja tabbies, like ZDZ can't jump on him nearly as easily and just guarantee he's going to win out the trade. So Summit able to apply some pressure there. With Demolish, if he, assuming he has it, might be able to get a plate here before he's back. We'll see, but he may just go for the reset regardless. ZDZ now going to pick up the Sheen, head back towards lane. And actually looks like Summit doesn't have Demolish, so never mind. But still actually should just get a plate here.
Yeah, the minions would be able to finish that one off for him. He'll be able to get a reset off in the brush while ZDZ sweeps that wave up. So really nice stuff from FPX here, specifically from Summit, having almost a 10 CS lead. That will shrink a little bit, but then once he gets to the lane, there'll be a big old minion wave that's crashing towards him. So very nice position for Summit to be in here. In the meantime, LWX just trying to zone Betty away, keeping this wave where it is, trying to deny any CS he can from Betty. Getting a good little chunk out with the Boomerang Blade as well.
Yeah, and look, Chocho just backed and picked up Moby Boots. Like, if this isn't a signal that the lane isn't really going anywhere, then I don't know what is. And Chocho, you're probably not going to find much bot lane. You don't win the all-ins, right? You have limited pressure on the Civ. Obviously, Alistair can at least combo her because the spell shield can't effectively block it. I know there is some timings where you can absorb it, but Chocho can play around that. But yeah, he just wants to make things happen because this is the state. Betty gets chunked out, wave gets pushed in, plate gets taken, repeat.
Yeah, feels like, especially now you got that Noon Quiver as well, right? You're able to really actually pressure in the lane as opposed to just crash the waves. Here we go. In the top side, though, ZDZ gets a stun onto Summit. He is Mega Gnar. We'll just hop away with the crunch there. But the Rift Herald reset, that's enough, honestly, from the side of FPX. They've got that pressure in the bottom side, remember, so if they can just neutralize top side, that's good enough for them. Yeah,
I mean, you've seen Forge picking up the wave in mid, and the fact that Care's there kind of feels like there's a big disconnect from bot lane and the rest of the map right now. Normally, we've seen those lanes move up, and actually, as I say, the LWX and Hung making their way over with the prio they have. So I think AL going to have to give up this Herald, and they're already in a deficit. They're already down a Dragon. They're already down in gold. Now going to be down this Herald potential. Although, as I say that, looks like they're trying to muscle their way in.
AL, they're not going to just let this one go down without a fight. We've seen a first Herald fight both games this series, and I expect this to continue. ZDZ goes in here, trying to find an angle. Herald down so low, and it's smited by Xiaohao once again. But look at this, the final chapter across everybody. And now FPX can start to sweep these kills up. Slammed into the wall as Forge. Xiaohao grabs himself the Herald, but at the cost of his life. It's a double kill for Care. A slow onto Forge, and maybe a little more. Clid looking for the Sonic Wave. The slow is there, and the kill for Clid as well. It's 4-4-0.
And I just feel like AL, like, they got the Herald. They could have tried to leave. Instead, they go for a fight. There's no way they were winning that fight, right? The spikes available to the FPX. The fact that LWX and Hung were already there. In my opinion, there should have been a get the Herald and get out sort of game plan. The fact they lose so much on the back of it, going to be very difficult to make it up. So, like, we can have a look at the replay. ZDZ goes in, buys a lot of time, and this is enough to force them away. Bear in mind, FPX are waiting for the Herald in here. Xiaohao could have just left. Forge could have moved over to the pit and then flashed over the wall, but instead, they're committing to the fight. They're thinking, we can take this. Betty's not even here. He's still not here. We're like, the fight's done, and only then does the Ezreal show up, and yet they opted into that fight. They opted to take this, and I just feel like it was never going to work.
Yeah, wasn't going to work for them, and FPX happy to capitalize. Now, Xiaohao did get that Herald for himself. It's very much a silver lining with how badly the fight went for them, but maybe some way to get a bit of a gold lead. I feel like top lane is probably the answer, right? I feel like ZDZ needs to be the man that you're giving some gold to, because on this Jax, if he can get strong, maybe he can take over.
Potentially, there's definitely an angle for it. You know, the fact that we talk about Sivir being short range but super high DPS 80 carry into a Jax with a counter strike does heavily limit what you can do. The problem is, you know, you're already 3k gold behind, well, just shy of it. They're now looking to secure their second dragon, and they have this super scaling bot lane. LWX already has the Kraken Slayer. We have seen a bit of Gale Force, but a Kraken Slayer tends to be Kraken Slayer's one most times we've seen Sivir lean towards. Just the fact you're already so high DPS really expands that further. And at 3 items, 4 items, that is where the Sivir will take over games. Like, especially with the Yuumi attached. The fact that FPX are already ahead, already have 2 dragons in pocket. Like, AL are 20 minutes. 31 minutes is the earliest AL could have a soul. I just feel like they're in a really tough position. They're going to have to find a window out.
It's going to be a tough one for AL, that is for sure, especially considering, like you said, 3,000 gold down plus the 2 Drakes. That is disastrous. And Clid just going to be trying to make his way through his jungle here, almost resetting the camps, but not quite. Managed to pull it off blue before we gifted over to Care here. Summit taking a bit of damage, actually walks back into the stun and pays for it dearly. 200 HP remaining, but a final chapter forces a flash. Xiaohao gets charmed. No! Dashes in, dodges the charm, and now the rest of the team is here. AL, perhaps a chance to turn things around. The Herald will go forward as Forge gets big damage onto Care. The plate's taken. Now time to retreat.
Yeah, so pressure down, but you see Care, Summit, and Hung still comfortable. Although Hung out of mana, I think with that in mind, AL potentially could have looked for more, but maybe respecting the lack of wave, quite a small one there, and also Summit going towards Mega. But look, you leave bot lane alone, this is what's going to happen. LWX can just walk up and take plates for free. This Sivir is just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. I am very worried for the side of AL, as they've already hit on, but you know, look at the item spikes across the board for AL. The fact that they've nearly got 2 Sundras on the top side. Betty's going to be really strong on 2 items. Forge is also really strong on 2 items. I think that is the point of the game where the Sivir hasn't taken over yet, and you can sort of challenge. But kind of before that, we'll take a look at this top fight. And it's just felt like, you know, FPX were a bit more confident. I think they didn't have the read Chocho was there. I think Chocho was a big difference maker because they kind of just focused layered CC on a clip.
Yeah, just knocking Clid up, keeping him in place. Really good re-engage from Xiaohao. It looks like he's about to get charmed, but he decides to just go in and try and set up the team. Beautifully done. And AL more than happy to capitalize. And it means it's, you know, 2,500 gold lead now instead of a 3,000 gold lead. It's not, you know, game breaking, but it's certainly going to be ever so slightly better for AL than it was before. I do want to take a second, though, mention the fact that Care going for the Leandries in the mid lane. You know, Everfrost getting a couple of changes has changed the way people build these champions. Betty gonna get kicked into the wall. Oh my god, he's just gonna get rinsed here, but they want to give the kill over to LWX. Clid chooses not to take it. And now the rest of the team moving on in. They re-engage. Xiaohao taken down by Care. Oh my god, it's immaculate. And AL just taken apart under the tower.
A massacre. The fact that you have this Wukong with you on a tower, the Alistair even shows up and they still get 2 kills, get away scot-free. FPX are completely taking control of this game. And now, you know, getting 3 kills on a Care, this Ahri, this pick that he's so comfortable on. 7 stacks in the Dark Seal as well. And we even see the top lane matchup, something we praised him before. Summit now has a Triforce completed and full Ninja Tabby, so he's starting to apply a lot of pressure there. It feels like there isn't any saving grace that we can see right now for AL.
Yeah, like you say, Care has been such a great Ahri player across the course of this split. It's been one of the picks he's been really, really comfortable on. It's been one of the picks that he's more than happy to force the issue on. That is gutting for Betty. as he tries to get every last hit and to deny the recall. Can't quite do both. But crucially, like, we saw the finesse of Kair's Ari right at the start of the game as he flashed forward to get the pick onto Forge at the start of the laning phase. But the expansion of that lead has just been beautiful to watch.
Absolutely, and I feel like FPX are going to continue expanding that lead. And AL, I know I was being all doom and gloom earlier, but they need to find an avenue in. They need to find a window into the next couple of fights, because second Herald, you can afford to give. You can see they're not even paying any attention towards it. But that Dragon coming up at 45 would put a tremendous amount of pressure on the AL. My question is, can they find a pick leading up to the fight? Can they find a good angle in the fight? If they get on top of LWX and they have like all these melee champions in the Civi's face, maybe that can be the solution. But it's one of these scenarios where you're 3,500 gold behind. You'd love to be able to say, oh, we'll give up the Dragon, we don't need it. But I feel like if you do, you just put yourself in a deeper hole that's going to be harder to climb out later.
Yeah, it's a tough decision for AL and a big moment in the series, because again, AL 7-3. When you look at the scorelines between these two teams, you'd anticipate that AL were a favorite coming in here today. But FPX recently have been proving themselves. The loss against OMG left some questions to be answered, but I feel like those questions are being answered today. Summit, though, could be in trouble here. Locked up. It's a true shot barrage, but they'll be fine. No proper commit from AL as they move towards that Drake we were talking about.
Yeah, but LWX picks the bot tower and is there now. I think it's good AL won their objective first, but I think FPX are more than ready to take this fight. Gotta respect the Mega Gnar, at least it's time now. That's one good thing for AL.
Here we go, Smite fight taken by Xiaohao. They deny Soul Point, but at what cost? LWX is just free firing the ricochets throughout the fight, and in the meantime, Summit starts to chase them down. Betty trying to get some damage out, but he doesn't have any damage. There's none to give as Forge taken down by boomerangs galore. Care finds the last one in the pit, flashes to finish the kill as well. It is beautiful from FPX, and it feels like it might already be over.
And I feel like, you know, when we see those videos displaying like updates to champions, new champions, that was like textbook Civ. This is what the rework has done. LWX sitting in that fight, just free firing, the ricochets bouncing again and again and again and again. The DPS that starts to come out, because AL, they think they found a good engage. They get the lockdown, the LWX untouched, and you just see it start bouncing between all these members. So many people clumped up. The AoE shred is massive here. And AL quickly realized that outmatched. Then LWX, remember, the ult means his cooldowns are resetting, so he gets his W back, starts to charge forwards, and is still outputting so much damage. The fact that we see Xiaohao go down as well, a nifty flash to redirect from Care, is the icing on the cake. But yeah, this Civ has hit critical mass already because of the amount of gold that's been injected into it. It's an 8,000 gold lead. And Joe, I was saying I thought game 3 probably going to be really close. This does not look even barely close.
Oh my god, Joe's getting railed right now. Has to flash away over the wall. And this is the thing. Sivir Yuumi, like, Sivir already has the insane move speed steroid on her ult. When you've got Yuumi, you don't even have to ult if it's a pick. You could just have the zoomies to catch up to that play. So, terrifying for AL. And they don't really have that much in the way of disengage for these plays. So, once they're in on these ones. And now, you can see the gold lead has skyrocketed almost 9,000 in favor of FPX. It's a really tough one to be looking at for AL.
Yeah, and I think that the best case scenario for them is that FPX, I mean, one thing to note is that they have at least secured that Dragon, so Soul is still a while away. But you kind of need a fight where, like, FPX are trapped in the Baron Pit or something, and all of AL are literally on top of LWX. Like, he can't even breathe. That is the only way I realistically see them coming out ahead in a fight, because the second LWX even has a slight amount of space, that's when the kiting comes in. That's when you start to get shredded. And bear in mind, you know, it's 2-item Sivir. 3-4 items is really where the pick starts to be a massive problem. But it feels like LWX has become a problem earlier just because of how far ahead FPX are.
Yeah, LWX doing a Gumayushi, only using 10% of his power. the rest of the power coming later on once he's got those items. It's just going to be clearing away the waves with this Sivir. And you can see ZDZ is going to look for a bounty on the bottom side of the map. Tier 2 taken already by FPX. And with a TP from Summit, it's not even like AL grabbed that bounty for themselves. And remember, they only get one bounty, and then it's cashed in. The way the bounties work changed on this patch from 12.13, for anyone that doesn't know already. So, going to be difficult for AL to find a way back into this game, and it feels like for the side of FPX, they could slowly but surely dot the I's and cross the T's. Baron available and on the map right now, and with a pick composition like FPX's, it's very difficult for AL to try and find vision if FPX threaten.
And the fact that, like, Summit is 2 levels up on ZDZ means they don't even win in the side lane. You know, at the moment, Summit is the one having the pressure there. Now, Jojo's been found.
He's used his ultimate, and Care's got a flank as well. Final chapter across the team. Betty rooted, uses the cleanse, but it will not matter. Care with the resets now as he looks for Xiaohao, finishes him off. And Care giving us a masterclass on this Ahri. Honestly, such a pleasure to watch him on this pick. He's really come into his own this year. We featured him and Forge at the start of the day, and it's clear that Care is winning that matchup out.
And he just bought a Medjai's before that fight, by the way. He had the full stack Dark Seal for the Medjai's, 20 stacks off the back of that. As if it couldn't get any worse. It's a 10,000 gold lead. And, you know, I'm going to say it. I often say, you know, AL can show they can fight back from 6k, 8k, 10k gold deficits, make it competitive. This feels like an extremely hard one to find that angle. Jojo gets caught out, and then you just have the chase potential coming in. But then the Yuumi combined with the Ahri, the ability to an insane level, and the resets just come in again and again and again. AL decimated.
Yeah, the Yuumi Ahri, the Civil on top that extends when you get a takedown. It's a tough one to escape from this FPX squad. I don't know about you, Orcs. I'm loving this draft. I think this is the kind of draft that you need if you want to win League of Legends in 12-13. Based on what we're seeing so far today. Plenty more games coming up, though, to see how the meta evolves on this patch. And again, it was a huge patch, so I'm not too surprised that we're seeing teams tentative to go for things like the Sipper. Remember, there were, what, 7 AD carry bans in this one? So this is very much a fringe pick still.
I will say there's definitely lanes that can punish the Sivir. You know, things like the Kalista, Draven would be very hard for a Sivir to deal with. But Ezreal is like that pick where it's like, look, we ain't going to do much in lane. And the hope is that the Ezreal will be stronger than you on 2 items. And Sivir is just thriving in that scenario. Allowed to free farm, allowed to free scale, become that monster, and just absolutely take over the matchup. And now, the side of AL, they're struggling to even hold on to their base. You know, the FPX can just shred the minions and shred you if you're too close.
Oh, great charm onto Forge. Jojo with the engaged final chapter across the team as well. LWX aggressed upon, though. He's low on HP, has to turn golden. Big damage out from Care. Summit's behind enemy lines. He's diving the tower. FPX might just have thrown this one. Forge surviving with a sustain, but Care starting to sweep up. It looked winnable for a second there. But even though LWX fell, the rest of FPX just too far ahead. Bottom inhib guaranteed at this point, but I think FPX want to end the game. I don't think an inhib will do for them. The Baron minions in the mid lane take 1 tower already as the rest of the team pushes on in. Care low on mana though, knocked up, true shot barrage across the team. That might be enough. Where did Jojo go? It's a magic trick out from FPX. They make the cow disappear. Now into the base they go. Great charm onto Xiaohao. 1 HP as Betty falls. 2 more for Summit. And that will be game. FPX find their 5th win.
FPX, you know, after an earlier upset, ending their win streak, they show they are still on a warpath, taking out the 5th place team in AL, securing themselves another win, and with this, just sliding themselves into the top 10 for the time being. Huge game from them. I love the fact they brought out the Sivir. It worked so well in that composition. Not just the confidence to bring out the Sivir, also the confidence to bring out the Yuumi, both in unison, and then able to deliver, able to find such a favorable scenario for themselves. Care and the Ahri, masterclass on that pick.
Yeah, Care as well. I think that was Care at the end of that one. Head in his hands.
I think it was
feel
Summit,
like
actually.
was that Summit? Was that Summit? Okay.
I think it was Summit, yeah.
They've broken my brain because they're sat in the wrong order. I like it when the teams sit in the right order. It makes it easier. But yeah,
Summit's the late
fantastic
edition.
stuff.
They already picked their seats, and he just got what was left.
He's like, dibs. This one's my one. Yeah, phenomenal game, though, from FPX, honestly. A magnificent performance and crucial performance, right? We keep on saying how this is a team that can fight for playoffs. Well, now they are in the top 10 for playoffs. But with a win over AL, I think FPX is the kind of team that could look good against, TT. They already lost to OMG, but like LNG, maybe Weibo. These are the kinds of teams that there's a real chance that FPX could find these wins and climb up the standings.
Yeah, I mean, I think, despite the fact, you got to remember this team was 0-5, but they had a rough start to the schedule, and they've just developed so much. I feel like Summit was a solid addition, but it's not like just Summit has suddenly started taking over games and 1v9ing. The whole lineup seems to be playing much better. And I mean, I look at the remaining matches. I honestly feel like Weibo is the last challenge. I feel like they should beat every other team they're facing and pick up a handful of wins, be into playoffs once more. And, I still think the way the game is, the way the standings are at the moment, there's like these scary teams right at the top. But from like 5th to 10th, I feel like FPX could honestly challenge every team there. I feel like there's no reason to suggest they couldn't make a good playoff run. And then who knows what happens when you face those top teams. Obviously, we've seen times before where, last summer, WE managed to knock EDG down the losers bracket. Anything could really happen. But yeah, FPX, a much needed resurgence after a rough start of the split. And I feel like the hype train buckled a little bit when they got that loss, but is back on track.
It certainly is. And when you look at this roster, it's a different roster to the start of the year, right? They had 3 rookies on the top side. They had Gory in the mid lane. They had Beitron jungle. They had Shaola Hu top. All 3 of those players have been replaced. Care's still a rookie in the mid lane, but the top side replaced by Korean veterans here for FPX. And then you've got LWX and Hung down in the bottom side, 2 experienced players, 2 players that you can rely on. So feels like this roster has leveled up, and Care is leveling up with the rest of the team, right? He's kind of the question mark in my mind. He's the newest player on this roster. Not necessarily newest in terms of tenure on FPX, but in terms of just playing competitive. And it feels like he has really had a great performance over the last few weeks. And it feels like he's becoming a reliable mid laner that will be able to set up for like the plate in the mid lane right at the very start of this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's strong in lane, finds those plays like that. When it comes to setting up map control, we saw that in this game as well. Moving around, clearing some vision, putting some wards down himself. And then, the roaming potential. The fact he'll move to the side to make those plays happen. Something we've praised him for heavily. I feel like this player, when FPX, things were looking dire in spring, this player, they bring him up and he just kind of fits the bill. Everything they need, all wrapped up in this single care package, I guess.
Hey, good one.
And then it really just feels like, these additional pieces have kind of revitalized. Because I think everyone looked at the bot lane of LWX and Hong. Hong in particular, has been like praised heavily, even when the team was struggling. But yeah, we knew what this team was potentially able to do. It just felt like it didn't fit together. And now it feels like there's cohesion. They're a unit. They work so well in unison.
Yeah, really, really great to see. On the other side as well, we do have to kind of commiserate anyone's legend a little bit here. The losses in this series, game 1 and game 3, both pretty one-sided, pretty brutal losses for them. This is the end of their 4-win streak, now on a loss streak. And remember, this is a team that it only gets harder for them. They have OMG in week number 8, and then their 4 remaining series, RNG, JDG, EDG, Top Esports. And crucially, that matchup against OMG, last week, OMG beat FPX, and AL just lost to FPX. So that OMG matchup might look a little bit scary for AL as well. Remember, they're on 7 wins. So they started today 7-3, but if they don't manage to win against OMG, if they lose to the other top teams, they might finish their split still on 7 wins, and that might not be enough to make playoffs.
Yeah, that could be devastating. I think that, we emphasize the importance of today's win, but missing out is the end of the world. If they don't win against OMG, it's kind of twofold. It's one, it's like, okay, you couldn't beat FPX or OMG. How are you going to fare against RNG, JDG, EDG, Top Esports? Probably not that well. But also, as you said, locking in that 8 wins would just be such a boost of confidence to, okay, we're in a good spot to make playoffs. So they have to bounce back. I think it would be kind of hilarious if OMG to beat FPX, FPX beat AL, and AL beat OMG. That would be a funny arrangement.
Yeah. And then we somehow end up with like a 3-way tie in the standings as well between the 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I could see that happening, that trifecta. The 3-way tie may be a bit more tricky to pan out, but regardless, AL some work to be done here. And I think this is kind of the thing, is that like drafts can be so volatile for AL because you don't want to give up too much early pressure, but like they aren't the strongest early game team. And if you go into a game like that at bear in mind, even the game AL won today, they were at a deficit during like the mid game. if AL go into a game like this where the enemy bot lane outscales so heavily, it's like they're probably not going to win early, and they can't win late because they're against Sivir Yuumi. It really puts them in a difficult spot. So I think, the last couple of picks that came in, the Ezreal Alistair, really ended up costing them. And you can see, it kind of feels like a consistent thing. When FPX wins, Summit, Care, and LGD all do tons of damage. But yeah, it was kind of that similar goal graph to game one. FPX got ahead. They stayed ahead. They won.
Certainly did. Care, I think, for me, Care, the MVP of this one. A really fantastic performance on the Ahri. I think that should be recognized. LWX bringing that Sivir out was very exciting to watch. It certainly played well, but Care felt like setting up most of these plays, getting cleared ahead early on. And then, like you say, the roaming always there. It feels like Care is at every play before it even happens. He's quite often the one starting the play while the enemy mid laner is still in that mid lane. So fantastic to see him popping off once again on the Ahri. And I'm excited now for this FPX hype train, as you say. And I'm excited for LWX because honestly, last year, it looked like everything was going wrong for FPX. They had all of the issues with the jungle role. Doing B then ends up leaving. Nuguri leaves the team as well. Everything starts new with this rookie squad. And then there was a lot of criticism on bringing players like Clid in. There was criticism on bringing players like Summit in as well. But it does feel like they finally figured out how to make this work. It has been a turbulent process, that is for sure. But it finally seems to be working.
Yeah, and I feel like at the right time as well, because I feel like the way a lot of people look, most of the discussion we've had looking at Worlds is people are pretty surefire. Like top 3 is like in a lot of people's minds, like, yeah, we know who's going to be top 3. 4th is such a point of contention. And I've heard so many different teams. I've seen people today say messages like FPX going to be the 4th seed for Worlds. Coming into your form at this point in the split, it is bold, but I feel like that 4th seed is a point of contention and the dream is still alive. Do I think it's going to happen? Probably not, but that's the thing. The hope is there. The possibility is real. And if FPX keep improving and coming into their form, it's the perfect time to ramp up.
I just love that you're like, the hope is there. Do I think it's going to happen? Absolutely not. Just murder that hope in front of everyone. Let's take a look at our MVP as we round this series out. It was Care in the end. Managed to grab that on the Ahri. 909. I mean, an amazing game from him. Absolutely amazing game and an amazing series as well. It's only his 2nd MVP of the split as well, so fair play to him. Finally starting to rack those up.
Yeah, kind of just made Ahri look like it did more damage than we've seen anyone else really do on the champion. Helps when you have a full stack Medjais, obviously contributing factor. But yeah, Care just completely taking over this one. That Charm Flash coming in early, set the pace of the game. And then it felt like all the team fights, like really measured use of the ultimate charges to ensure that you're just cleaning up kills. And I remember this one, the nifty finish at the end to take out Xiaohao by redirecting the Q.
Yeah, really, really nice. I mean, just playing with the team, getting good charms, getting good damage out, using... And you see how he, like, holds the stacks on his ultimate as well until he knows he's got resets coming up. Goes in, and as you say, the flash to make the second part of Orb of Deception to hit. It's beautiful to see. And then this flank as well was just... I mean, this was child's play at this point. AL were just falling apart.
Yeah, but I mean, I just feel like it's such a... It's not just the fact we saw the Sivir Yuumi, but the whole comp kind of feels like so momentum and speed based. Like you just charge forward, get one kill, boom, 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 and just snowballs. Yeah. Very fun comp to watch in the team fights. So yeah, great from FPX there.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Really enjoyable to watch, as you say. Now, we're going to jump into a break, but following, we're going to jump into another team that has been touted as a potential top 4, has been touted as a team contending for playoffs, but whether or not it can come to fruition will be the question. That's right. It's the 2021 World Champions in EDG going up against LGD. Make sure you stick around. We'll see you in a few. So, next topic.
What's you got for us, Pilot?
For us. So, we're actually halfway through the podcast already, so we're going to have to start blasting through these. Well, maybe not blasting through, but... right, wow. Which teams would you be most exciting... Would you be most exciting to see... Lyric can't write proper sentences.
Exciting.
Which teams would you be most excited to see versus other regions? So I think
I'm holding mine up. Just saying. I gotta see Karsa and Rookie destroy people. I want to see what happens when you just get everything.
Why 7?
Yeah, I'm lost.
It's not. It's the other way around.
Why
V5.
7?
V5.
Oh,
V5.
your camera's reversed, mate.
V5.
I was like,
Okay,
what's
whatever.
7?
Well, anyways,
I was like,
I gotta see Carson Rookie go up against international competition. I just want to see what happens when a team is presented with what happens on the rip when V5 takes to it, right? Like, I just want to see how that control comes to play, what teams do to respond to it, because a lot of times in the LPL, you have the responses. You have the cross-map plays that are happening either as plays are happening for V5 across the map or just seconds behind. But when you get to international play, not a lot of the time the Western teams will be following that up, and then you just lose in a snowball fashion. So I'm very, very excited to see V5 take on some international competition, primarily for the mid-jungle duo, but I think the rest of the map will do just fine.
Yeah. I think it's hard to disagree that Victory 5 is going to be fun to watch internationally.
Like, what do you do? What do you do when Carson Rookie come knocking at your door? I don't know.
I'll be honest, because I think everyone would expect me to say top esports, right? But I'm actually less excited about top esports internationally. I feel like that's going to happen no matter what. Team I'm really excited to see internationally, JDG, because they just go ham.
Yeah.
They just fight all the time. I want to see them against the Korean teams, against the American teams, against the European teams, like forcing those teams to fight all the time. Because I feel like teams like JDG expose the strength of another team, right? When you take a team like JDG up against a team like Genji, for example, who have insanely good laners and insane mechanics across the board, you are going to have a banger. You're going to have an absolutely insane slugfest of a game because both teams are just bringing insane players and JDG is going to make them fight. Like, they don't have a choice. They are fighting JDG whether they like it or not. So I just feel like JDG is this team that is going to give us some of the best games we get at any World's Championship ever, honestly. I feel like that's genuinely the case. If they get to a best of 5, it's going to be just mental.
I can't wait.
Yeah, it'll be also good revenge for like 2020.
Yeah,
I was so disappointed when Knight finally got to Worlds. Like, my answer's top esports easily.
Okay.
Apart from V5, because I feel like V5, my want is more personal. We've seen Rookie on the world stage. Like, Rich has been in LCK. Okay, we've cross-mingled with fans. We've all seen Casa. But imagine international casters from all cultures saying the word PP God on a professional broadcast, and they cannot laugh and they cannot enjoy it. You know, they have to be neutral like they are with every other player.
I feel like that's
they can't enjoy
They're
it.
not allowed.
No.
You have
No,
enjoy
actually,
off the
to be fair.
broadcast. You're done.
I just want to quickly clarify. It is his initials. It is his
I know.
actual name. It's not actually...
Pung Pung Shun. You know, Pung Pung Shun is names with God at the end. I understand. It is just such a great IGN. Like, there is no better IGN in this world, I feel. Maybe apart from Naruto, who's an LDL top laner.
I was going to say, I watched your LDL stream. There's some fun ones on there, I got to say.
There actually are. Dude, we got a 5-man Gnar ulti on the first show as well, which was insane.
So, I want to do another honorable mention before we move on from this topic. While we're still on the topic of teams that I want.
What happened to me talking about top esports?
You're not. You're talking about LDL. You're talking about some player called Naruto.
No, hang on.
Yeah, but you said we could get lost in the weeds.
Okay. Finish
monkeying around.
I'll be super quick. All I can say is that and this goes with your JDG, when JDG and Top Esports went to Worlds in 2020 and sucked, and JDG didn't look anything like themselves, Top Esports didn't look close, like, it was just disappointment, and I feel like Top Esports, that's a year where they could probably win Worlds. I was really sad, so I just want people to start talking about Knight again internationally, because I think Knight, alongside Rookie, of course, we would just have the two best mid laners, at the tournament. And even top laners, hey, to be fair. I think we'd have two of the best top laners as well. It'd be insane.
Yeah.
下一场打老干爹的话，感觉我们只要不犯特别大的失误的话，应该会赢。我们的成绩或者是状态都不是很好吧，然后到季后赛之前应该要调整好。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munchballs. I'm joined by Orcs as we head towards our second series. And it feels like after a series like the first one we've had today between AL and FPX, this second one needs to do a lot to live up because that first series was back and forth the whole way. Lots of great fights, lots of great plays. And I feel like we have the potential, we have the mechanical skill in these two rosters to match up. But for EDG and for LGD, I feel like it's a bit more of a mismatch today. And I think Orcs, you know, historically, that's kind of been the case. Both these organizations joined the league at the same year. They joined in 2016 spring, but for LGD, it's very much been a story of living in EDG's shadow ever since.
Yeah, I mean, EDG, the fact they've won Worlds as well as like the icing on the cake, but have always historically been a super storied org. And LGD have kind of been an org of moments, you know. There was 2015 where they came into Worlds and people were thinking they'd be the favorites. They unfortunately didn't perform. There was more recently when they managed to make Worlds as well as 4th seeds. I believe that was 2020. But outside of that, haven't really been the most consistent performers. And sadly, this split kind of head in the direction where they're not going to be chasing one of these titles or at least top 2 finishes. But there's still a chance, there's still opportunity. And I think as we move into our next graphic, we can kind of highlight how LGD can sort of revitalize the dream, find that opportunity back into the split.
That's the thing. It's not looked good historically since 2015. Since 2020, they made that surprise run to Worlds, but there is still a will. And where there's a will, there's a way. Orcs, let's take a look at how to make playoffs for LGD, because they have a few series remaining still. They're 1-7, which means they have half of their series remaining. Now, they have played a lot of the tougher opponents so far in the split already, and you can see that there are 3 big matches remaining. There's EDG, Top Esports, and RNG. Those are the big 3. Now, if LGD can beat 2 of those big 3, and everyone else on their schedule, they can still afford to lose one more series and make it to playoffs.
Yeah, so it kind of becomes the situation where if they lose today, they have to win every remaining match to make 8 wins, which is, as we've said, typically the cutoff point for playoffs. So winning today means they don't have to beat both Top Esports and RNG, just one of them, and everyone else, including Weibo and, you know, TT, who are looking in better form. So it's not easy, but it is possible.
Exactly. There's still a way. And as we move on from talking just about their schedule, let's talk a little bit about the gameplay here from the side of LGD, because I think when you look at how this team has functioned and how this team has worked over the last couple of weeks, it feels like there is very much a rising star down in that bottom lane. Orcs, like Assam has been the clear star player for me on this roster. And when you look at him statistically, for a player on a team that is 1-7 in the standings right now, having the 2nd highest goal difference at 15, the 6th highest CSD at 15, you know, 2nd highest kills and assists at 15, and also the highest damage share of any team. Like, these are insane statistics considering the win rate.
I do want to throw a caveat in that CSD and goal difference are kind of messed up by Senna. She does screw those stats a little bit. Assam has actually had some Senna games of his own, but not as much as others. But I think the stats in general just highlight the fact that the team play for him. The team play to get him ahead, and he thrives on looking for those windows. You know, games like this against Ultra Prime, decimating the bot lane, finding kills in the 2v2, and then they have their jungler coming in just to sweep it up. And this has been the consistent theme. And then often the case is if they give him a lead, if they get him ahead, when it comes to team fights, he can deliver, he can look to clean up and shit. You know, this team has not got a good win rate in series. That doesn't mean they don't challenge in the games and look to take some, at least some individual games if they're not taking all the series.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking to try and take games, looking to try and get points on the board. They would love to get a series, though, against a team like EDG that realistically haven't had the best split of their career. But these are some of the moments where you see LGD working together and punishing the enemy Shadow, making this play happen, turning it around, and Assam being the benefactor on that Aphelios, then carrying the rest of the game. And I'm hoping we get to see some of that from LGD today, some of that teamwork that we've got to see. However, on the other side, let's talk about EDG, right? I already mentioned how they've had a bit of a rough split comparatively to what expectations would be for EDG, the world champions, right? And recently, they've had a couple of big losses against V5 and against Top Esports. But crucially, in both of those series, they were keeping those games close. And against Top Esports, they managed to find a game win as well. But the fight's extremely close. The mechanics are clearly there for EDG.
And I think, you know, there's been so many pop-off moments. At first, it was like Scout and Viper. If they got ahead, if they got fed, they would take over games. And then Flandre has also had some solid performances recently, like on things like the Vladimir. I feel like it's such a precarious position because, you know, there's so much potential this lineup. Like, they've won Worlds. They still have the star-studded roster. The peak of these players is a force to be reckoned with. But we're not seeing that peak. And it's a little bit inconsistent. It's hard to judge how they will perform on the day. We only know what they can do. And we have to hope that, you know, when they do face the stronger teams, they show up. And they kind of have to an extent. Like I said, they've kept it close. They've challenged in games, but it's still not the same EDG we saw last year. And here are some of the examples when they played against Top Esports. This first game, they actually managed to win out with some pretty solid team fighting from Viper in particular, but also the Vladimir for Flandre really impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, working really well as a team, able to kite back in and re-engage later on into the fight. JJ happy to flash forward and set the rest of the team up like that as well. It's beautiful to see the way that this team fights as a unit, only 90 and surviving there. But then over the course of the series, you know, EDG winning the first game, but Top Esports, in classic Top Esports fashion, managing to pull their way back into the series.
Yeah, and it felt like, you know, game one, EDG took a bit to get going, but then stomped that game. Game two, there was no getting going. Top Esports were full speed the whole time. And then this game three was that closer one. It felt like the fights were a bit back and forth. Scout having a really strong performance on the Silas. And, you know, it felt like it could really go either way throughout this series. Top Esports doing their best to keep it close. There was this moment where, again, Scout going for the flank angle, but gets instantly shut down in return. And Top Esports able to cut it backwards. And then it kind of came all to a head when there was this Baron attempt by EDG, which wasn't the best. Tian flies over, steals the Baron, and then Top Esports also just crushed the ensuing fight. But you can see, 29 minutes, even with the Baron being secured, the gold was about dead even. It was very close up to that point, but just Top Esports managing to clutch it out in the end.
Yeah, and Mark Payne, like, absolute MVP of that final fight, keeping Jackie Love alive with us. They were sort of 2v4 for the start of the fight, but really, really great stuff from Top Esports. EDG, very close to managing to find a series there, but 50-50ing the Baron, being punished for it, and things went awry. But crucially, they did find a win in the first game of the series, and they did find a lot of close fights. So showing positive things against two of the top teams in the league, it should mean that they're coming in today as a heavy favorite. And I'm hoping to see proactivity. I'm hoping to see the same EDG that we saw last year that just would completely control the map, take over the game, and just run away with things. It's not really been something we've seen much of so far this split, but maybe today we can start to see that revitalized.
Yeah, and it's just enough something to note is that Junja will be starting today for EDG. So we saw him. We didn't actually see him last split when he was on RA because he played in the Demacia Cup for them, and then they just played the end for the whole split. But went back to EDG. You know, bit of a solo queue superstar, and will be starting today. Obviously, you know, this should be a more. The expectation for EDG is probably that they should be heavy favorites, so maybe giving him some opportunity. But we'll see what that shows. Whether it is, you know, a big positive for EDG, maybe something they can lean on. Or maybe it's an avenue which LGD can potentially exploit.
Yeah, that's going to be a big question. Also, interestingly, LGD making a substitution as well. Fairness, not going to be the top laner to start us off. It's going to be Chalitza stepping in, who was a player that played, if I remember correctly, joined the league last year on LGD. Had some pretty good performances, but generally struggled because, you know, it's hard to be consistent on a roster that is losing so many games, right? It's the nature of it. But Fairness, perhaps a little too aggressive for LGD. Last week, I remember his Sichuani performances, having a big lead and then perhaps going a little too far for the team. So decided to change things up. But I like that LGD are changing things up. They're not out of playoffs just yet. There's still time. And they want to use that time effectively.
Yeah, and I think it's worth it. I think take the opportunity. And, we actually have a graphic coming in. Mako first, going for 7,000 assists, I believe. think that's what it reads. These 21 away.
Yeah, I assume so. 7,000 assists, 882 on the Alistair, 881 on the Thresh. We'll see which pick he ends up going for. Very close to grabbing himself the 7,000 assists title. Ming will be furious. Ming will be livid. He's watching this graphic now. He's boiling with rage.
I think the other day, Ming hit, was it? Yeah, I'm just looking now. Ming hit 5,000 assists just the other day. I thought he hit 6,000. Thinking back, no, he only hit 5,000. Mako's about to be 2,000 assists clear, which is kind of mind blowing. Like that much of a lead over second place.
The thing is,
yeah, just
it does go back to what we talked about earlier, right? On the legacy of EDG.
Yeah,
Mako's been playing since 2015, and the thing is, when you're winning playoffs so many times in the LPL, you get so many more games. Playoffs is so long. And so EDG and Mako, therefore, get a lot of extra games. And sure, RNG have had a lot of playoffs games as well. But I guess Mako managing to make the difference right there, close to 7K. We'll see if he can find it today. I certainly hope so. That'd be exciting for him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when a kill is guaranteed and the support just walks over and like autos them to get an assist, maybe that's been the difference. Like Ming's like, no, it's fine. I don't want to steal gold from Mako's like, no. I want the numbers. I want the extra stats. I mean, I do joke. Probably not going to be the case, but yeah. Hopefully, I mean, I expect 21 assists isn't that much. I expect we would probably cross that threshold today, but we will see. And obviously keep tabs on that one. But for anyone who didn't catch the start of the show, just to catch up, we are on 12.13. We have moved to the new patch. We are the first region on this patch, I believe. I did check earlier. So, you know, we highlighted some of the changing things. Obviously, Sivir got played earlier, which has been semi-reworked, but still keeping an eye out for all the new things. And something to take into account when we do go into draft that, you know, we have transitioned a little bit and had a bunch of changes come in.
Yeah, you can expect things to change up, but also you can expect some teams to find new things, right? Where we'll see some games where, like, the Sivir came out and it looked really terrifying. It looked really hard to deal with. Obviously, it's situational. It was picked as a counter pick. So maybe we'll see more Sivir today, but it might be in a totally different scenario. We'll have to wait and see. Same with that Gwen. We haven't seen it yet today, but big changes for the pick. Very much focused on the team fighting and less on the laning phase now. So we'll see if the teams do develop any strategies across the course of today. I think especially teams like LGD, this is a fantastic opportunity, right? You are desperate for wins. If you can get a win against EDG, that'd be amazing for you. There's a huge patch. There's picks that have been changed very dramatically. Now's your opportunity, honestly, to throw a spanner in the wrench.
Yeah, I mean, you are rewarded for innovating. If you can come up with an innovation, if you can even win one series, it can be such a massive deal breaker for LGD.
I just said throw a spanner in the wrench. I meant in the works. You're going to struggle to fit a spanner in a wrench.
Not quite as egregious as the pasta food line, but, you know, we run with it.
Look, I was trying to think of the name of mince, but it just was not coming. Anyway, 80 carry bans galore coming in. We could see another Sivir game. It's a Kalista ban. It's a Zeri ban. It's a Senna ban. Jax and Ari as well take it away from LGD.
Yeah, thin in the pool quite a bit. Still things like the Wukong, which has been less banned, but very often picked. Open available Silas on the cards is something we've seen quite frequently banned away in the first three. Poppy, another one that has been pretty high priority. So we'll see what ends up happening. Renata, you know, all these things. But they're actually off Azir, which, you know, I get Scout pretty proficient in Azir. This means EDG, I just mentioned a ton of picks that we often see banned. They have kind of a wide pool to look at and to kind of decide what they want to do. Gnar is another thing we saw. Summit, very high priority towards that. And it looks like EDG might go for the Silas. And this kind of, speaking of the Gnar, this kind of works twofold. Because if LGD do lock the Gnar in, it's one of the best ults in the game for Silas. So does put some question marks whether you want to give him that power by taking a good pick for yourself.
Yeah, Scout grabs a very much comfort pick, but the Poppy available, this is something that we've seen a ton of over the course of the split and has very rapidly become pretty much 100% ban rate, and whenever it's not banned, generally seems to be locked in. Shadow going to grab that one for himself. And we'll see whether LGD opt to match that mid lane for the time being, or whether they want to look towards something for Asum. He has been the priority player for LGD. He's been the basket in which LGD put their eggs. So we'll see if that's a priority for them.
Well, Bernarda pickup as well. Aphelios is probably the best pairing with Renata overall that we've seen, other than Kalista, who's obviously fantastic. So I like the fact that they're locking this in, they're securing this. We'll see if EDG opt to deny the Aphelios. Obviously, it's something Viper's lent on heavily and has really prioritized. First off, they're going to pick the Trundle. Obviously, into the Poppy, you'll win out the early skirmishes. You can also just alter, which is a very powerful tool. So clearly, EDG ready for the Poppy pick and what they want to do in response. And now, Raven coming out for EDG. You know, I'm talking, do they deny the Aphelios? No, they just decide to respond that they don't care while LGD takes the AD carry role. They will look to try and dumpster it.
And this is not like a classic Viper pick. This is not, when you think of Viper, you do not think of Draven. He's bringing out the aggression. Junja's in as well, right? Changing up the roster a little bit. Feels like EDG are saying, we're changing our style today. They want to fight. They've got a Silas in the mid lane. They've got a Draven as the AD carrying. You know, Asum and Jinzhao decide to stick to their strategy with that Aphelios locked in. Nautilus taken off the board. They want to neutralize that bottom lane as much as possible.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if they also ban away Janna, which, you know, you might not typically expect, but I've seen a bit in Europe. Draven Janna as a response to Kalista Renata. And obviously, this isn't Kalista Renata, but a similar concept you could see coming out here. But maybe they just don't pay any heed to it and just ban away potentially some other typical support options. Maybe even looking towards the top lane. Gnar could be a good ban here. Obviously, picking it for LGD, as I said before, gives over that ult. If you ban it, then at least you're not giving it over the side of EDG.
So while we wait for the next couple of bans, I've got a couple of bonus little stats for you guys. Some interesting stats on Viper.
Ooh.
So, you know, his Draven, he's played it once ever. Currently an infinite KDA. He went 6-0 and 10 the one time he did play it. So great Draven performance the one time he played it. Interestingly, he has played Victor, Morgana, Jace, Darius, Teemo, Irelia, and Ryze more times than he has played Draven as an AD carry main. And these are all competitive games as well. So definitely a fringe pick for Viper across his career.
Well,
I'm excited to see it, though.
Joe, you say they were competitive. They were professional games. I don't know how competitive they were. They were definitely pro games.
That's a whole can of worms. That is a whole can of worms.
Looks like LGD might be trying for the Akali answer into the Silas. So bear in mind, we have seen Silas flex the top lane, but you can also flex the Akali to match. We've seen this one be a bit of a skill matchup, and obviously Silas can steal away Akali ult and go pretty heavily toe-to-toe. But our IDG, locking in the support will be a port of call, and like the top laner, I talked about possibly LGD banning the Gnar. They opted not to, and it looks like EDG will capitalize.
Yep, so they're not going to come on through there. Going to be the pickup for themselves. And now just need to lock in that support. Obviously, the Nautilus, the movement band. Oh, go on, Mako. Treat us. We've already got the Draven. Oh. There it is. Draven Blitzcrank coming out from Viper and Mako. Junja subbed in the jungle. EDG are here to make a statement today.
I feel like, you know, you're going for the 7,000 assists. You have to do it in style. And this is going to be the case where, you know, Renata is very immobile. And also, with the bailout, it's not very effective into a Blitzcrank, because chances are, if you've been grabbed by the Blitzcrank, it doesn't matter if you can buy an extra few seconds. You're screwed regardless. So, a very volatile bot lane. You know, the scaling on the side of LGD, but the immense pressure from EDG. And we see the Sejuani coming out for LGD. So, ultimately, EDG have kind of like three pretty strong lanes that I expect to come out ahead in the early levels and find favor. And for LGD, it's kind of like they're just holding on for dear life and hoping that they get to team fights without being beaten into dust.
Yeah, that's a hell of a win condition. Try not to be beaten to dust. We'll see if LGD can pull it off. Definitely looking towards the late game for LGD, which I'm going to be honest, when we've seen LGD succeed in the past, it generally has been off of early skirmishes. But man, I'm excited for this EDG bottom lane. I'm excited as well. I will say, you were talking about the hostile takeover from Renata. I feel like Draven is one of those champions that can do serious damage when a hostile takeover hits him. But the nice thing for EDG is their team is all pretty damn tanky. Like, the squishiest ally that Draven has is either the Blitzcrank or the Silas. Neither of which is, like, exactly easy to kill, generally speaking, anyway. So I feel like it's going to be a tough one for the Renata.
Dude, I tell you what, like, people often, I mean, I'm not going to say I'm not in this boat, but people often complain about new champions. There were definitely some balancing issues with Renata, but hit ult is one of the most hilarious things ever.
Yeah, it is.
And every time it hits, I mean, there'll definitely be a moment in this game where Viper, if they do get ahead, Viper's mega fed, hostile takeover hits, and he just launches an axe and just like domes one of his allies and just takes them out. And I'm ready for it, honestly.
Yeah, if he's just activated his Blood Rush, could hit 2 or 3 axes, that's a dead teammate. We'll have to wait and see. As you can see, League of Legends Esports Manager is out in China. Oh, the hook! Oh, Chalitza.
Oh.
He is lucky. He felt the breeze of that rocket grab
Yep.
over the wall there. That was a close one.
Going for some of those cheesy plays that you can attempt on the Blitzcrank. And, you know, I'm going to boil this bot lane down quite simply to you, Joe. If Mako hits a rocket grab, things are pretty good for EDG. If Mako doesn't hit a rocket grab, things are pretty good for LGD. That's kind of how we're going to analyze this bot lane.
Now, that's the kind of analysis I can get behind. I could understand that. Let's go with that.
Yeah, keep it simple. But yeah, I think LGD on the rough spot, as I said, it kind of feels like they're holding on because it feels like all 3 lanes are going to have prio early. All 3 lanes are going to be applying pressure. I mean, bot lane can be a bit more like if Viper and Mako start to, you know, miss rocket grabs, lose out, then LGD could have a bit of pressure. But ultimately, it's kind of on Shadow to try and bail his lanes out. So we'll see if he gets any opportunities. And obviously this Draven, we've seen, you know, some Dravens get up to 600 stacks. It's 2.5 gold per stack. So you can get a humongous cash in if the lane just plays out with nothing happening. And obviously, I expect both teams trying to either deny or find the cash in for the Draven, respectively.
Well, Viper using his Q there to get himself up to 2 spinning axes, so doesn't feel like he wants to play this one super safe. He feels confident that he can keep those. A hook already onto Jin Zhao here. Half of his health gone immediately. And now EDG play the waiting game. They look for the cooldown to drop, and then perhaps we'll turn it into more a stack as well there off of the ward for Viper as he builds that adoration. Looking for level 2. It will be the advantage for LGD here. They'll be the first ones to hit 2. It looks like Mako and Viper will respect it.
Yeah, double range, so they'll be able to push it in early, get the level 2. But notice Mako sweeping out the first ward, sweeping out the first brush, and then actually a ward gets placed and they both focus it down. If Blitzcrank gets control of the brush, it can really be really difficult. And that hook connected, didn't really do much apart from chunk Jin Zhao out. But once the level 2 is hit, once you have the knock up to follow, that is where things get scary. That's where if you get hit, it will probably lead to a kill or bare minimum a handful of summoners. Okay. And already we're seeing action, Joe.
Junja wants to move down the solo queue superstar himself. The pillar comes in, but a handshake from Jin Zhao is gorgeous. Junja still looking for the slow, though. And Mako forces the flash out. I can't believe they still found a summoner spell here. As Assam just getting some damage onto Junja, but he don't mind.
Yeah, good job from LGD to try and mitigate that. But at the end of the day, flash burn, you got what you wanted. Now, Jin Zhao's going to be in such a scary position if it connects. Yeah, you're going down.
The thing is, we've all had these games in solo queue where you're against like Blitzcrank and something aggressive, right? And you know that one little misposition is gonna be the death of you, and then the game just gets out of control real quick. Well, Jin Zhao is gonna have to do that on stage, right? He's gonna do that live in front of millions of people around the world. Feels like a tough one for him. He's gonna be feeling that pressure on his shoulders. Yeah, we'll have to see. Mako on point with hooks so far, though. Shadow tries to go for an invade onto Junja here. Smite not available for either player. Shadow's about to come up, and there it is. Steals away the chicken.
Painful in that one. And right now, Junja doesn't really have anything to do. Scuttle Crab available on the top side, but he's heading around to the bot lane again, but will be spotted. I feel like there has to be an instant call out. Guys, back off, get away.
There was no ping.
Oh,
there was no ping on
way.
Him. How do they get away with this one? A pillar down onto Zhao. Mako goes wide on the hook. It does not matter at all. There's a cash in for Viper. 150 HP though. Flash available. Shadow moving in. Flashed by Viper. He takes a tower shot for his trouble and ends up giving an extra kill. It's an absolute disaster, but it's glorious for EDG as Assam is just battered down by Junja. Oh my goodness, it's gone from bad to worse.
You know, I feel like I lied because the rocket grab didn't connect and they still went very heavily in favor of EDG. Mako doesn't land the skill shot, but he just flashes in, knocks up Jinja. Remember, no flash for the Renata. That's what the goal was. You get the flash for the Renata, it makes the play so much easier. And Shadow, overzealous with the Poppy play.
The disastrous thing is that was seen, that was scouted, that was spotted. It was a totally preventable play. Unforced error there from LGD, and you know, not a good look. Not a good look if you're wanting to start this series well. 2,000 gold lead at 5.5 minutes.
Look,
I mean, EDG, we said they
Joe.
wanted to make a statement.
They're just investing in the hostile takeover, right? Get Viper fed so he can kill his whole team.
If only they had a Viego as well.
Yeah, that'd be the ultimate game plan in terms of the comps. We've got a replay coming out, and yeah, missed this obviously, and so Mako doesn't actually connect, but it doesn't matter because he just goes for the flash knockup, guarantees the kill, and even Viper making sure he gets the cash in. 268 extra gold.
650 gold.
Yeah, a lot. And then here, flashing the knockback. Here's the thing, when you know Viper has flash, I feel like of all the players in the league, you have to expect Viper's going to be on point with the mechanics. We've seen it time and time again. And it just ends up not only costing Shadow's life, but also we see Asum go down as well. It's a disaster right now in the bot lane. And
okay, hang on though.
More action
Shadow
all the
and
time.
Haichao. It's time to brawl at the bottom lane. It's a 4v3. No TPs available for any EDG players as Shadow moves in, but Junja's here. And actually, it's EDG in a 3v1. The rest of the team can't move in, and already a kill. Rocket grab goes slightly wide, but Asum's in trouble here, and Viper can just chase him down. Look at him chop through the health bar, the blood rush to get one last auto, and in the meantime, off on the side, Jin Zhao is beaten down by Scout. This is an unmitigated disaster for LGD.
It's just all falling apart, Joe. There's... Oh, man, I have to respect the attempt. You know, if you leave this lane unchecked, your bot lane's just going to get annihilated with the items Draven has already. They try to make the 4-man move, but just the fact that Junji's there, the fact they spot out Shadow with the sweeper. Yeah, he's pretty doomed at this point is all I can say.
It's not often that you're 7 minutes into a game and it already feels over, but it already feels over, and Scout looks to try and find a solo kill in the mid lane. Won't. He's still against a half HP opponent there. In fact, loses the trade. So a little overzealous from Scout there. Silver lining for LGD.
We said earlier how Junja coming in, bit of a solo queue superstar. This game feels a bit like my solo queue game sometimes, I won't lie, Munch. Where it's just like one lane just go. Like, imagine being Chalitza here, right?
Yeah.
And he's just chilling top lane, equal in farm. You're like, you look down at the rest of the map and you're like,
Yeah, it's a tough one to have to go into. Shadow here, going for the 1v1 onto Junja. Mako's over the wall. But remember, if Mako pulls there, he's pulling into a 1v1 for himself, so needs to be a little cautious.
I could see him taking it. I could see him going for, honestly, just knowing Mako.
I can see him going for it. I'm not sure he wins it, though. It's the only concern. Junja grabs the red buff. He will win out the duel in the end. Grab his buff. Pings onto the Rift Herald here.
Oh my!
He's got a 1,500. Right?
He's got a 1,600 gold lead already. Yeah. It's 8 minutes in the game.
That's an old BF sword, not even the new one. That's the old BF sword right there, 1,600. That used to be the recall timer back in like season 2. You'd get 1,600 gold, go back for the BF sword. Beautiful days.
My lord, he has an eclipse already and a sheen.
Oh my
and
days.
A sheen, Joe.
8 minutes. 8 minutes in. Oh god, Viper is just on another level today on this Draven, and Mako pulling out the Blitzcrank. He's what 17 assists away from 7,000 and the reset denial as well, with the whirling death coming out from Viper, the cannon to stop this wave dying underneath the tower as well. Mako will be able to finish these minions off for him. Everything that could go the way of Viper this game is going the way of Viper, and he is loving every second of it.
Yep. I mean, this is expectation with like a lane like this on the bot side. It's gonna go one way or the other. Either it's gonna stomp out of control. I mean, that's the thing, is like Draven is super snowbally, but Blitzcrank is also feast of famine. There's so many times where he just feels absolutely useless, or if you're finding momentum, you can just take over the game, and that's kind of where we are now. I'm interested to see what LGD attempt to try and mitigate this. I won't lie, I'm not too optimistic, but it looks like they're trying to make a play top lane, but being spotted out, and Flandre can just back away. So that has to be the protocol: is find numbers advantages, find scenarios where it's like favored, and they actually are gonna opt fully into that by putting the bot lane top. So lane swapping away from the Draven. And Chalitza, I was saying he's probably not having a good time. It's getting worse. He has to deal with the Draven.
Chalitza's there. He's chilling. First time back in the LPL this year, by the way. Like, this is not a player that's playing regularly. Comes back in, subbed in for the team, has to go against EDG, and then gets lane swapped into Viper's Draven that's already got an Eclipse of the Sheen that he bought at 8 minutes. I mean, that's not a fun way to re-enter the LPL, is it? That's a little unfortunate for him. Hi, Chow. Could be in trouble here. Mako moves in, Judges here as well. But Chalitza over the wall. He's not bothered about the bottom lane. He's bothered about making plays. It's a pick in the mid lane onto Mako.
Yeah, managed to slam the rest of them away to get the favorable play, but yeah, they get the charge in the bot lane. You know, I gotta praise LGD. This is what you gotta do. You gotta find those moments, find those opportunities. You can't fight the Draven, not for the next, I don't know how long, maybe ever. Yeah, maybe ever. So at least find something else you can do, and getting a kill onto the Akali. Yeah, there's a lot of times we had this in the previous series where like LWX was fed on Calista and ZDZ was fed on Camille, and I was like, look, there's your answer, the Camille into the Calista. You have an Akali, if you get Hai Chao fed, maybe that's your answer to the Draven. Now, currently the Akali is 2,000 gold less than the Draven, so I'm not really optimistic, but it's a plan. That's what we're working with. It's a plan.
Look, the fact that they have a plan and are making proactive plays, there are a lot of teams around the world that would just lay down and die in this situation. And it's good to see that LGD are still trying to find a way to find an advantage in this game. You can see Haichao finished his Mythic now as well. We're going to have to keep our eyes on this Akali as we move on. Asum struggling to match any lane at this point as Viper just continues to soak up plates. Managed to get, I think it was, well, I don't even know how many it was at the bottom lane. It was a lot in the bottom lane. The Herald going down, so I guess he shared a couple of them. So I think he got essentially 4 plates. Now 1 in the mid lane as well. Potentially more to come in the mid lane too.
And they have to send 3 people. Oh, now they're looking. No,
yeah,
never mind.
Flashes away from Shadow. Nicely done there. In the meantime, Junja doing the Drake. Everything looking pretty dandy for EDG.
Yeah, I like that they're trying to challenge, trying to find windows, but, you know, they don't really get much. They get a summoner, but we're still going to see Viper playing aggressively. He has flashing cleanse and still just doing a ridiculous amount of damage. So it's a rough spot to be in, Joe. You know, I'm not envious of LGD's position.
No, but then I felt that way before the series even began, Dan. They are 1-7 in the standings, and they're against EDG. So this was never going to be an easy one.
Hey, they're 1-7 in the standings. They're only 1-6 in this game, Joe.
That's true.
That's true.
It's currently slightly better than the rest of the season for LGD. That's the kind of silver linings that we're looking for right now. Yeah. But EDG, I mean, look, this is a team that they've had a rough split. They've had a bit of a rough year. You know, playoffs really didn't go well for them in spring. But now it feels like the last few series, they've been slowly but surely getting better. We're starting to see glimpses of that EDG from last year. And now this game, I mean, they know that they're a heavy favorite in this one, and it feels like they're playing with it. They're playing with that confidence that we're so used to. Junjia moving in feels good to me right now.
Yeah, playing with that energy, I really feel in this one. So, yeah, expectations, just continues momentum. I kind of want to see how many stacks Viper's up to now, because it's been a while since he's cashed in again. And yeah, just have easily the ability to just keep compounding that goal lead if you keep getting regular cashes in. But right now, we see them leaning top. Nice dodge from Haichao, though, just to prevent a pick from happening. Yeah.
Because that pick would have led to a tower, probably. That would have led to disaster for LGD. Shadow gets spotted out. As Chalitza and Jinzhao try and contest, but I don't know if they can win this fight right now. Scout has the Sejuani ultimate, but Shadow there. Junja flashes away to safety. Scout alone in amongst 5 LGD members. Flandre on the other side of the map, not opting to TP. Mako turns golden for some reason. He didn't buy himself time. He bought himself death, and now Viper alone. Haichao, though. Oh, the whirling death! We said Haichao was the answer to Viper, but he's just another 300 gold.
Cash is in once more. The execution from the ultimate clearly doing enough there. And I think, sadly, despite the fact that LGD managed to get that kill for themselves, it's still just a massive win for EDG because Viper cashed in. He's going to have a ton of gold in pocket. But yeah, LGD still trying, but just not finding any answers.
I mean, it's 7,000 gold lead right now. It's absurd in favor of EDG. We're 14, almost 15 minutes into the game. This is one of the biggest leads I think we've seen all split, honestly. Certainly top 5. But for EDG, I mean, it's smooth sailing. Herald is up again, and they've already taken a tier 2 in the bottom side. So Flandre can just pressure and inhib at the bottom side while the rest of the team plays with a Herald. That sounds like an easy ticket to victory to me.
Yep, I think so too. And oh man, there's so many items on this Draven. The Hex Shrinker, I was talked about the Akali being an answer. That definitely makes things more difficult. Having the extra shield, having the extra magic resist as well. So
I mean, 5% an item and a half ahead of us right now. An item and a half. That is insane. As he just walks forward, just starts hitting people. Has the cleanse as well. So even if Chalitza tries to find an opportunity onto Viper, he'll be able to cleanse, he'll be able to flash away, keep himself safe. He has the lifesteal from the Eclipse. He could just keep this up all day long.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, because there's nothing like the Nautilus on the enemy team, it's very hard to like engage on a Viper and make it stick with the fact that, as you mentioned, he has to cleanse. And
oh no! Oh, it's a disaster. Everything that can go wrong is going wrong for LGD. A great hook from Mako as he looks for those 21 assists that he so desperately needs. He's got 7 of them.
It's a 4.2k gold lead between the 80. Look at Shadow has 4.6 gold, right? If you add Shadow's gold to Asim's gold, you have about what Viper has. That is so disturbing, by the way.
The crazy thing is, like, a 4.5k gold lead at 16 minutes is insane for an entire team to have. And Viper has that by himself. It is just absurd. And the crazy thing is, it's not even like a super high kill game. It's not even like this has been action-packed from minute 1 and just continuous brawling. It's just those couple of plays and then great macro out from EDG, and LGD are just in a hole.
I think the main thing is that he keeps cashing in. Because he keeps getting these cash-ins regularly, it's like he's just getting this constant influx of gold. Yeah, so comes in here.
Okay.
Yeah, grab connects, and then we get another big bunch of gold for Viper. Who is just back, but more stuff. And now they're setting up this dragon. Third of the game. LGD, yeah, I don't think they have any chance of contesting this one, but we'll see what they do.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, eh? As the tower will go down in the mid lane. Junja walks up to tank it. Mako there. There's a stun onto Junja. Bit of damage coming across, but he's just invincible. And now it's all turned around. There's one for Flandre. Big damage out from Viper, as you'd expect, since he's, you know, almost on 4 items at 17 minutes. It's over to the Drake now for the side of EDG.
His ult just like cleaved half the team. Like don't get me wrong. I expect his axes to do a lot, but he just single-handedly like nearly decimated over LGD, and now Flandre might be in trouble.
Is it a kill? Is it a play? There's one for Highchow. That's 3 now on the board. Maybe it... Oh, awesome. If there's ever a play in League of Legends that represents squeaky bum time, it's committing to that recall right there, because that was about as dangerous as it gets.
I feel like you gotta live on the edge, right? LGD, they ain't gonna come back by playing safe. Some of those clutch recalls might be the solution. And you know, that is the saving grace, is the Akali, right? Typically, Akali very good in the 80 carries because one, she's good at just one-shotting squishy champs, but also can't really auto-attack it in response. But yeah, this ult here, I'm trying to see if it was just the ult that came in, but it just did like an obscene amount of damage from Viper. Might be like a Q from Nara as well, but like that,
yeah, no,
he now nearly gets one shot by it. Yeah,
that is insane. More adoration stacks, and that's an execute as well.
Yeah, honestly. And I think obviously the Eclipse gives lethality and percentage pen contributing, but I just don't think there's really any armor on the bot lane of LGD right now if you to cut through.
Yeah.
So
I just want to say as well, this is Viper's 2nd ever competitive Draven game, and this is the kind of performance that he has. He has more competitive Darius games than he does on Darius's brother Draven, but it doesn't seem to matter as they move in. Viper there to bait Shadow in and just cleave him down. Here we go, hostile takeover, but it's dodged, and Shadow will fall. The bailout won't be able to do much. It's another cash in for Viper, as if he needed more gold for himself. My God, this is just disgusting.
All I can say is imagine how much of a stomp this would have been if
They're
Viper...
waiting for it to spawn.
There's
They're
nothing
already
they can
waiting
do.
for Baron, looking at their watches like, come on, I'm trying to end the game.
Oh, I mean, LGD have to try. Good luck.
They have to try. Chalitza first on the chopping block, and it really is that with these axes. Might as well be a lump of wood. There goes Assam as well, taken down by Scout. EDG can return to the Baron, or they can keep going mid. They can do literally anything that they want right now.
Man, imagine if Viper had brought out his Darius this game, how much of a stomp it would be. This is his Draven, right? Imagine his Darius, is all I can say.
Yeah, this is something to behold, an absolute treat. I'm really curious what game number 2 looks like, Hawks, honestly, whether the draft gets just as crazy as this one. Junja is real low on this one. Viper has to move forward to tank. Okay, they do get the Baron. Literally 2-manning Baron at 20 minutes on Junja and Viper. If this team ain't feeling it, I don't know what feeling it looks like.
Oh my, so he had a Zeal and a Hex Drink in his inventory. He just completed the Zeal to a rapid fire cannon, and he completed the Hex Drink to a Maw. One more item and he's full build at 21 minutes. One more item.
Double Asim's gold. He's on almost 13,000. Asim's on 7,000.
Wait.
He's 1,000 gold away from doubling the enemy.
Yeah, it's still the case. If you add Shadow's gold to Asim, it makes Viper's gold. Still, at this point, like, it's just ridiculous. Oh, man.
It's mind-blowing. It's honestly mind-blowing. What a game. What a game to get to watch as well. Junja moving forwards as EDG start to muscle their way in. They know that they can start to just try and end things with this Baron. Chalitza knows he's in trouble, needs to be cautious. Oh my days, that's the tank, and it still does.
Yeah, and
an eighth of his health.
With Sejuani as well, who has like, she has a passive which gives her like a ton of extra resistances on the first hit. I want to see one of these axes hit a squishy. I'm gonna be real. I want to see Jinja just like, walk up and just get axed and die.
I mean, he's chunking out the tower pretty hard right now. There we go, all in. Mako the target as LGD try and find something. Hostile takeover. It's not enough. Viper still going strong, still full health, and in comes Flantre. He turns mini, though. Does not have his ultimate available. Scout gets one. LGD trying to hold on. Viper can't actually get range, but it doesn't matter because Scout has apparently enough gold to do it all himself. A triple for Scout as EDG play with their food. LGD trapped on the fountain as at 22 minutes. EDG look to end the game. Scout having Chalitza's ultimate will go for the rocket grab there, but Chalitza escapes. In the meantime, the rest of the team jumps onto Haichao inside his shroud. Scout gets yet another kill. The unofficial quadra for him as he looks for Chalitza on the fountain as well. Viper's there to try and finish the job. The Nexus is bare, and EDG show us what domination looks like.
No other way to describe it than, yeah, domination. Did not even look close, in all honesty. Just felt like an absolute stomp from start to end. They got that early play in the bot lane, and that was it done. And I feel like, as much as there were like kills here and there that went over, it never felt like LGD were in with a shot. So, yeah, at least it's a best of 3. So LGD get a chance to bounce back. That's my summation. That's all I can say.
I'm going to be honest, if I'm LGD right now, I'm not sure I want a best of 3. I feel like I just want to go home at this point.
They're already home, by the way. They just want to stay where they are and stop playing.
Just flick over to Netflix. Oh, God. I mean, that is as one-sided as the game really gets. I feel bad for laughing because, LGD, they're people, but at the end of the day, when a game is that one-sided, I don't think there's much else. I don't know what other analysis we can really offer in this kind of situation.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of felt like coming out of draft, clearly EDG came into this like, we're the favorites, we're going to stomp them. But it's also like you had 3 lanes, which weren't really going to have pressure. Haichao tried on the Akali, don't get me wrong, like he had a decent effort, but as soon as that bot lane was lost and then you reganked it and lost again, it was like, okay, it's over. Yeah. It is just done. And as much as they tried their best to get back into it, it never really felt like they had a look in. So, they can re-examine, come into game 2, have a different draft, and not do that. And then hopefully it'll go a bit better.
Yeah, just don't die 100 times, obviously.
Don't let Draven get kills. Don't get hit by the rocket grabs.
Okay, here's the question then. Here's the question. Also, actually, look at your minimap and your screen, because Junja literally got spotted walking into that second gank. And
Yeah.
Still made it happen. The question is, did LGD have to ban Draven coming into game number 2? Is that a real scenario that we're looking at?
No, they should ban Darius, because we all know that's Viper's signet now. I don't think you have to ban Draven. I feel like you just need a better lane to play through, right? Mako has 2 glacial shrouds, by the way. Just to note, not sure
It's
why
a
I'm
wheel.
bringing
It's a
attention
wheel
to
for
that.
either side as he's chugging along the hype train.
Yeah, he's going. Yep, lost it. I've lost it. I've got.
Yeah, I mean, this was a solo queue game. This
Whatever,
was a
man.
solo queue game for EDG. Like, honestly, the thing that I'm excited for game number 2 is not the potential comeback from LGD. I'll be totally honest with you. If this ain't a 2-0, I don't know what is. EDG, I just want to see what picks they come out with. I want to see what on earth they do in game number 2.
7
Find
maybe?
out right after the break.
They don't, and even Cryan having to go towards a much more defensive build, not going towards the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, in fact going towards the Zhonya's, so his power spike not going to be as potent. The TP comes in here from Zoom though. A Scout, yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one here. Cryan should be able to check that brush, and they should, what? Oh my god, no, oh my god, they think he got out. They think he got out with teleport or something. No way. That's absurd.
Now they're going to be looking to contest on this trade. But Ala try to keep up pressure with the Gnar bar stacking up. But Care has the Gnar ultimate up his own.
Yep, both Gnar ultimates should be available. They do jump here onto the Gnar himself, but they are going to start to take him down before he gets into Mega. There's a good hostile takeover, but it was while the Moonlight Vigil was coming out, so LWX picks up the first kill as Care gets himself a second. They're jumping onto I1, he can make it a third. Lights in no man's land, and you cannot trade it back for Summit, and that's 4 kills for none. And that's going to be FPX, yes, losing the Dragon, but they'll gain so much more.
In this series, I was going to say, as Knight actually gets locked down, the Encore flushed away from, but Knight still gets a return kill. The shielding massive too as Wayward comes in with a massive ulti onto Arky. A couple more blows to do it with the permacross. Ignite down, autos through. LG move up as a 3-man unit, but Ming is here. He's running into 3 people. Now falls, Soulflake comes through as TP as well. Ming in the middle of everyone. The Glacial Prison saves his life as he flushes over the wall. And Xiaohu coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the nick of time as Panda only just dies. Under turret, LNG have just been hand-stiffed as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Penta again, baby!
That is the problem. They need to find a solution for you. You see Aki walking around looking for a flank angle.
I mean, Jackie Love just walks into him with Gravitum. You think Jackie Love cares? He ults at melee range and takes him down. Aki, for the dreams of OMG, tried. But try as he might, he's now dead, and there's no smite available. The Dreadline doesn't connect, and now the 5 versus 4, the Shadow Dash doesn't connect. It's a cleanse from Jackie Love, actually. That was pixel perfect. And now the backline able, finally starts spinning to winning as the bailout is used but not saved. And yes, they do get the drag, and all of a sudden, Abel looks good on Samira in this one fight.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be.
我觉得想要拿下大场的胜利的话，就是我们个人的那些小失误稍微少一些，然后进行一些就是比较大的决策的时候，大家果断一点的话，应该可以后面做得更好。对这场 EDG 下路的话，我感觉就是 Miko 还是一个很厉害的选手吧。然后 Rapper 他们也是，毕竟是冠军下路嘛，然后我感觉我们只要不崩，感觉就是挺好的。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards Game 2 of our second series here. I'm joined by Orcs, and Orcs, I'm gonna let you see if you can guess. Who do you reckon the MVP of Game number 1 was here? With I'll give you a clue. The champion, the name began with a D.
Oh, Jackie loves Darius, that famous pick.
Oh, yes. Yeah, you nailed it. That's right. It was Viper's Draven. Believe it or not, he grabs himself an MVP after completely decimating LGD 705. I mean, I don't need to read the stats out. That game spoke for itself.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's my summation. If you missed that game, you didn't miss much as it was such a fast one. It was like win lane, win game, and as you can see, lane was won. And this was that gank that should have been spotted out by LGD, but they didn't catch Ginger, and as a result, able to get that cash in. And then Shadow trying to make up for it, and it just, yeah.
I feel like this is one of those games where it's like, if you missed it, it's worth watching, but go watch the highlights, you know, because this was not a macro win. This was not like EDG mind playing and, you know, all of that, like, you know, macro 5-head stuff. It was just EDG being better at League of Legends, just mechanically better, playing something like the Draven, and just destroying LGD from start to finish. It was brutal to witness. And, I mean, we gushed about Viper all game long. Look at this play with the Whirling Death, just covering half of the Shroud. There was nowhere for HiShao to go, realistically. And then baiting the Baron. Beautiful stuff from EDG. I mean, they played it correctly. Don't get me wrong. It's certainly no criticism to EDG or the way they played it out. I wasn't criticizing the macro necessarily. More just great macro wasn't really necessary for them that game.
Yeah, it felt like they could take some shortcuts, I think is the way I'd describe it, that you can't normally take just because you're so far ahead. And they kind of just had Viper run at them and just launch some axes at them. Yeah, that.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on from game number 1. I feel like we've exhausted the Draven was really strong conversation at this point.
Well, Draven was really strong.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Let's talk game number 2, because LGD, interestingly, going to be subbing Shadow out and bringing in Quay as their jungler, which I think a reasonable substitution, I would say, especially after the regank in the bottom side going so disastrously for Shadow. We'll see how Quay is going to perform, because it's a little while since we saw Quay play. I feel like we saw him last split. I'm not even sure if he's played this split at all.
I think he might have, although I don't.
I'm going to check. But interesting to see LGD substituting in a very like sports kind of way. Like when you watch a football game, if a player's not playing well, they get subbed out straight away. I feel like we're seeing a very literal example of that within LGD right now.
Yeah, he started first game against FPX. And then
he played Ultra Prime as well.
And then against Ultra Prime. So he has played a little bit so far.
He's played 4 games this year. 4 games this split, 6 games this year.
Yeah, so change of pace. I think it makes sense. With, you know, as you said, both teams are playing around bot. It obviously worked for EDG, did not for LGD. And there were some mistakes from Shadow. We can definitely say that. But I wasn't happy with the draft from LGD. I think you need to re-examine that. You need to give yourselves a lane that you can play through and not be put so much in a deficit. Because the problem was, like, they both wanted to play through bot, but if my bot lane has Viper Mako with Draven Blitzcrank and your bot lane is Asum Jinjao with Renata Felios, I am favoring the Viper Mako one. So perhaps if they leaned more initially towards mid or top, or they just given better tools towards their bot lane, because I feel like they ended up in a situation where, like for example, if it was Renata Kalista, that would be a bit more mileage, right? You'd be able to definitely challenge a bit more in the skirmishes. It just felt like Aston wasn't really able to be relevant at all in those early skirmishes, and as soon as it went pear-shaped, it was kind of over. So a lane to play through, maybe a bit more pressure in lanes, and we could see this game going differently, because EDG were just set up to stomp from minute one.
Yeah, they most definitely were. We'll have to see how this draft is going to pan out. What changes for the side of LGD? The blind Renata with Kalista banned. Apparently not the answer. Although I will say, Draven does particularly well against Kalista, so I'm not sure that would have been the answer either. But who knows? Honestly, who knows what will happen in this next draft? We'll have to wait and see. I'm also curious what Quay is going to bring to the table, because across the course of this year, he's played 4 games, as we said, 3 of them on Viego. Not super surprising. But then the other game was actually on Graves, which was during this split against FPX. So can be interesting if we do see something like a Graves come out. Certainly would be a different angle.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question, is like, what strategic diversity do you get from bringing in a different jungler who can play different champions? Maybe one's a bit more of a curveball. Maybe they want to, Graves is definitely a champion where you want to get your Graves to be strong. You want to kind of play towards him, give him resources, allow him to contest camps and not be invaded, but also challenge the enemies. Perhaps this is the game plan, is that'll be the lane to play through. But we'll see when we go through draft how it sort of pans out regardless. And that's the thing with LGD is, we talked about this at the start of the day. If they lose this series, it's not the end of the world, but it just amps up the pressure in the remaining series. They're in a position where they have very little wiggle room. If they lose this series, I don't think they can afford to lose any more, as they won't be able to make 8 wins otherwise. And normally 8-8 is kind of like 10th place in the LPL. That's normally like the cutoff for playoffs. So if they go to 9 losses, which if they lose this and one more, they would, I just don't think it's realistic that they make it to playoffs. And even then, like, that's the thing, is I'm talking like it from a factual numbers-based scenario. For LGD to make 8 wins, they have to win as much as they've lost so far, right? They've done half of the games. They've lost 7 out of 8. They have to do the exact opposite. That doesn't happen overnight, but at least to keep their hopes alive, I'd hope to see them bounce back and challenge EDG in the series.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. You have to remember as well, LGD still have to play top esports. They still have to play RNG further down the line.
No biggie, no biggie.
It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one.
Okay, a bit of a biggie, I guess, right? A moderate biggie.
A small biggie. A small biggie. I will say it's interesting to see LGD being so willing to substitute players as well, and still, like, it feels to me that this team is trying to figure out what is going to work. They're still trying to improve, maybe looking towards like what's going to happen next year, which players that they want to keep on tenure, which players want to extend contracts, because like Shadow being subbed out, but to start today, like last time LGD played, it was Fairness. Now Chalitza being brought in as well. We've seen Yeji and we've seen Haichao playing a lot as well, so feels like this is a team that is still willing to experiment with the roster and is trying to build towards a better version of themselves.
Yeah, kind of similar to BLG in some senses, right?
Yeah.
In the sense that BLG, it kind of feels like they're just trying to work out what is the best arrangement we can do. Maybe they don't get the results they want. Well, probably they won't get the results they want in this split, but they can look towards 2023 and think, okay, who is worth keeping? Who's worth building around? What arrangements do you want to do? What's the best 5 we can put together? And rather than like wait until off season, try to trial all these people, getting very messy, this is a great opportunity to test it out, and perhaps could lead to you getting some more wins than you expected if you do find a good arrangement right here and now.
Yeah, I certainly hope so, because the talent is there on this LGD roster. Like players like Shadow, we know he's a great mechanical player. Fairness has had some amazing games. Chalitza, I remember his Camille last year having some pretty fantastic performances. Like, we talked about Asum to start the day. There are certainly positive things available for this roster. We just need to see it come to fruition. I will say, today was always going to be a challenge, right? You're up against EDG. EDG opting to bring Junja in as well. I'm curious whether or not that's like whether that's EDG saying, hey, we're subbing out JJ because he's underperforming, or whether that's a matter of, look, we're against LGD today. Let's make sure our team gets play time, is going to be viable for playoffs.
Yeah, that could be. I feel like that's probably the more likely thought process, but that would be speculation. Regardless, it definitely feels like whether they had JJ or Junja, that game one. Sorry, whether they had JJ or JJ and Junja.
Junja. You said it right, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I swear the fact that we have Junja and Jinzhao in the same game, I am kind of losing track a little bit.
Junja, Jinzhao. It's that's a lot of J's. That's
a lot of J's. Hey, but Jay isn't playing today, you know. Yeah.
Jay, regrettably, not even on the roster anymore. So
yeah, sadly. But the fact they have both of them, I think both would have probably been capable of winning. But it's nice to see, especially because it's been such a long time. Like the fact we didn't get to see Junja come in for Rare Adam, right? I mentioned this earlier in the game, but he played for Rare Adam in the Damascus Cup. Then they put Lian back and they didn't move off Lian. And then Lian rejoined as a substitute. So not the best move away from the roster, but now hopefully at least get a little bit of time, hopefully a chance to prove himself and maybe be used a bit more frequently. Because obviously Junja was on EDG, you know, on the youth team for a bit and as a sub for a long time.
Yeah, certainly was. Viego going to be banned away alongside Kalista and Jax here by EDG. On the side of LGD, we've got the Zeri and the Senna sticking to those AD carry bans. Because it'll be potentially Draven. No, leaving the Draven open. Azir banned away from Scout instead. So Silas is open. Gnar is open.
Yeah.
Draven is open.
So this is the same size as game one and the same bans, except EDG banned Viego instead of Ari. So it's kind of interesting. LGD gets stumped so hard and they're like, nope, won't change anything. But now Silas once again picked up. And here LGD took Poppy and Renata. We'll see if they go in a similar direction. Bear in mind they changed jungler, so that could really change jungle priority.
Do it, Asim. Do it. This would be the chattest play available. He does it. I love Asim. What a player. Gets absolutely rinsed by Viper in game number 1 and says, you know what? Anything you can do, I can do better. Locks in the Draven. Let's go, Asim.
I mean, that is alpha. That is Giga Chat if I've ever seen it, right?
That's mojo right there.
I mean, just to see what they pick it. They could take Renata with Draven if they wanted. Yeah, but it looks like they might just leave that for now and go for the Akali. So something we saw Aicho have a pretty good performance on into the Silas. Picked up a few kills in those skirmishes. Opting to go for it again. And now EDG, you know, they have to work out an answer to this Draven.
Yeah, I mean, we were kind of discussing that a little bit earlier. Like, what do you pick into this Draven? I guess EDG are going to give us an answer. If they go Aphelios Renata...
Dude, if we have a flip, if they go Aphelios Renata, and then on 3, LGD lock Blitzcrank, I don't know what to say.
I don't know if I could take that.
I don't think I could. I think I'd just leave. I'd just be like, no. I'd be ready. I'm ready to see it down, right? If you're willing to run it back, flip the matchup and play it once again. But it looks like instead EDG are going to secure that Gnar. Obviously, one of the issues with playing the Silas is it kind of makes it awkward to pick Gnar because you're giving over one of the best ults in the game. But EDG will lock it for themselves. And now LGD, you can pick a top answer to the Gnar, you can pick a support, or you can opt to go for a jungler here. Looks like they might just run it back. And in fairness, it feels like there wasn't really too much struggles for the Sejuani in last game. Typically, Gnar is going to have the advantage in that matchup, but it kind of seemed fine. We didn't really get to focus on it, but it did okay.
It was even up to 60 CS, that's for sure. That was the one thing that we talked about with the top lane matchup in game number 1.
It didn't lose the game immediately by itself, which is more than can be said for the bot lane.
That's very true. That's very true. Braum going to be banned away from Mako here. Trying to remove defensive support. So maybe a Thresh, maybe a Tahm Kench. We all know Mako's Thresh is something to be afraid of. And remember, Mako getting close to 7,000 assists in the league. Him doing it on his Thresh, that would be really something to behold.
Yeah, that absolutely would. And Renata is going to be banned outside talk. Maybe LGD picked that up themselves, but won't be able to. Flash of Tom could make sense here, as you said. And maybe EDG ban away Nautilus, I think could be a decent one. Yeah, especially with the Tom gone, I think Naut ban makes a lot of sense here for EDG. we'll see what LGD up to go for. LGD, I think the thing that they can do, especially if Nautilus is banned, they can pick jungle on 4 and then leave counter pick for support, because I think it's so important. I said I want to see them have a lane they play around. They've got a lane to play around, right? They've got one that should come out ahead. Draven into Felios. Draven should be out trading in the early levels. You also want that good support matchup for yourselves. Oh, but actually Trundle's banned. So if Trundle's banned, maybe LGD just take Naught on 4, honestly.
Yeah, certainly could. Get yourself that aggressive support. The ban the Tahm Kench, as he said. And it would also give you follow-up engage right for the Sejuani. Your Sejuani's a great go button, but you need something that can get into the fight alongside a follow-up on that initial stun. And a Mumu would also tick that box. But it will be the Nautilus that you predicted in the end.
Yeah, so, you know, thought about it as an option. We did see that one obviously banned by LGD as a parent, but they go for that Nautilus. Good enough Felios, who's obviously not the longest range AD carry, and often if you're in range to be ulted by him, then he's in range to get ulted. So has the early pressure. Looks like EDG might go for the poppy themselves, which works well here. A lot of dashes. You can even interrupt the Nautilus when he goes for the dredge line if they do up to take that one. And then, I mean, assuming this is almost definitely a jungle poppy, it'll be just support here. So a lot of the options stand out. That Thresh is still a possibility if they want to go in that direction, or could just go the Leona, which is that trade-off we saw so frequently in spring.
Yeah, certainly did. Set would be exciting. That would definitely be interesting. Not so much of a peel support in the same way that, you know, the Braum and the Tahm Kench that were banned felt like LGD were expecting Mako to play defensively. I don't think Mako is looking to play defensively if he's locking in Set.
Yeah, this kind of looks like he's willing to go heavily into the matchup, try and challenge the Nautilus up in melee range. And what's crazy is it looks like we might just get a Wukong in the jungle role, considering, you know, we often seen Wukong, obviously less so since he got the nerf, the priority dropped, but often like a first rotation ban or early pick, and now falling all the way to last pick on red side. So okay, draft, you know, top lane, I expect Flandre to have the edge, but we didn't really see that in game 1. Mid lane, I expect Scout to have that early prio, but High Chavez did pretty well. But bot lane is once again the talking point. Can LGD do what EDG did to them and stomp with the Draven? That is the pivotal question.
It certainly is. And I just want to point out that Assam is no stranger to Draven. It's his most played champion in his career, 16 competitive games on that Draven. Now, he does have a slightly negative win rate, but you know, he's been on LGD for a lot of his competitive career, so not to put too fine a point on it, but it's difficult to have a positive win rate. So we'll see how he's going to be able to perform here against Viper and Mako, one of the best bot lanes in the world, taking the very pick that Viper just beat him with. Like, regardless of what happens right now, I'm saying Assam has the right energy to be a success story. That is for sure. This guy's got
my
confidence.
respect.
Yeah,
I mean, I think it. You know, if you go defensive again and just let them take over the game, you saw what happened game 1. I think you have to go aggressive, try make plays, see what happens, and if it backfires, well, at least you gave it a good try.
Yep, we'll see if it's going to backfire. We'll see if things are going to work out in that bottom side. But LGD definitely need to be proactive here for game number 2, right? We need to see them making things happen. We need to see them channeling resources down towards that bottom lane. Hai Chao on the Akali looked pretty good, honestly, in the previous game. Just only so much you can do in that kind of situation. Him and Quay moving down to the bottom side might just be the answer.
I think that's going to be the game plan. And I hope we saw so much action bot lane before, like so much fighting back and forth. Well, I say back and forth, it was only in EDG's favor, but a lot of fighting going down. And I kind of want to see the same in this one. Whether, you know, EDG to shut down the Draven or LGD to get the edge, that kind of has to be the protocol to make things happen. Are you ready for another wild ride, Joe?
Oh, I'm buckled in. I'm ready. It's kind of amazing, honestly. This gaming chair actually has a seatbelt to buckle me in. So, you know, that's a gaming chair diff right now.
What do they expect is going on when you're playing games? You need to legitimately be buckled in.
You literally just get a racing chair out of a racing car, seatbelt and all. Just stick it on some wheels for a gaming chair. Why not? Why not? Yeah, we'll have to see what's going to happen in this one. I feel like EDG, despite the scaling that they have in this bottom side, they're just going to play towards this Aphelios. They're going to treat this Aphelios like it's an early game champion, I reckon.
Yeah. Yeah, I can I can see it. And okay, lane starting off. The thing with the Nautilus into set, you have to be a little bit cautious because obviously if you get into range of the set, you can usually trade back quite heavily, as you can see.
Case study right there.
Yep, case study. There you go. And particularly once set hits like level 2, when you get the stun and you have the W as well. The thing with Nautilus is like he's one of those big melee engagers, but compared to like Leona, Alistair, Set, he doesn't thrive as much like as those staying in melee. At least like in comparison. Like if you stay in melee range of a Set, he can kind of run you over. So I expect Jin Zhao to be looking for windows, but to be playing a little hesitantly, right? You can't just hook in on any opportunity because there is some threat. But Asum so far going for some heavy trades and doing what Draven should do.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you want to be aggressive. You want to try and get that damage down because it, you know, a lot of the time it's about the all-in with the Draven, but the small trades like that can be very beneficial for Draven as well to be able to find yourself small advantages. Great hook there from Jin Zhao, but Mako has the return damage with the W. Great little Calibrum there from Viper as well. And every time these hooks come out, it feels like it's negative for Jin Zhao so far as Quay goes for an invade. Red buff not there. It's resetting. He knows exactly where Junja is.
Yeah, and the problem is because of the lack of priority mid and bot, you're not really going to get any assistance right now. Maker's trying to move, but I don't think he can contest this. You might try to steal it with a smite is the only real recourse, but LGD are ready with numbers.
Just over the wall. Is he in range of that smite right there? Spotted, smited by Quay in the end. And the Scryer's Bloom going to give vision of Junja this entire time. So denying any bottom lane play out from Junja here, making sure that Asum is safe to be aggressive, to push this lane in. And now, the lane actually pushing away from EDG, playing into Asum's hand. EDG's bottom lane are going to have to be really cautious now, not to overextend and not to get caught by Jin Zhao.
And this is how they want the lane to go. Is they wanted to bounce out so they're exposed to ganks, or at least be in a longer lane. So if some CC connects from Jin Zhao, he's not under tower, not putting his body on the line. That's kind of the game plan here. And, you know, Junja misses out on the red, but isn't too concerned. We'll go pick up that top scuttle and is actually going to try and steal away the opposing Krugs and make up a little bit for the lost camp.
Yeah, he's going to do his best and should be able to at least get the big Krug. I would imagine he'll finish that camp off as well as Quay doing his blue buff currently. We'll be able to close that CS gap as he starts to just clear on up. Remember, Quake not actually gone for a reset just yet. You can imagine Junja will go for his reset just after those Krugs. Or maybe he'll stay topside as Chalitza is just TP'd in. But looks like Junja will just commit to the recall.
Yeah, we'll just go for it. Want to make sure that you're on bot side in time for any potentially any plays that might come out there. Also, Dragon spawning up at a few. Don't think he'll necessarily go for it early. He's actually going up to the top side to clear those camps, so forget everything I said. Yeah, so far, I mean, it's been a pretty slow-paced game. Obviously, LGD are looking to try and get resources into this Draven. But this is the thing that can happen is that, like, obviously the first game, Viper cashed in consistently. Like, time and time again, it was like, okay, I've got a few stacks, I get some gold on repeat. When you have games where, like, the laning phase maybe isn't as explosive just because, you know, maybe LGD are struggling to find the all-ins, it comes down to, like, one kill. If Asum cashes in, he could get, like, 2,000 gold if he just keeps stacking up and stacking up and stacking up. And if he doesn't cash in, you may just actually lose the game off the back of that. So it's honestly quite scary for both sides. It's kind of just like a bomb, and one side's trying to defuse it, and the other's like egging it on. But we'll see how that develops in the bot lane, and obviously see how the junglers can look to influence it. Obviously, Wukong, not the most impactful early jungler, like still strong, good in skirmishes, but doesn't have the same like CC tools as he does when he has his 6 available.
Yeah, exactly. Can't be the big go button for the team just yet, but already level 5. So not too far away from getting that spike. There's a hook in the bottom lane as Quay moves in. Junja's here too, though. Mako, big damage onto Asum. Flashes to safety. Now Quay, the target, slammed into the wall and turned around. Viper moves forward. One more auto will do the trick of first blood for Viper. Now he's got red-white too as Asum chunks him out. How on earth did EDG win these?
Just felt like great juggling of the health bars. Every time someone got low, they backed away. Mako first, then Junja, then Viper at the end. So Asum did substantial damage there with that serrated Dirk, such a gold efficient item, but wasn't able to find the kill, wasn't able to get a cash in. So a risky play, because if if the Draven does get that kill, it could obviously backfire, but EDG have the execution to make it work.
They somehow managed to pull it off, and Mako on this set is paying dividends, right? It feels so difficult to start the fight on him, and yet he has to be the target because there's no way that Viper is mispositioning. Take another look, because I'm sure we'll get some slow-mo here of the intricacies of what went down.
Yeah, so initially going on to Mako, not the best target. And you see he flashes away quite low, but still opts to continue the fight. And Asum then completely chunks out Junja. And then it's Viper next. And it just feels like, the health bars are being used as a resource to sort of soak damage from this Draven while never giving him the window, because he had flash still, never giving him the window to like flash and finish a kill with an auto.
No, never given that opportunity as Mako moves mid to help push this one out. Remember, Drake on the map right now. We are 7.5 minutes in. And it feels like EDG might want to try and force the issue on that one. But against the Draven, it's going to be difficult to find priority in that bottom side.
Yeah, definitely a challenge. I feel like if they win a skirmish, that can be sort of the setup to make things happen. Overall, I feel like EDG, their bot lane's gone a lot better than LGD's did last time. But now, LGD kind of fishing. Bear in mind, Viper's 6 now, so has that extra threat from the ultimate that they have to be wary of. But Asum has just picked up his in return. And, that's something else to know is there was that change quite a while ago we always talk about. When you ult someone, if it ends up leaving them lower health than the amount of stacks you have, they just get executed, So you can cash in very effectively on high stacks.
Okay, another 2v2 in the bottom side. Asum level 6. Mako needs to use that W effectively. Blasts it out. And, Jin Zhao and Asum going to be very happy with that trade. Positive and Mako low. And as you say, that execute could come into play. Jin Zhao going to look for another hook here. Chasing Viper and Mako out of the lane entirely.
But Junja's there. This is the volatile moment. If EDG can make this gank work and take out the Draven, it would mean everything. But you can see they're precarious about it. Mako's the one who would have to lead the charge, and he has no flash.
Oh, Viper forces the flash out of Jin Zhao. Mako takes an axe for his trouble, but that's going to be that Quay now trying to move in on the top side. But Flandre hits him with a house and just waddles away. He's safe on this one. The Herald was taken by Quay on the top side while all this was going down. It looks like they want to find Flandre, but a good little hop dodges away. Now into the bottom lane.
Oh, no!
Jin Zhao kicked away. Asum, alone in the world, cannot find the shutdown, cannot find the cash in, and Viper gets his second kill.
That's pain. That is just pain. All those stacks gone now. It is a very well organized play by EDG. Junja knocking away the Nautilus, the threat there, the CC potential under the tower. And then Set, one of the things he does best is those dives. Having that essentially extra health bar with the shield makes it very hard to get the turnaround kill.
It certainly does. I mean, EDG, when they're playing like this, it's just a pleasure to watch, isn't it? It's an 11 CS lead as well as 2 kills up now for Viper, winning both sides of the matchup. And it's just... I mean, for LGD, it's a tough one. For Asum, there's not really much he could have done in that situation. Got stuck underneath that tower. His support was literally battered away by Junja. And then, I mean, what more can you do in a 1v4?
What I can say is Quay probably could have insta-reset after the Herald because he has the Baron recall. It would have left Litzy in a bit of a rough spot. He's already in a rough spot, by the way. He's 40 CS down. So, wouldn't have been fun, but, like, being there in time bot lane to prevent the dive, I think, was the important thing. But unfortunately, all incoming.
In trouble here. Forced to flash, and in the meantime, 1v1 in the bottom side. Draven's meant to win these, but not against Viper. He doesn't. This man is a robot made to play League of Legends.
Beast on this Aphelios, using all of his summons, but also red-white, so good in those close-range engages. And if Asum wasn't struggling for stacks before, then he definitely is now. Top lane, hugely behind. Draven crushed out of the game. Haichao's up in farm, but I just don't think it matters at this point. And we can see a replay of how this one panned out. Asum feeling confident. You're on the Draven. You want to go for this kill. but the fact that the turret is there hitting him as well, stacked up so quickly, not really sure what happened there. I think there was a spectator bug, but regardless, Viper able to close it out.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the flash was. I think Viper must have dodged the ult with the flash, right? That's my assumption. Bit of a weird one on the replay, but regardless, a phenomenal play from Viper. And now LGD will at least get themselves a Drake, but that's first Drake of the game at 12 minutes. It's not exactly going to be a prevalent win condition for them anytime soon, as Viper returns to that bottom lane. 3 kills in pocket on an Aphelios. I mean, that's a difficult situation to look down the barrel of for the side of LGD. And Mako moving back into this lane. Junja hovering on the bottom side. Asum, no summoners. Jin Zhao, no flash available. This could get dicey for the LGD bottom lane.
Absolutely could. Interestingly, if Mako can connect some CC, they could just dive if they really want to, but I feel like just zoning them off is enough. And now Junja moving around the map, setting up vision. You can see Flandre already finished his Triforce in the top lane. It's kind of crazy that we saw this matchup be pretty even game 1, but just a massive disparity in the second one in the top lane.
Yeah, bit of a fight in the mid lane now. Oh no. Oh no.
What else can you do but throw the thumbs up?
Yeah, that's a rough one. That's a rough one for Quay there. Well played by Junja. Oh! It's going from bad to worse. Everything, not even in the game, everything in this series that could go wrong for LGD has gone wrong for LGD. EDG are just outclassing them, and now onto Quay again. Just annihilated.
It's just insult to injury. I think that's the only way you can phrase it. LGD, they're like, okay, we didn't get the ult we wanted. Cool, we'll just slam the Herald. Probably didn't even think about the fact that Poppy can just do that. Obviously, Bard, someone else who can also interrupt Heralds, but now they're looking for... Oh, goodbye.
Oh, see you later, Jin Zhao. There's another one for Viper, is Hai Chao. No energy, stuck underneath his tower here. Needs to be very cautious, because EDG are not a team that slow down when they are ahead. Viper with 4 kills at 30 minutes on Aphelios. Like, on the Draven, I can understand the crazy snowball. On Aphelios, this is not a champion that's meant to just dominate in the way that Viper is.
And again, like this top lane matchup, I just don't understand how it's gone so starkly more favor to Flandre this time, but he's just going to take the tower, actually. I think maybe might not be able to finish it off in time, but yeah, so many plates taken. Actually, the plates time out, so yeah, first tower just picked up by Flandre by himself.
Yeah, just straight up lane diff.
Yeah, straight up lane diff. You know, I think it's interesting we see, like, bot lane, we have the flipped AD carry matchup. The top lane, we have the same, and it went so differently. But, yeah, top, pretty rough for LGD. And bot, also pretty rough. Jungle, too. It's only real mid lane, and it's kind of that repeat, right? Hai Chao is, like, the hero for LGD. But, once again, we're cut out for him.
The thing is, like, you're mentioning the top lane, kind of the same matchup but going differently. Well, last time around, they only got to 60 CS before Chalitza got lane swapped into the Draven, remember?
True. True.
We never got to play the matchup out as much as it has in this one. And, well, Flandre, apparently when you play this matchup out, he knows how to win it. A 60 CS lead right now at 15 minutes on the clock. That is disgusting. And now Junja wants to repeat the performance of before. Sweeps the vision, but it looks like the dive's not going to happen for now.
Flandre just picked up the Chempunk Chainsword now. This item's really gold efficient. It's like 2,600 gold, so very cheap to finish. But like, the fact you have 2 completed items and your opponent doesn't even have 1. Oh no.
He's in so much trouble right now. The slow, they're stunned against the wall, and now the steadfast presence will stop him escaping as well as Mako moves over. Keep his verdict to keep him in place. Quake gonna try and escape, but there's a Gravitum over the wall from Viper. Beautifully done. Junja, though, actually can't 1v1 this one right now. Heal has to come out from Viper. Junja, oh, he gets his shield from his passive. That was so clutch. Oh, the Whirling Death so close as well. It's so close and yet so far for LGD. At least Aston grabs the red buff. It's a silver lining, though.
Yeah, felt a little bit disrespectful there from EDG. Just thinking, yeah, we can take the Wukong out. It's still a Wukong with Divine Sundra. Can't really play that one too close, but they managed to find the kill regardless, and they do not lose their Poppy. Heal coming in from Viper, pretty clutch. But yeah, I feel like when LGD get a red buff, it's like, nice, you did something. Not exactly a good position to be in. And what are they supposed to do about this top lane matchup, by the way?
Yeah.
The Sedge just came from base. It's just like there and already have to reset, and the tower's gonna go. So
You know, last game we were saying you're looking at the scoreboard as Chulitza and going, what on earth can I do? This game, I feel like it's Haichao looking at the scoreboard going, I mean, it's impossible. He's 20 CS up in the mid lane. He's even in gold because Scout's been able to cash in on some of the local towns and things. Scout pulled in by Jin Zhao. Quay there as well. But Scout gonna hijack the ulti. It's enough though to keep the player away from this tower, which will mean Assam can finish this tier 1. So small injection of cash into Assam's pocket there. But I mean, it's still a 6,000 gold lead in favor of EDG as they drop a Herald mid as well.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to take this tier 1 and probably get a charge in the second tower as well. We'll see if LGD opt to do anything about this. Oh, no, actually could have stopped the second charge. So that's something, but Dragon are going to be moved over to by EDG.
This is another one of those red buff things, isn't it? Oh, they stopped the second charge. Positive
good
play
job, guys.
here
Yeah,
for
we'll
LGD.
take that. Oh, any win is a win.
Look, you take what you can get at this point for LGD. They are 7,000 gold down. Or, yeah. No, 6,000. I can't count. 6,000 gold down in favor of EDG right now. And you have to believe that LGD are going to start making desperation plays, right? But maybe not, because there's a TP coming out from Flandre. This isn't their play anymore. This is Flandre's play. This is EDG's play. Jin Zhao has been caught out alone as Flandre looks to find Mega Gnar here. Knocked up by Jin Zhao, but Jin Zhao slowed by the Hyper. There's a boulder onto him. The crying Amumu comes out as it's a disaster for LGD. They're trying to find plays, but in the meantime, EDG just 4v5 them, outmaneuver them, and set Scout up to pick up a tower in the side lane.
Hey, but they got T1 mid, no one died. You know, it's another one of those. Hey, it's not all bad.
Yeah. I'm going to be totally honest with you, Dan. It is all bad. It's going disastrously for LGD. There's no sugarcoat in this one. As Quay tries to make a play. I love that they're still being proactive. I will say that for LGD.
Yeah.
Like, Quay still looking for Scout. They made the play onto Scout underneath the tier 1 earlier as well. Like, I feel like they are still trying. They are still looking for avenues in this game. But EDG, they're a difficult team to punish at the best of times. Never mind when they're this far ahead of you.
Yeah, and Flandre just takes the red buff in front of Assam there.
Yeah.
Fun times. Fun times. Yeah, I feel like it's such a hard game for LGD to come back into. They have like dive potential, so I guess that's the theory, is you get on top of them, but I just think Scout and Flandre are so strong. LGD, you know, they keep trying, so I've got to praise them for that at least.
I feel like you're running out of things to say here.
I'm running out of things to say, dude. I'm running out of things to say. I'm struggling.
Well, Flandre's about to turn Mega Gnar. Assam and Jin Zhao underneath the turret in the mid lane. They're actually going to start a fight onto Mako here. The Haymaker available, but Mako going to hold on to that for now as Quay moves over, drops some vision, but Juncha spots him on a control ward and moves in. He's not afraid. Flandre still Mega for a second here. Just going to lob a boulder in and walk away again. As EDG feels like they're struggling to push their lead any further. Or not! As Junja just flashes over the wall. See you later, Jin Zhao. He's gone. Now a knock up onto Assam as well. Look at this team play out from Scout and Junja. Quay moves in to try and buy some space, but he answers with his life. EDG currently without a single death, and they want to keep that rolling. Viper burns them alive, and EDG turn onto the Baron for their second 20-minute Baron of this series.
Yeah, after like 20 minutes, bad time, isn't it? It's head straight over. LGD can't do anything, they'll have a jungler there. And yeah, we'll get a replay of how this kicked off. Jin Zhao just slightly overstepped by being, you know, a few hundred meters away from his fountain. Unfortunately, EDG weren't happy with that one, decided to instantly punish. Some nice connection on some skill shots. The chains here, pretty good from Scout. And that ult at the end from Viper, flashing forwards just to really label a home to Assam that, yeah, he's not winning this matchup.
No, he is not. Assam trying to finish a second item right now. He's got a bit of a jumble sale in his inventory, whereas on the side of Viper, already finished the Lord Doms, a pickaxe in pocket. They've got the Baron as well. It's all looking hunky-dory for the side of EDG. 9-0. And if they can keep up the team fights like this, they might just win a game without losing a single death. But Mako and Junja need to face check-in. Maybe this is the death. Maybe this is the caster curse, but Mako turns golden. Tries to buy himself some time. Walks away with his life. Quay dives in to turn it around, but Mako re-engages. He's down. They got a kill. But Flandre in the meantime, alongside Scout, bodying everyone. A double 3 kills for Scout as Flandre grabs the 4th. Haichao desperately trying to escape. He's currently deathless, and he'd love to maintain that, but the keeper's verdict keeping him whole, keeping him steady as Scout looks for the unofficial quadra, flashes forward, but misses the chains. Junja goes back in. Haichao 1 HP away, but can't quite find his kill.
Very long passage of play with a chase down. Junja just charging at this poor Akali. But EDG managed to crush the fight. Will pick up an inhibitor tower for the trouble and probably just head over and grab that dragon as well. LGD, it doesn't even look close. They managed to kill Mako at least. That's something. But the amount invested to take down this support set. So they set up like a 4-man pick, fearing quite a lot onto him. The stopwatch and the W buys so much time. Then even then, look how much longer he survives. He survives to get the ult off and touchdown before he eventually dies. And the cost is just massive.
He only died because he went back in. I feel like if he just keeps running, he probably lives that one, honestly. Triple for Scout as well. And this feels exactly the same as game number 1, where Viper and Gang dominate the bottom side. Viper gets all the kills early, and then you get into the fighting, and it's Scout the one cleaning people up. And there it is, boys and girls at home. The reason Mako went down there, the reason he went back in, is to make it to 7,000 total assists in the LPL. That is a monumental milestone for Mako.
Such a massive lead over Ming, who's in second, who just crossed the 5,000 threshold. Mako really showing his tenure there. So congratulations to him. Huge achievement to get, and on the back of a series where they are looking so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, he's the Master Chief right now. 117 on the scoreboard. And he's playing like it too. He is playing like it. The only kill that LGD have managed to find for themselves in this one as they start to move in. There's a ward down. Haichao just going to get locked up. Look at the damage from Scout and Viper. There is nothing Haichao can do. Asim trying to whirl these axes out, but he's slammed against the wall. And in comes the rest of the team to finish the job. Infernum across everyone. Gravitum there as well for Viper, as Jin Zhao tries to escape, but will not be allowed. Down goes the mid in here. And Orcs, I think that might just be game.
Yep, and you know, at least LGD got that 1 kill, but don't think they'll be able to get themselves a second. No. Shutdown. Maybe.
Oh, Junja walks back in to get the kill. He just slaps him with the glove and says that there is nothing you can do about it, buddy. LGD go down 19-1, and EDG, they make a statement of a series.
Yeah, just completely crushed them. And the fact that Asim, and you know, I respect it bringing out the Draven in response, but clearly showing it takes more than just a Draven pick to dominate a game. EDG stomped the series. There's no other way to spin it, no other way to explain it. They decided they wanted violence, and LGD would be on the receiving end.
Yeah, boy did they find violence. And the fact that Viper wins that AD carry matchup on both sides as well, just mind-blowing. Viper and Mako are insane. The crazy thing is, this is the EDG that have struggled this split. This is the EDG that were 6-4 coming in today, barely even positive, you know? They lose one more game there, they're 5-5. And it's like, that's the team that walks in and just decimates LGD like it's nothing. This is the team as well that went to 3 games against top esports, had really close games against V5. EDG are back. They are a team that's going to contend, and I really hope by playoffs their formers continue to improve and they can look like this in a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hope. I think because a lot of people look at EDG, and I think the expectations are so high. If EDG win the reigning world champions, which is a big if, we'd be looking at this team like, you know, they're really doing well. They've got some fantastic players. The coordination is solid, but the weight of their legacy is what makes us question the fact that, you know, they don't look like the strongest team in the league right now, even though not too long ago they were the strongest team in the world. And I think those expectations have kind of made us view them in this negative way. We're like, look, they're not quite there, but they are definitely progressing, and they're getting closer and closer, I feel, day by day. The coordination's better. I feel like, you know, there have been some underperformers in spring in particular. I think Flandre and Mako weren't the hottest in that spring season, but they're looking more on form here. And if EDG do return to the form that won the World Championship, then, I mean, the fact that we have V5, Top Esports, RNG, JDG, and then an EDG in form, I mean, I'll say for sure the teams we send to Worlds will be stacked as hell, but it'll be very hard to pick out a winner for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the fact that this is the performance that EDG has, and Viper on his own skin as well. Like, you're talking about the weight of legacy with this team. I mean, the fact that Viper's walking in on his own skin, that's the newest world skin, says everything about that legacy that you need to think about. We talked about the accolades of EDG earlier on today as well, their list of LPL trophies. It really is monumental. And Junja, what a day for Junja, right? Consistently outplaying Shadow, consistently outplaying Quay. Like, this guy is a solo queue superstar. He's been #1 in Korea countless times. And it feels like today he stepped onto stage and showed us what he's made of.
Yeah, and you know, it's just the fact we haven't seen him for so long because, you know, it was the Domestic Cup last time, which wasn't the best performance with RA. Nice to see him just getting some chance again to show what he can do when given the right opportunity. And sure, you know, LGD on the hardest opponent, but he really just managed to really establish dominance over them in this series.
Yeah, certainly did. What a series it was. EDG just destroying. I mean, I think the series in total was under 50 minutes, right? Across both games, which is kind of mental to think about. You know, we were combining gold in game #1. Now we're combining game time. But regardless, EDG apparently had a restaurant reservation for this evening. They were going to go get some delicious pasta food waiting for them at home. So they had things to go and get done. At the end of the day, LGD, this was always going to be a tough matchup. They're now on 8 losses. They are on the cusp of being knocked out of playoffs. It's still possible, but it's looking unlikely now.
Yeah, that's the thing. From here on out, the expectation is you have to win every single game. Well, not every game, every series to make it from here to get to that 8-win point. So, mathematically possible, but mathematically, WE can still make playoffs. And I'm going to be real, that's looking rough. Very unlikely. So, I think that's the thing. You have to kind of re-examine it from this point. Chances are you're not making playoffs. Just try and get some wins on the board, you know. There's still some positives to be drawn. I think Haichao had a decent day, all things considered, despite everything falling apart around him. That game 1 had a solid performance. Asum didn't have the best day, but, you know, I feel like he's had good performances this split. And there's definitely some matches, I feel like, in their schedule towards the end where I'd hope they show up and try and, you know, you don't have to make, not every team is going to make it to playoffs. That's the, you know, just over half of the teams make it to playoffs. For the rest, just getting a few wins under the belt, moving up the standings a bit, showing a bit of what you can do, and getting yourself in a better position going into 2023, that can be enough. And I feel like that's kind of the goal for LGD at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, positioning yourself for the following year. EDG, though, they're looking at this year. 7 wins on the board now means that they are tied in wins at least with Anyone's Legend, with RNG as well. Slightly more losses, so a tough one for them in that regard, but certainly looking good, and certainly a team that can continue to climb up those standings. And you know what? He comes back into the LPL for, I believe, the first time this split, and Junja grabs himself an MVP as well on the Poppy. And like we said, completely outplaying Quay on every single play. Beautiful to see.
100%. Obviously picking up this new high prior pick and just making it work, being where he needs to be, finding the angles. There was that clip where he chased down the Akali across like the entire map just to secure the kill, dodging away from death. I'm surprised, honestly, he actually didn't dive. I'm sure we'll see in these clips how close he was at certain moments. Like here, managed just to flash out and get away before another tower hit connects. I believe this was the one where he chased down the Akali across the entire map, I think, or it might have been a different one. No, I don't think it was this one. But regardless,
jungle, yeah.
A lot of times ends up like super low on health, being that front line, and just managing to navigate and not go down.
And you see Vipers, the ult with EDG written on it to finish people off there as well. But yeah, a phenomenal game from EDG and especially from Junja, flashing forward, keeper's verdict, slamming Assam into the wall to set his team up. It's beautiful to see. And it's beautiful to see the rest of the team so willing to follow up, right? Scout dives in, Mako dives in, Flandre dives in, and Viper there to just finish the health bars off. So feels fantastic to watch EDG right now, and I want to see them bringing this kind of heat to a big name opponent. And guess what? Later this week, EDG and RNG will face off. RNG on a 3-win streak. EDG recently losing to V5, losing to Top Esports, but taking a game. And it feels like they are ramping up. Their performance has been improving. EDG versus RNG is going to be a banger.
Oh, 100%. I am so ready for that one. And I feel like it's hard to place, in all honesty. But I think it's going to be a big opportunity for either, because we've talked a lot about RNG. They've been behind in the schedule because they went to MSI. They played less games. They played 8, whereas EDG have played 10. Top Esports and JDD even played 11. But that's the thing. It's like, you may have games to catch up, but that only works if you win those games. The fact they've already got 2 losses when the top 3 have won, RNG losing to EDG, it kind of pulls them down into that mix-up, that middle, not even middle of the pack, middle of the playoffs pack, whereas they're clearly trying to catch up to the top teams in the league and retain their spot up there.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a deciding moment in the split for RNG. If they win, they will be a team that moves up into those upper echelons. But if they lose to EDG, it'll be a bad sign for RNG, really positive for EDG, though. They'll kind of re-enter that conversation of a top 4 team, right? Because I feel like across the course of this split, most people have not been counting EDG within that top 4. I don't know anyone really that's been considering them a top 4 team recently, but now starting to prove that maybe they can enter that conversation. Obviously, it's way too early to say that they can right now. This is a win against LGD at the end of the day. I don't want to oversell it. But if they could beat RNG as well, that's when they can step into that conversation. Let's take a look at our results as we round things out for the day. Orcs is a fairly quick day, all things considered, especially that second series. But the first series, absolute banger. FPX versus AL, and FPX finally proving that this is a team that do have to be concerned. Other teams need to be concerned about FPX when we're talking playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, right now, currently, FPX are in 10th place as a result of that. So a much-needed win to keep the momentum going. Losing to OMG was a bit of a hit, but still a lot of games left that I expect them to win in AL. Much better scoreline than FPX for the time being, but a much worse schedule going forwards and a loss that may have long-term consequences. So need to bounce back for that. And then second series, happened and was pretty one-sided, let's be real. This is a look at the standings. As I said, FPX will have tied 9th, but yeah, just in that final spot for playoffs. And we see, things are really shaped out. I feel like, the split has gone so fast. There were so many moments I'm like, yeah, everyone's so clumped up, but very much we have like the 7 and 6 and 5 teams, like the teams with that many wins altogether. And then it feels like with the top teams, the top 3, and then the ones at the bottom who are feeling like playoffs is out of their grasp.
Yeah, definitely feels like an exciting set of standings. When you go kind of 12th and upwards, it's still very much all to play for. I feel like Ultra Prime might just be past their Ultra Prime at this point. But let's look at tomorrow's games, as I'm just butchering everyone's ears at this point with these horrendous jokes. We've got plenty more League of Legends coming your way.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you've got plenty more horrendous jokes.
I mean, I can give you some. Why did the man take a cabbage for a walk?
I don't know.
Because he thought it was a collie. But what kind of car does the electrician drive, Orcs?
I don't know.
It's a Volkswagen. Anyway, Weibo versus TT
Get me out.
will be kicking us off tomorrow. That's actually a very, very important game in terms of the standings. The V5 versus LNG. I feel like that on paper should be fairly one-sided towards V5, but LNG, a team that are looking to prove that they belong where they are in the standings.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the first one, especially with FPX picking up that win, TT need to keep gaining ground to get in the top 10. And the second one, I am personally in the camp of V5 will annihilate LNG, and I don't think LNG look that hot. But I do know some people have thought LNG are going to shape up towards playoffs. To those people, I say, okay.
Right. Strong statement there. Without saying anything at all, I know exactly what you're saying. That's going to be it from us. Us two
It's been a day.
chuckleheads
It's been
here
a
on the
day.
desk. Yeah, it has. That's been Ox. I've been Butchballs. Thanks from us for watching and from production as well. We'll see you guys in chat tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.